think, behind what you call voluntary. You decide. Having reviewed the evidence, I've decided it would be best to buy this brand of detergent. Made a decision. How did you make a decision? Well, I reviewed the evidence, I added up the price, and I came to the conclusion. Yeah, I know all that. But how did you work the machinery? The computer in your head. You know, you pushed all these buttons, but what's underneath the buttons? Oh, I don't know, I never looked. So you see, that involuntary growth called the brain underlies your voluntary decision. Because when you decide, you don't first decide to decide, and decide to decide to decide. You just decide. But that means there's something else behind it. Well, you think that's terrible, because if what I do happens to me, and it isn't really doing at all, then I'm in a fatalistic scene. Yes, but I said, on the other hand, what happens to you is what you do. It works equally that way. You know, you have an earthquake. And the thoughts in your head drift about like clouds in the sky. But it can't do anything. So in the same way, this whole strain, the futility of the strain to make right win and to improve the world, that entire futility, the frustration of it is what you mean by I. Now it goes. It won't work, and the I collapses. Everybody is terrified of this happening. Suddenly finding out that you don't have an ego. Heaven preserve me from that, because I've been building up this personality of mine all these years. I've been very carefully nurtured this personality. You tell me it doesn't exist? No, because your personality is a phantom even more insubstantial than your body. Personality is a work of art. It's like music, which vanishes as soon as it's played.
In my talk last night, I was discussing the disparity between the way in which most human beings experience their own existence and the way man's being and nature is described in the sciences. I was pointing out that in such sciences as ecology and biology, ecology, for example, describes and studies the relationship between all organisms and their environments. The way in which they describe human, animal, and insect behavior is in flat contradiction with the way in which most of us experience our thinking and our action and our existence. We have been brought up to experience ourselves as isolated centers of awareness and action, placed in a world that is not us, that is foreign, alien, other, which we confront. Whereas, in fact, the way an ecologist describes human behavior is as an action. What you do is what the whole universe is doing at the place you call here and now. You are something the whole universe is doing in the same way that a wave is something that the whole ocean is doing. This is not what you might call a fatalistic or deterministic idea. You see, you might be a fatalist if you think that you are a sort of puppet which life pushes around. You are separate from life, but life dominates you. That's fatalism. But in the point of view I'm expressing, the real you is not a puppet which life pushes around. The real deep down you is the whole universe. And it's doing your living organism and all its behavior. It's expressing it as a singer sings a song. We've been hoodwinked into the feeling that we exist only inside our skins. And I was showing last night that that is a hallucination. It's just as nutty as anybody could be, like a fruitcake, you know, who thinks he's Napoleon or something or other. Thinks he's a poached egg and goes around finding a piece of toast to sit on. It's just like that, a hallucination. And I was showing how we need to experience ourselves in such a way that we could say that our real body is not just what's inside the skin, but our whole total external environment. Because if we don't experience ourselves that way, we mistreat our environment. We treat it as an enemy. We try to beat it into submission. And if we do that, comes disaster. We exploit the world we live in. We don't treat it with love and gentleness and respect. We cut down millions of acres of forests to turn it into newspaper, of all things. Lovely trees turned into information about nothing. And we don't replace them properly. We kick the world around in revenge for feeling that really we are puppets which the world kicks around. So my main point last night was then that we need a new kind of consciousness in which every individual becomes aware that his real self is not just his conscious ego. You know, let's take a headlight of a car. The headlight shines on the road in front. The headlight does not shine on the wire which connects it with its own battery. So in a way, the headlight is unaware of how it shines. And in the same way, we are unaware of the sources of our consciousness. We don't know how we know. There was a young man who said, though, it seems that I know, what I would like to see is the I that knows me when I know that I know that I know. And so we are ignorant of, we ignore, it doesn't come within the scope of our attention how it is that we manage to be conscious, how it is that we manage to grow our hair, to shape our bones, to beat our heart, and to secrete all the necessary fluids that we need from our glands. We do it, but we don't know how we do it. Because you see, underneath the superficial self, which pays attention to this and that, there is another self, more really us than I. And if you become aware of that unknown self, the more you become aware of it, the more you realize that it is inseparably connected with everything else that there is. That you are a function of this total galaxy, bounded by the Milky Way, and that furthermore this galaxy is a function of all other galaxies. And that vast thing that you see far off with telescopes, and you look and look and look, one day you're going to wake up and say, why, that's me. And in knowing that, you see that you never die. That you are the eternal thing that comes and goes, that appears now as John Jones, now as Mary Smith, now as Betty Brown, and so it goes forever and ever and ever. Now then, why I made this point as an introduction to what I want to say tonight is the problem of the relationship of man and nature. Do you know, in the history of philosophy, there are really three theories of nature. Incidentally, what do you mean when you use the word nature? What is nature study? Natural history. The Museum of Natural History. What do you expect to find there? Well, for many people, nature means the birds, the bees, and the flowers. It means everything that is not artificial. People think, for example, a building like this is not natural, it's artificial. The natural state of the human being is to be naked, but we wear clothes, and that's artificial. We build houses. Is there any difference between a human house and a wasp's nest? Or a bird's nest? Not really. But we do have in our minds, you see, the idea that nature is somehow outside us. We've got some nature in us. We say there's a thing called human nature, and mostly bad. Human nature, according to Dr. Freud, is motivated by the libido. And you know what that is. And you can't trust it. In the old days, they used to beat it with whips. But Freud said, don't do it that way. You have to treat it as a good horse trainer trains a horse by giving it a lump of sugar every now and then. And get it controlled that way. Be kind to it. Respect it. Even though it's really very, very disrespectable. Well, now, there are, as I said, in the history of mankind, three theories of nature. The first theory is the Western theory, which is that nature is a machine or an artifact. We inherit this from the Hebrews, who believed that nature was made by God in somewhat the same way as a potter makes a pot out of clay, or a carpenter makes a table out of wood. It is not insignificant that Jesus is the son of the carpenter. Our tradition has been to look upon the world as a construct. And somebody knows how it was put together. Somebody understands. And that is the constructor, the architect, the Lord God. But it so happened that in the 18th century, Western thought began to change. They became increasingly doubtful as to whether there was a maker, whether there was a God. But they continued to look upon the creation as an artifact, as a machine. And by the time of Newton, people were explaining the world in terms of mechanism. And we are still under the influence of that idea, because after all, in things like Life magazine and so on, when they give you an article on human physiology, they usually make drawings which show the human being as a kind of mechanism, as a sort of factory. And they show how the peristaltic action carries the food in and how it's processed by this organ and that organ, as just as if a certain product is fed into a factory, cow at one end, and it comes out canned corned beef at the other. Just in such a way, the human is illustrated, and so too in some kinds of rather degraded medicine that is now practiced. When you go to the hospital for a medical examination, you are treated as a machine. They process you. You are not a person. You are put in a wheelchair immediately. Even if you are perfectly healthy and can walk, nevertheless they have to have you in this wheelchair. And they put you through a process. And the heart specialist looks only at your heart because he can't understand anything else. The otorhinolaryngologist, which means an ear, nose, and throat man, looks at that section of you, and he doesn't know about anything else. And maybe a psychiatrist takes a look at you, and goodness knows what happens there. and so on and so on. Everybody looks at you from their specialized point of view as if they were a bunch of mechanics examining your automobile. Because, as I said last night, we just asked for this, because most of us consider ourselves as chauffeurs inside our bodies, which we own in the same way as you own a car. And when it goes wrong, you take it to the mechanic to fix it. You don't really identify with your body, just as you don't really identify with your car. So here is this whole theory of nature, which has grown up in the West as an artifact, something made. Now let me take a second theory of nature. This is an Indian theory, East Indian. Nature not as an artifact, but as drama. Basic to all Hindu thought is the idea that the world is Maya. That is a Sanskrit word which means many things. It means magic, illusion, art, play. All the world's a stage. And in the Hindu idea, there is the ultimate reality of the universe, is the self, which they call Brahman, or Atman. That's what there is. The self, universal, eternal, boundless, indescribable. And everything that happens, happens on the self. Like you say, it's on me. The drinks tonight are on me. Or like we say, when you hear the radio, it's on the speaker. You see, everything you hear on the radio, flutes, drums, human voices, traffic noises, any imaginable sound, all those sounds are vibrations of the diaphragm in the speaker. But the radio doesn't tell you that. The announcer doesn't come on and say every morning, "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, this is KQED. The following sounds that you are going to hear are vibrations of the diaphragm in your speaker." And they're not really human voices or musical instruments, but just that. They never let you in on that. And in exactly the same way, the universe doesn't let you in on the truth that all sense experiences are vibrations of the self. Not just yourself, but the self. And all of us share this self in common because it is pretending to be all of us. Brahman, the ultimate principle, plays hide and seek eternally. And he does it for unspeakably long periods of time. The Hindus measure time in what is called a kalpa, K-A-L-P-A. That's 4,320,000 years. Don't take this seriously. It's not meant to be taken literally. But just for an unspeakably long time, the Brahman, the self, pretends that it's lost and is us. And all our adventures and all our troubles and all our agonies and tragedies, it gets mixed up in them. Then after the period of 4,320,000 years has elapsed, there is a catastrophe. The universe is destroyed in fire. And after that, the Brahman wakes up and says, "Well, good, crazy, what an adventure that was." He wipes the sweat off his brow and says, "Whew, let's rest a while." So for another 4,320,000 years, the divine self rests and knows who it is. It's me. Then it says, "Well, this is rather boring. Let's get going again. Let's get mixed up." And it does it in a very strange way because the way the Hindus time it, the first period of getting mixed up, getting lost, is beautiful. That's the longest period. Everything's right. It's just life is glorious. Then it has the next period in which things get a little wonky. Something is vaguely out of order. That doesn't last so long. Then the next period, the third, is when good and evil are equally balanced. And that's still not so long. Finally comes the shortest period when everything bad triumphs and the whole thing blows up and we begin all over again. We're supposed to be living in that now. It's what's called the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness. And it began on Friday, February the 23rd, 3123 BC. And it has 5,000 years to run. But as it goes on, time gets faster, so don't worry. So you see, that's a theory of nature as a drama. It's a play. Now there's a third theory of nature, which is Chinese. And this is very interesting. The Chinese word for nature they call zhiran. And this expression means of itself so. What happens of itself. Or we might say spontaneity. It almost means automatic, because automatic is what is self-moving. Only, we associate the word automatic with machinery. But ziran, what is so of itself, is associated in the Chinese mind not with machinery, but with biology. Your hair grows by itself. You don't have to think how to grow it. Your heart beats by itself. You don't have to make up your mind how to beat it. That's what they mean by nature. The poem says, sitting quietly, doing nothing, spring comes and grass grows of itself. So their principle of nature is called a Tao, T-A-O, pronounced Dao in the Mandarin dialect, Tao in the Shanghai dialect, To in the Cantonese dialect. Take your choice. Tao means the course of nature. And Lao Tzu, who was a philosopher who lived a little later than 400 BC, wrote a book about the Tao. And he said, the Tao which can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. You can't describe it. He said the principle of the Tao is spontaneity. He said the great Tao flows everywhere, both to the left and to the right. It loves and nourishes all things, but does not lord it over them. It accomplishes merits and lays no claim to them. So there is a very great difference between the Chinese idea of Tao as the informing principle of nature and the Judeo-Christian idea of God as nature's Lord and Master. Because the Tao does not act as a boss. In the Chinese philosophy of nature, nature has no boss. There is no principle that forces things to behave the way they do. It is a completely democratic theory of nature. Correspondingly, you see, most Westerners, whether they be Christians or non-Christians, don't trust nature. Of all things, nature is the thing least to be trusted. You must manage it. You must watch out for it. It will always go wrong if you don't watch out. You know, the goblins will get you if you don't watch out. So we're always feeling that you can't trust it. See, we're absolutely instilled with the idea of original sin. You can't trust nature because it comes out with weeds and insects. And above all, you can't trust human nature because if you don't hold a club over yourself, you'll go out and rape your grandmother. Now, the Chinese would say, if you can't trust yourself, you can't trust anything. Because if you can't trust yourself, can you trust your mistrust of yourself? Is that well-founded? See? If you can't trust yourself, you are totally mixed up. You haven't a leg to stand on, you haven't a point of departure for anything. And in this respect, the Taoist philosophy and the Confucian philosophy are in agreement. In Confucius philosophy, the fundamental virtue of a human being is called Ren, spelled Jen for reasons best known to Chinese scholars. I don't know what they are, but it's pronounced Ren. And it's a character, Chinese character, that Confucius placed as the highest of all virtues, higher than righteousness, higher than benevolence, and it means approximately human-heartedness. Now, Confucius once said that goody-goodies are the thieves of virtue. Virtue in Chinese is de. We Romanize it as T-E-H, de. And it means virtue not in the sense of moral propriety, but virtue in the sense of magic, as when we speak of the healing virtues of a certain plant. A man of true virtue is therefore a human-hearted man. And the meaning of this is that one should, above all, trust human nature in the full recognition that it's both good and bad, that it's both loving and selfish. Now, let me give an illustration of the wisdom of this. When people fight wars, I trust them if the reason for which they fight a war is to expropriate somebody else's possessions and women. Because they will fight a merciful war. They will not destroy the possessions and the women that they want to capture. They want to enjoy them. And that's a war based on simple, ordinary, everyday human greed. The most awful wars that are waged are the wars waged for moral principles. You are a lousy communist. You have a philosophy that is destructive to religion and to everything that we love and value and reverence, and therefore we will exterminate you to the last man unless you surrender unconditionally. Such wars are ruthless beyond belief. We can blow up whole cities, wipe people out, because we are not greedy. We are righteous. That is why the goody-goodies are the thieves of virtue. If you are going to do something evil, do it for a plain, honest, selfish motive. Don't do it in the name of God. Because if you do, it turns you into a monster who is no longer human. A sadist, a pure destroyer. So an inflexibly righteous person is not human. And that is why, in Chinese ideas of justice, a good judge is not somebody who abides by the book. Their idea of justice is, for God's sake, keep the case out of court. Let us have a consultation behind the scenes, and let's arrange a compromise. Because we know our opponent is a rascal. I know I am a rascal. And therefore there can be a mutual arrangement between thieves. So we summon her and we talk about it, and we call the judge in an unofficial capacity. And the judge hums and haws, and if he's a good judge, he has a sense of what is called li. I'm going to talk to you about another meaning of a word pronounced li later on, but it's quite a different word. Li is justice, but you can't write it down. There is another word for justice or law in Chinese, zi. And this word represents, in its Chinese character form, a cauldron for cooking sacrifices and a knife. In the high and far off times of Chinese history, there was an emperor who, when the people brought their sacrifices of meat and so on to be put in the cauldrons, he also scratched with a knife on the side of the cauldrons the laws of the state, so that all the people could read them and understand what they were. But the sages who advised this emperor said that was a very bad thing to do, because the moment people see the law written down, they develop a litigious spirit. That is to say, they think out ways of wangling around it. And that's what we do all the time, don't we? The moment Congress passes a law, tax law especially, all the lawyers get together and they think they fill it full of holes. They say, well, it didn't define this and it didn't say that. And some of those Confucians wanted to put the language in order and to make all the words mean just so. But the Taoists laughed at them and said, if you define the words, with what words are you going to define the words that define the words? So they said, therefore, the emperor should not have written the laws down, because a sense of justice is not something you can put in words. It's what our lawyers call equity. And you talk to any lawyer, and he, in discussing various judges around town, he will say, well, Judge so-and-so is pretty much a stickler for the letter of the law. But on the other hand, Judge so-and-so has a sense of equity. He knows when the law, the letter of the law, just doesn't apply to this particular case. And he just has an innate sense of fair play. That's the man to be trusted as a judge. So this is what the Chinese mean by a judge who has the sense of li, of real justice. It can't be written down, it can't be explained, because every case is individual. But what such a man has fundamentally in his heart, he trusts the good and bad of human nature. Human beings are complex. We don't know ourselves at all, really. Consider your nervous system. Neurologists haven't even begun to figure it out. And yet all your conscious decisions are based on this thing that you don't understand. You are unbelievably more wise in your nature than you ever will be in your conscious thoughts. Because behind your conscious thoughts lies your nervous system. And if you say, well, my nervous system is unreliable, it is just a bunch of strange, weird biological chances that have got mixed up somehow, then this very opinion that you're expressing, you see, is a function of that nervous system. So you're saying that you are a total hoax. You can't trust yourself at all. So that is a set of game rules that don't lead anywhere. It's totally self-frustrating. So you see, what the Chinese have developed here is a theory of nature. I said there are three theories. The Western mechanical theory, nature as an artifact, the Hindu dramatic theory, and the Chinese organic theory. Nature, human nature included, is an organism. And an organism is a system of orderly anarchy. There is no boss in it, but it gets along by being left alone and being allowed to do its stuff. That's what the Chinese Taoist philosophy calls Wu Wei, which means not doing nothing, but not interfering with the course of events. not acting against the grain. Now this is the time to introduce the second word, li, in Chinese. The first li meant justice. The second li is a character which had the original meaning of the markings in jade, the grain in wood, and the fiber in muscle. And it's usually translated reason or the principle of things. These are not very good translations. The best translation of li is organic pattern. Now look here. When you look at the clouds, they aren't symmetrical. They don't form fours. They don't come along in cubes. But you know at once that they're not a mess. A dirty old ashtray full of junk may be a mess, but clouds don't look like that. When you look at the patterns of foam on water, they never make an artistic mistake. And they're not mess. They are wiggly, but in a way orderly, and it's difficult for us to describe that kind of order. Now take a look at yourselves. You're all wiggly. We think, we are pretty ordinary because there are a lot of us that look approximately the same. So when we see a human being, we think, well, that's pretty much in order and kind of regular and it's okay. But we don't realize how wiggly we are. We're just like clouds, rocks, and stars. Look at the way the stars are arranged. Do you criticize the way the stars are arranged? Would you like them to form fours? Would you like them to be sort of set out like needlepoint on the canvas of the skies? There was somebody in the 18th century, in the days when they built formal gardens of clipped hedges and made all the tulips stand together like soldiers, who criticized the stars for being irregularly arranged. But today we don't feel that way. We love the way the stars are scattered. And they never make a mistake in their arrangement. What about mountain ranges? Do you criticize the valleys for being low and praise the peaks for being high? You just say it's great, it's the way it is. Now that kind of order, the artist pays a tribute to it by painting a landscape. People, in every national park, there's a place called Inspiration Point. And people go there and they say, oh, it's just like a picture. And nobody knew this 400 years ago. It took the artists to paint landscape, and then people realized how beautiful it is. Nowadays, artists are painting pictures of damp, stained walls and floors where people have dropped a lot of paint. And one day people will walk into a room where there's a lot of paint been scattered on the floor and a general thing, and they'll say, my goodness, it's just like a Jackson Pollock. Oh, ain't it just like a picture? See? It always takes the artist to show us the vision. But of course, in the meantime, it is difficult. You go to an exhibition of contemporary non-objective painting, and a kind of square fellow walks in there and he says, that's not what I call a picture. Because it's against his prejudices. But I say to people now, excuse me, wait a minute. Take a look at that again. I'm going to tell you something. That painting is a colored photograph of guess what? And he looks at it in astonishment and entirely new eyes. What could that be a photograph of? And he begins to see it might be a photograph through a microscope of globules, of germs floating in liquid. It might be anything, but there it is. It suddenly comes at him. Goodness knows whether that was what the artist intended, but that's a method of giving people a shock, of seeing things in a new way. You know, a GI visited Picasso in Paris during the war and said, "I can't understand your paintings. They're absurd. Life doesn't look like that." Picasso said, "Do you have a girlfriend?" He said, "Yes." "Have you a picture?" He said, "Yes." "Show it to me." So he drew out his billfold, and there was a little colored photograph of his girlfriend. And Picasso looked at it and said, "Is she so small as that?" Now then, the idea of Li, the idea of natural order, is like this patterns on foam, patterns in jade, the shapes of the clouds, the shapes of trees and mountains. They are orderly, but we cannot put our finger on the order. We know it's orderly, but we don't know why. And we know it's completely different from a mess. The order of nature is in that way then indefinable. When St. Augustine was asked what is time, he said, "I know what it is, but when you ask me, I don't." And so in the same way, the Chinese would say, "We know what the order of nature is, but if you ask us, we don't." The poet says, "Picking chrysanthemums along the eastern fence, gazing in silence at the southern hills, the birds fly home through the soft mountain air of dusk. In all these things there is a deep meaning, but when we are about to express it, we suddenly forget the words." That's Li. Nature as a self-ordering principle, but it doesn't really know how it does it. Another poem says, if you want to know where the flowers come from, even the god of spring doesn't know. This is a very remarkable attitude to nature. Politically, you see, if you translate this into politics, it is a high philosophical anarchy. And there's a lot to be said for this as a political point of view. That, in other words, government is always a mess. Because the state opposes itself to the people. We live under a constitution where we are supposed to be governed by ourselves. As somebody once said, "Down with democracy," when we get it. Because the government always creates itself as a business in competition with all the other businesses. And it wins, because it's the biggest one of the bunch. The Taoists said of the state that it should be as anonymous and as unobtrusive as possible. That is to say that the emperor, instead of going around in processions and being heralded and flags waved, should be as unobtrusive as the head of the sanitation department. You know, he's a man, just a guy who goes around in a plain ordinary suit and really attends to his job. And the head of the sanitation of the city of Dallas goes around. You don't have a police escort and sirens blowing and flags waving. He simply does his job. And the feeling of Lao Tzu is that the president or the emperor should have the same kind of attitude. That he should simply help the people and retire and not claim any merits for it. Always withdraw himself. Always be behind the scenes. Not striving for power, but simply to help things along. govern a great state, he said, as you would cook a small fish. Now, you know, when you've got a small fish in the frying pan, don't keep tossing it around and fidgeting with the spatula. Otherwise it'll fall apart. Do it gently. Softly, softly, catchy monkey.
I have been emphasizing all along that the central core of the kinds of Oriental philosophy that we're talking about is not theory but experience. And the trouble here is that so long as one attempts to communicate this philosophy in words, we remain in the area of theory and do not necessarily transfer over into experience. It is then for this reason that in addition to the scriptures or verbal teachings of Hinduism, there is a discipline whose object is to enable an individual to realize what the words are about. I would use so strong a word for realization as sensation, because the realization of the Tattvam Asi, the Upanishadic proposition that you're it, comes over you if you do have the experience, not so much as you feel convinced that the earth goes round the sun, even though you don't actually see this happening. It's not so much like that as it is like an immediate sensation of the thing which the proposition Tattvamasi is trying to say. And so this entering into the experience, which is the heart of Hinduism, is the function of a discipline called yoga. The word yoga, Y-O-G-A, don't say, as many people do, yogi. Yogi is one who practices yoga. And a yogini is a female practitioner of yoga. But yoga is the same word as yoke, Latin jungere, to join, and English union. The yoke between two oxen may be regarded equally as a discipline and as a joining of the two oxen. So the basic meaning of yoga is something like union. The realization, in other words, of the union of what we call the separate individual with the ultimate ground of being, Brahman. We don't know how early yoga is in India, but there are statues found in Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley dating from at least 2000 BC of figurines in the posture familiarly associated with yoga, the Padmasana or the full lotus posture, in which almost all Buddhas are seen to be sitting, with the legs crossed and the feet up on the thighs, soles upwards. It apparently then is something quite ancient and was in some way absorbed and assimilated to the Aryan civilization which invaded India from the north somewhere between 15 and 1200 BC. Yoga was apparently, like everything else in those days, handed down as an oral tradition and was not committed to any kind of written record until there appeared a book called the Yoga Sutra. Sutra really means thread, but I suppose through the idea of threaded leaves, ancient manuscripts in India were written on palm leaves, came to mean scripture or book, sacred book, and the Yoga Sutra is associated with a gentleman named Patanjali, Patanjali, and is of uncertain date. It may be as early as 200 BC, it may be a bit later. But this is the standard text on the practice of yoga. There are Chinese forms of yoga which probably originated independently at the same time out of the Taoist way of life, and they subsequently had considerable influence on India, as did the Indian ways on the Chinese. Now, it's important to study the Yoga Sutra from its opening, or second to opening phrase, its second verse. Its first verse says, "Now yoga is explained." And the commentators attach particular importance to the word "now," because the assumption is that something else has gone before. In other words, you are expected to be a reasonably sensible, rational, and mature human being before you engage on this particular path. In the same way as I pointed out to you in the last session, that the Hindus have the view that a man should fulfill the duties of the householder before he engages upon the spiritual life, so in the same way there are certain preparations before you start out on yoga. And those preparations usually involve having mastered whatever the disciplines of your culture may be, the essential disciplines of your culture, so that you know how to handle them. So that if you get into the higher states of consciousness, which yoga brings about, you won't run amok, because not being able to distinguish between good and bad from a social point of view. The next verse says, in Sanskrit, I'll write it down because it's important to look at each word. It says, yogas chitta vritti nirodha. This means yoga is, chitta is a very difficult word to translate into English because in Sanskrit there are about 5 words for mind, for our one. Or we have mind, we have consciousness, we have awareness, thought, but they're all very vaguely defined and we use them interchangeably. Chitta is a more precise word. And I would say awareness, probably. Vritti comes from a root which means to turn around. And so you get the idea of turbulence, vicious circling, whirlpooling, wavering, anyway, going round and round and round. So yoga is awareness, turbulence, stopping. There it is, all in one sentence. You can take this sort of analogy, which is used by yoga teachers. Take it that awareness is something like a pool of water. When the water is quite still, you can see in it the reflection of the sky and everything in the bottom of the pool. When it's muddy and turbulent, you can't. So in the same way, your awareness of the world is like reflecting pool. And if it's turbulent, you don't see clearly. You're not clearly aware. You don't have a mind like a mirror. You have a mind like a distorting mirror, which keeps wiggling. So, yoga then is the art of stilling the mind. There are various schools of thought about what a still mind is. According to one school of thought, the goal of yoga is samadhi. Well, everybody agrees that samadhi is what it's all about. What is this word, samadhi? It refers to a state of consciousness which is sound. Don't say Sam, that's different. Sound, related to our word, sound. From the Latin summa, eventually Sanskrit sound. Complete, total. Also related to the word same. Looking on everything equally. Having an equal mind towards all events. Samarasa in Sanskrit. Equanimity. Calmness. Having, as it were, the same attitude in victory and defeat. Also same in the sense of the knower and the known are the same. There is no further division between myself on the one hand and what I am aware of on the other. It's all one. Samadhi. In yoga there are differentiated two kinds of samadhi. One is called vikalpa and the other is called nirvikalpa. The word vikalpa means an idea or conception. So there could be a samadhi with an idea in it of some kind, a concept. Nirvikalpa would mean without a concept. Or a samadhi produced by way of a gimmick, a technique, and the ideal samadhi, look mama, no hands, no gimmick. But some schools, as I was saying, there are different opinions about what this all means, interpret nirvikalpa samadhi as being a state in which there is such a degree of absorption or of trance that there is no awareness left of the physical world. You are completely, well, if a psychiatrist looked at you, he would say you were catatonic. Sitting in that posture, immobile, absorbed, rapt. And this is held by one school of thought to be the highest attainment of the human mind. I don't agree with this point of view. I follow another school of thought which has a different idea of nirvikalpa samadhi. And this, in my view and that of others, it is not the total cessation of sensory input, but simply the cessation of conceptions, of thoughts about what you are experiencing. And therefore that the meaning of citta vritti nirodha is not, as the other school interprets it, getting a perfectly blank mind. But it means two things in my interpretation. One, a mind that is not going in vicious circles. And two, the mind free from the hypnotic influence exercised by thoughts, ideas, words. So then let's consider first of all, what is a mind in the grip of vicious circles? Well, one of the most obvious instances that we all know is the phenomenon of worry. The doctor tells you that you have to have an operation. And that has been set up so that automatically everybody worries about it. But since worrying takes away your appetite and your sleep. It's not good for you. So the doctor tells you not to worry because he wants you on the operating table in a state of good health, well rested, etc. But you can't stop worrying, and therefore you get additionally worried that you are worrying, and therefore will not be in the right shape to be on the operating table. And then, furthermore, because that is quite absurd, and you are mad at yourself because you do it, you are worried because you worry because you worry. That is a vicious circle. Another form of vicious circle is when a person is convinced that they ought to be unselfish, and are so convinced for selfish reasons. I would like to think of myself as an unselfish person, because that's the sort of person I'm supposed to be. So, therefore, I have a selfish reason for wanting to be unselfish, and because of that, no amount of effort will ever succeed in making me unselfish, but will only succeed in sending me around in circles. I'll be proud that I'm humble, etc. That is chitta vritti, turnings of the mind. See? So now, yoga is initially stopping that. Can you allow your mind to be quiet? Isn't it difficult? Because the mind seems to be like a monkey, jumping up and down and jabbering all the time. Once you've learned to think, you can't stop. And an enormous number of people devote their lives to keeping their minds busy and feel extremely uncomfortable with silence. When you're alone, say in a doctor's waiting room, which may be very uninteresting, nobody's saying anything, there's nothing to do, there's this worry, this lack of distraction. I'm left alone with myself, and I want to get away from myself. I'm always wanting to get away from myself. That's why I go to the movies, that's why I read mystery stories, that's why I go after to girls or anything that you do, or get drunk or whatever. I don't want to be with myself. I feel queer. I feel like, you know how it is when you run your fingernails up a blackboard on a cold day? Creepy. So, well, why do you want to run away from yourself? What's so bad about it? Why do you want to forget this? Why do you want to become absorbed? Because you are addicted to thoughts. And this is a drug, a real dangerous one. Compulsive thinking, going on and on and on and on and on all the time. It's a habit. As you keep telling yourself where you are, who you are, what's going on, how good it is, how bad it is, reading the newspaper of your mind. You know a lot of people, they get hold of a newspaper, and the newspaper reads them, they don't read it. Newspaper is designed to read you. Typographers, the layout people, very carefully calculated how to carry your eye from one end of it to another. So there's a difficulty about stopping that activity. And you really have to stop it if you want to be sane. Because if I talk all the time, I don't hear what anyone else has to say. And then I'll end up in the situation of having nothing to talk about but my own talking. Or so in exactly the same way, if I think all the time, I won't have anything to think about except thoughts. And that's the academic fallacy. See, when you add books to the library, a great many of the books that are added to the library are books about books. They're not necessarily books about life. Some of them are. But most of the books, especially PhD dissertations, are books about books about books about books. And that doesn't really get us very far. So in order to have something to think about, there are times when you simply must stop thinking. You can learn later on in yoga how to be in the state of samadhi and think at the same time. But first of all, you have to learn how to stop thinking. Well, how do you do that? The first rule is don't try to. Because if you do, you will be like someone trying to make rough water smooth with a flat iron. And all that will do will stir it up. So, in the same way as a muddy, turbulent pool quiets itself when left alone, you have to know how to leave your mind alone. It will quiet itself. There are certain things, however, which help. And the yogis tend to use two techniques for assisting their minds to become calm. One is breathing. That is called pranayama. Prana means breath, or the vital force of the body. Pranayama, the discipline of breath. And the other is called mantra. It's connected with pranayama. It's connected with breathing, but it's chanting sounds. And both of these have a slightly auto-hypnotic effect, which helps one to quiet thoughts. These days, many hippies go around wearing beads. Anybody got beads on? What do you wear beads for? Do you know why you wear them? Do you know what beads are for? Beads are for yoga. This is a Tibetan rosary, which has been blessed by the Dalai Lama. And they wear them on the hand, rather. Or they carry them around the neck, but they usually use them in the hand. And they will do for timing. You've got your yoga practice for the day, and so many rounds of the beads will time you. And either you use the beads for breathing. In, out on one bead. In, out on the next bead. In, out on the next bead. And so. Now they have essentially, the breathing in yoga is not forced. You don't do kind of breathing exercises in a forced way. You have, first of all, to find out how your lungs want to breathe. Let them do that. And count your breath with your fingers, rather than using numbers. Try and keep away from concepts, and numbers are concepts. That's why you use your fingers on the beads instead. And for every in-breath and out-breath, you use one bead. Just experiencing breathing and experiencing the sensation of the beads passing your fingers. Don't think about it. Don't try not to think about it. But the bead and the breathing will distract you from thinking. And you will find that in due course, the breath will automatically become slower and slower and slower with great ease, until it seems that you are hardly breathing at all, it's so slow. Now, for some people, that is not so easy to concentrate on. And so it makes it easier to concentrate if you add to the breathing a mantra. And so the mantra means the chanting of certain syllables which, although they do have a meaning, and they are maybe the names of the divinity, they very soon cease to have a meaning as you use them. So the Tibetans use such a mantra as Om Mani Padme Hum. Or Hindus use sometimes, just with beads, Ram 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 Ram, 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 Ram. Or more complicated ones, Om Ram Shri Ram Jai Jai Ram, Om Ram Shri Ram Jai Jai Ram, Om Ram Shri Ram Jai Jai Ram. Oh, such things. Or many, many varieties of these mantras. And if you keep doing that, you find you're getting into another state of consciousness. You're not thinking in the ordinary way. As the words, let's take any English word. Take the word yes. We think we know, yes means yes, I will. But say it several times. Yes, 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 yes. And strike you, we use that funny noise. Yes, 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 yes. And after a while it stops meaning anything. This becomes a noise. And that's the way through using thought symbols, you free the mind from thought. It's like using a thorn to pick out a thorn that's stuck in the skin. And so yoga uses those, and breathing, to help the mind to become quite still. Now those you see are vikalpa in that they are gimmicks. So through breathing and mantrams and so on, you get vikalpa samadhi with gimmicks. And that means that you have a crutch for your religion. It depends on some kind of an extraneous device. But the ideal of yoga is called the natural state, which in Sanskrit is sahaja. To be in the state of realization without having any religious gimmickry. What Spiegelberg of Stanford used to call the religion of no religion. Again, it's look mama no hands. So that you don't need to do anything special, or to think any special thought, or to say any special prayer, or to have any particular ritual on which you depend for getting into the realized state of consciousness. But you're in it naturally all the time. That's nirvikalpa samadhi. And this means then that you could seem to the outsider as living a perfectly normal life, that you eat when you're hungry and sleep when you're tired, and you go about your business, and nobody can tell you from just anyone else unless they know you very well. And that's considered in all Hindu and Buddhist thinking very, very fine achievement. It's compared with a bird flying through the sky and leaving no tracks. Or with geese flying over a lake. And although they are reflected in the lake, they don't disturb the water. They leave no trace. So one might say that the ideal of yoga is to go through religion and get rid of religion. Because religion is a medicine. And it should not be a diet. That, you see, is a fundamental difference between physicians and clergymen. A physician tries to get rid of his patients. He gives them medicine in the hope that they will go away and not come back. But unfortunately, the clergyman tries to get you hooked on the medicine, so that you'll come to church every Sunday and pay your contribution to pay off the mortgage. Because that's a very serious problem with churches. The investment in buildings and such liabilities. But the doctor, you see, although they have these hospitals, they hope that the turnover will be big enough. to pay for it. And they can't get a big turnover unless they're successful in getting rid of patients. But the patients who have been successfully got rid of go and recommend this doctor to other patients. And so they keep coming through because they're always sick people. And the Hindu, in a way, and especially the Buddhist, take very much this view of religion. Religion is not something to get hooked up on. A person hung up on religion or hung up on yoga is felt to be still in bondage. So yoga is to get rid of yoga and come to the final state here called Nirvikalpa Samadhi, where you are in the realized state naturally. Now, of course, the doctrine of the Upanishads is that everybody is in the state of union, of yoga, of union with Brahman, whether you know it or whether you don't. And so, trying to have that state naturally is really and truly doing something redundant. You are trying to be where you are, to become what you are. But that's because you don't know you're there. And we can see, if we go back, why you don't know that you're there. Because if you are the Brahman, you in the beginning of things deliberately pretended you weren't. Only you did it so well that by now you've forgotten you did it. And so to wake up again, you have to press on trying to get back, although that's unnecessary. You will only learn that it's unnecessary through trying to get there. Sort of making a fool of yourself, trying to get what you already have. So that in a way, I've been told that there are idiots who sit in padded cells trying to catch their thumb. You know, you put your hand round your thumb like this, so here's your thumb wiggling like that, and then you say, ooh, whoops, let's try and catch it. No, it went away. No. No, it's gone. Oh, see? You can't catch it. Because, of course, it's the thing you're trying to catch is the catcher. So in the same way, when you set out to realize that you are the ground of being, the Brahman, you're doing just that. You're trying to catch your own thumb. See? And it doesn't work. And you think, oh dear, this is becoming a very difficult task. I must ask my teacher about it. I must be sure he's a good teacher, because I've set myself this very, very tough problem. Well, it's a silly problem. Only, in most cases, it takes years of sweating at it to see how silly it is. That's all it amounts to, basically. So, what happens in yoga is that you get a set of hurdles, discipline hurdles, to go through. And I'm only giving you a very, very sketchy account of this, because I could go into all kinds of technicalities. But you can read those in the books. All about the chakras up the spine and the complicated ways of breathing to awaken the different chakras or levels of consciousness and all that jazz. But all that is jazz, essentially, over certain fundamental principles. And what I want to be sure of is that you get the fundamental principles. That, in other words, you have lost your sense of harmonious coherence with the whole domain of being. And you're puzzled as to what's the right thing to do, what's the wrong thing to do, how I ought to be, how to control my mind, how to do this, that, and the other. And everybody has contradictory advice for you. He who hesitates is lost. Look before you leap. Many hands make work light. Too many cooks spoil the broth. I mean, religion, everything, wisdom is full of contradictory advice. So they say to you in the end, but you see, it takes a wise man to know when to do which. Well, you say, how do you become wise? Well, it's a matter of experience. It's like you apply for a job and they say, well, how much experience do you have? Well, you say, I haven't had a job before. Well, you must get one, and then we can give you one. To him that hath shall be given. And it's the same way all these people talk. You ask a question, and the guru answers. When you know the answer, you won't ask the question. Well, that's pretty obvious. All this frustration. But you see, the real meaning is, the question you're asking is a false problem. You're asking, in other words, why do people inquire into religions? Why do they go to teachers? Why do they want spiritual exercises and practices? Because they feel unhappy. Because they feel, well, not really because they feel, because they think. When you feel unhappy, that's one thing. But when you think you feel unhappy, that's much more of a problem. Because you keep repeating over and over and over to yourself, gee, I feel depressed. Oh, I feel just so put down. And you wrap your tongue around that, like, when you've got a filling out of a tooth, your tooth keeps wandering into your tongue keeps wandering into the hollow left by the filling, and you fuss with it. The same time if you get an itch or something, you keep scratching it. Some people, if they get a pain in a certain part of the body, keep moving it so the pain is there. And they wonder if it's still there, and they can't help doing that, you see. So in this way, we talk ourselves into problems. And so all this kind of thing starts up. But actually, the problem is an attempt to solve an impossible conundrum. That's the most frustrating problem of all. See, all sensible questions have sensible answers. How do you cook swordfish steak? Problem. Well, someone can tell you. It's quite simple. How do I draw a square circle? Well, the question doesn't mean anything. So naturally there's no answer to it. So how can I get myself into a state where I'm always happy? How can we arrange things in this room so that they're all up? Silly question. So was the other one. How can I attain peace of mind? Well, there's a Zen story about that, where the master says, bring out your mind and I'll pacify it. And the questioner says, but when I look for my mind, I can't find it. He said, there, it's pacified. So that's the sort of thing that's going on in yoga. You think you're a problem to yourself. And so that Guru says, find you. There was this great sage in India, Sri Ramana Maharshi. And people used to, he lived in modern times. It's not the same as the Maharishi that you know about from recent times. But Ramana, he was a wonderful man with the most beautiful, big, humorous eyes, and always sat half naked with a little loincloth around him. And he'd sit in a kind of patio or compound and read the newspaper. And sometimes he'd meditate, and sometimes he'd sleep, and sometimes he'd answer questions. And throngs of people came from all over the world and sat in this compound just to watch him. And there were chickens around scratching and mothers feeding their babies and dogs and so on. He took very little notice of it all, but they just wanted to sit in his presence. And they would come to him and say, "Oh, Maharshi, who was I in my past life?" And he'd come back and say, "Who wants to know?" "Oh, Maharshi, how many years will it take me to attain liberation?" He'll say, "Who wants to attain liberation?" Always, he'd throw every question back on the source of the question. Who are you? Well, that's something you see you can't get hold of. That's this thing, you see. Who am I? Wow. Who am I? Can't get it. So the yoga teacher sets you to doing this as fast as he can get you going, as ruthlessly, as relentlessly. Who are you? Find out when you breathe. What is breathing? Find out when you know. What is knowing? Get to the root of the matter. Ask, ask, ask. Inquire, inquire, inquire. And one day, it all becomes clear. And it's so simple, that is the most difficult thing in the world to explain. It's like you just see, well, this is it. This is the way it is. There is no problem about it. Death, suffering, these aren't problems. They're awful if they are problems. The worst kind of suffering is that which you think there might be a way out of. When you know there isn't, it's easier to bear. So, this sense of it all being perfectly clear and simple and transparent. This experience now that you're having at this moment is what it's about. This is the beatific vision. This is cosmic consciousness. This is where it's at, baby. You know? And it just becomes clear like that. But you see, when you say that to someone who may not have had such an experience, they say, so what? You mean it's just what's going on now? I would say, why do you use the word just for what's going on now? Because that means you're only half awake, if awake at all. You are bolting your life, like some people bolt their food. And you think you've experienced now. Or you say, I have now, after now, after now, after now, after now. Now, boop, that one goes down, boop, that one goes down, boop, that one goes down, boop, that one goes down. I still feel hungry. I want the good one. I hope that somewhere down on the end of the line in the future is going to be a sudden now experience which will be, that's the thing I wanted. But tomorrow never comes.
I find it a little difficult to say what the subject matter of this seminar is going to be, because it's too fundamental to give it a title. I'm going to talk about what there is. Now, the first thing, though, that we have to do is to get our perspectives with some background about the basic ideas which, as Westerners living today in the United States, influence our everyday common sense, our fundamental notions about what life is about. And there are historical origins for this which influence us more strongly than most people realize. Ideas of the world which are built into the very nature of the language we use and of our ideas of logic and of what makes sense altogether. And these basic ideas I call myth, not using the word myth to mean simply something untrue, but to use the word myth in a more powerful sense. A myth is an image in terms of which we try to make sense of the world. Now, for example, a myth in a way is a metaphor. If you want to explain electricity to someone who doesn't know anything about electricity, you say, well, you talk about an electric current. Now, the word current is borrowed from rivers. It's borrowed from hydraulics. And so you explain electricity in terms of water. Now, electricity is not water. It behaves actually in a different way, but there are some ways in which the behavior of water is like the behavior of electricity. And so you explain it in terms of water. Or if you're an astronomer and you want to explain to people what you mean by an expanding universe and curved space, you say, well, it's as if you had a black balloon, and there are white dots on the black balloon, and those dots represent galaxies. And as you blow the balloon up, uniformly, all of them grow and grow farther apart. But you're using an analogy. The actual universe is not a balloon with white dots on it. So in the same way, we use these sort of images to try and make sense of the world, and we at present are living under the influence of two very powerful images, which are, in the present state of scientific knowledge, inadequate. And one of our major problems today is to find an adequate, satisfying image of the world. Well, that's what I'm going to talk about. And I'm going to go further than that. Not only what image of the world to have, but how we can get our sensations and our feelings in accordance with the most sensible image of the world that we can manage to conceive. All right, now, the two images which we have been working under for 2,000 years and maybe more are what I would call two models of the universe, and the first is called the ceramic model, and the second, the fully automatic model. The ceramic model of the universe is based on the book of Genesis, from which Judaism, Islam, and Christianity derive their basic picture of the world. And the image of the world in the book of Genesis is that the world is an artifact. It is made. As a potter takes clay and forms pots out of it, or as a carpenter takes wood and makes tables and chairs out of it. Don't forget, Jesus is the son of a carpenter, and also the Son of God. So the image of God and of the world is based on the idea of God as a technician, potter, carpenter, architect, who has in mind a plan and who fashions the universe in accordance with that plan. So basic to this image of the world is the notion, you see, that the world consists of stuff, basically. Primordial matter, substance, stuff, as pots are made of clay. Now, clay by itself has no intelligence. Clay does not of itself become a pot, although a good potter may think otherwise. Because if you were a really good potter, you don't impose your will on the clay. You ask any given lump of clay what it wants to become, and you help it to do that. And then you become a genius. But the ordinary idea I'm talking about is that simply clay is unintelligent. It's just stuff. And the potter imposes his will on it.
and makes it become whatever he wants. And so in the book of Genesis, the Lord God creates Adam out of the dust of the earth. In other words, he makes a clay figurine, and then he breathes into it, and it becomes alive. Because the clay becomes informed. By itself it is formless, it has no intelligence, and therefore it requires an external intelligence and an external energy to bring it to life and to put some sense into it. And so in this way, we inherit a conception of ourselves as being artifacts, as being made, and it is perfectly natural in our culture for a child to ask its mother, how was I made? Or who made me? And this is a very, very powerful idea, but for example, it is not shared by the Chinese or by the Hindus. A Chinese child would not ask its mother, how was I made? A Chinese child might ask its mother, how did I grow? Which is an entirely different procedure from making. You see, when you make something, you put it together, you arrange parts, or you work from the outside to the in, as a sculptor works on a stone, or as the potter works on clay. But when you watch something growing, it works in exactly the opposite direction. It works from the inside to the outside. It expands, it burgeons, it blossoms, and it happens all over itself at once. In other words, the original simple form, say, of a living cell in the womb, progressively complicates itself. And that's the growing process, and it's quite different from the making process. But we have thought historically, you see, of the world as something made the idea being that trees, for example, are constructions, just as tables and houses are constructions. And so there is, for that reason, a fundamental difference between the made and the maker. And this image, this ceramic model of the universe, originated in cultures where the form of government was monarchical, and where, therefore, the maker of the universe was conceived also at the same time in the image of the king of the universe. King of kings, Lord of lords, the only ruler of princes, who dost from thy throne behold all dwellers upon earth. I'm quoting the Book of Common Prayer. And so all those people who are oriented to the universe in that way feel related to basic reality as a subject to a king. And so they are on very, very humble terms in relation to whatever it is that works all this thing. I find it odd in the United States that people who are citizens of a republic have a monarchical theory of the universe. That you can talk about the President of the United States as LBJ, or Ike, or Harry. But you can't talk about the Lord of the universe in such familiar terms. Because we are carrying over from very ancient Near Eastern cultures the notion that the Lord of the universe must be respected in a certain way. People kneel, people bow, people prostrate themselves. Because, and you know what the reason for all that is, that nobody is more frightened of everybody else than a tyrant. He sits with his back to the wall, and his guards on either side of him. And he has you face downwards on the ground because you can't use weapons that way.
when you come into his presence, you don't stand up and face him because you might attack. And he has reason to fear that you might, because he's ruling you all. And the man who rules you all is the biggest crook in the bunch. Because he's the one who's succeeded in crime. The other people are pushed aside because the criminals, the people we lock up in jail, are simply the people who didn't make it. So naturally, the real boss sits with his back to the wall and his henchmen on either side of him. And so when you design a church, what does it look like? Catholic church with the altar as it used to be. It's changing now because the Catholic religion is changing. But the Catholic church has the altar with its back to the wall at the east end of the church. And there, the altar is the throne, and the priest is the chief vizier of the court, and he is making obeisance to the throne in front, but there is the throne of God, the altar. And all the people are facing it and kneeling down. And a great Catholic cathedral is called a basilica, from the Greek basileus, which means king. So a basilica is the house of a king. And the ritual of the Catholic Church is based on the court rituals of Byzantium. A Protestant church is a little different, but basically the same. The furniture of a Protestant church is based on a judicial courthouse. The pulpit. The judge in an American court wears a black robe. He wears exactly the same dress as a Protestant minister. And everybody sits in these boxes. Like there's a jury box, there's a box for the judge, there's a box for this, a box for that, and those are the pews in an ordinary kind of colonial type Protestant church. So both these kinds of churches, which have an autocratic view of the nature of the universe, decorate themselves, are architecturally constructed in accordance with political images of the universe. One is the king and the other is the judge, Your Honor. There's sense in this. When in court you have to refer to the judge as Your Honor, it stops the people engaged in litigation from losing their tempers and getting rude. There's a certain sense to that. But when you want to apply that image to the universe itself, to the very nature of life, it has limitations. For one thing, the idea of a difference between matter and spirit. This idea doesn't work anymore. Long, long ago, physicists stopped asking the question, what is matter? They began that way. They wanted to know, what is the fundamental substance of the world? And the more they asked that question, the more they realized they couldn't answer it. Because if you're going to say what matter is, you've got to describe it in terms of behavior. And that is to say, in terms of form, in terms of pattern. You tell what it does. You describe the smallest shapes of it that you can see. Do you see what happens? You look, say, at a piece of stone, and you want to say, well, what is this piece of stone made of? Well, you take your microscope, and you look at it, and instead of just this block of stuff, you see ever so many tinier shapes, little crystals. So you say, fine, so far so good. Now, what are these crystals made of? And you take a more powerful instrument, and you find that they are made of molecules. And then you take still more powerful instruments to find out what the molecules are made of, and you begin to describe atoms, electrons, protons, mesons, all sorts of subnuclear particles. But you never arrive at the basic stuff. Because there isn't any. what happens is this. Stuff is a word for the world as it looks when our eyes are out of focus. Fuzzy. Stuff, the idea of stuff is that it's undifferentiated as some kind of a goo. And when your eyes are not in sharp focus, everything looks fuzzy. When you get your eyes into focus, you see a form, you see a pattern. But when you want to change the level of magnification and go in closer and closer and closer, you get fuzzy again before you get clear. So every time you get fuzzy, you go through thinking there's some kind of stuff there. But when you get clear, you see a shape. And so all that we can talk about is patterns. We never can talk about the stuff of which these patterns is supposed to be made, because you don't really have to suppose that there is any. It's enough to talk about the world in terms of pattern. It describes anything that can be described. And you don't really then have to suppose that there is some stuff which constitutes the essence of the pattern in the same way that clay constitutes the essence of pots. Clay, and so for this reason, you don't really have to suppose that the world is some kind of helpless, passive, unintelligent junk which an outside agency has to inform and make it into intelligent shapes. So the picture of the world in the most sophisticated physics of today is not formed stuff, potted clay, but pattern. A self-moving, self-designing pattern, a dance. And we haven't yet, our common sense as individuals hasn't yet caught up with this. Well now, in the course of time, in the evolution of Western thought, the ceramic image of the world ran into trouble and changed into what I call the fully automatic model or image of the world. In other words, Western science was based on the idea that there are laws of nature. And it got that idea from Judaism and Christianity and Islam. That, in other words, the potter, the maker of the world, in the beginning of things, laid down the laws. And the law of God, which is also the law of nature, it's called the Logos. And in Christianity, the Logos is the second person of the Trinity, incarnate as Jesus Christ, who thereby is the perfect exemplar of the divine law. So we have tended to think of all natural phenomena as responding to laws, as if, in other words, the laws of the world were like the rails on which a streetcar or a tram or a train runs. And these things exist in a certain way, and all events respond to these laws. You know that limerick, there was a young man who said, "Damn, for it certainly seems that I am a creature that moves in determinate grooves. I'm not even a bus, I'm a tram." So, here's this idea that there's a kind of a plan, and everything responds and obeys that plan. Well, in the 18th century, Western intellectuals began to suspect this idea. And what they suspected is whether there is a lawmaker, whether there is an architect of the universe. And they found out, or they reasoned, that you don't have to suppose that there is. Why? Because the hypothesis of God does not help us to make any predictions. nor does it, in other words, let's put it this way. If the business of science is to make predictions about what's going to happen, science is essentially prophecy. What's going to happen? By studying the behavior of the past and describing it carefully, we can make predictions about what's going to happen in the future. That's really the whole of science. And to do this, and to make successful predictions, you do not need God as a hypothesis, because it makes no difference to anything. If you say everything is controlled by God, everything is governed by God, that doesn't make any difference to your prediction of what's going to happen. And so what they did was simply drop that hypothesis. But they kept the hypothesis of law. Because if you can predict, if you can study the past and describe how things have behaved, and you've got some regularities in the behavior of the universe, you call that law. Although it may not be law in the ordinary sense of the word, it's simply regularity. And so what they did was they got rid of the lawmaker and kept the law. And so they conceived the universe in terms of a mechanism. Something, in other words, that is functioning according to regular, clock-like mechanical principles. Newton's whole image of the world is based on billiards. The atoms are billiard balls, and they bang each other around. And so your behavior, every individual therefore is defined as a very, very complex arrangement of billiard balls, being banged around by everything else. And so behind the fully automatic model of the universe is the notion that reality itself is, to use the favorite term of 19th century scientists, blind energy. In, say, the metaphysics of Ernst Haeckel and T.H. Huxley, the world is basically nothing but energy. Blind, unintelligent force. And likewise, in parallel to this, in the philosophy of Freud, the basic psychological energy is libido, which is blind lust. And it is only a fluke. It is only as a result of pure chances that, resulting from the exuberance of this energy, there are people with values, with reason, with languages, with cultures, and with love. Just a fluke. Like, 1,000 monkeys typing 1,000 typewriters for 1,000,000 years will eventually type the Encyclopedia Britannica. And of course, the moment they stop typing the Encyclopedia Britannica, they will relapse into nonsense. And so in order that that shall not happen, because you and I are flukes in this cosmos, and we like our way of life, we like being human, if we want to keep it, say these people, we've got to fight nature, because it'll turn us back into nonsense the moment we let it. And so we've got to impose our will upon this world as if we were something completely alien to it from outside. And so we get a culture based on the idea of the war between man and nature. And we talk about the conquest of space, the conquest of Everest. And the great symbols of our culture are the rocket and the bulldozer. The rocket. Phew. Compensation for the sexually inadequate male. So we're going to conquer space. We're in space already, way out. If anybody cared to be sensitive and let what's outside space come to you, you can, if your eyes are clear enough. Aided by telescopes, aided by radio astronomy, aided by all the kind of sensitive instruments we can devise. We are as far out in space as we're ever going to get. But, sensitivity isn't the pitch. Especially in the WASP culture of the United States, we define manliness in terms of aggression. You see, because we're a little bit frightened as to whether we are really men. And so we put on this great show of being a tough guy. It was completely unnecessary. If you have what it takes, you don't need to put on that show. And you don't need to beat nature into submission. Why be hostile to nature? Because after all, you are a symptom of nature. You, as a human being, you grow out of this physical universe in just exactly the same way that an apple grows off an apple tree. So let's say the tree which grows apples is a tree which apples, using apple as a verb. And a world in which human beings arrive is a world that peoples. And so the existence of people is symptomatic of the kind of universe we live in. Just as spots on somebody's skin are symptomatic of chickenpox. Just as hair on a head is symptomatic of what's going on in the organism. But we have been brought up by reason of our two great myths, the ceramic and the fully automatic, not to feel that we belong in the world. So our popular speech reflects it. We say, I came into this world. You didn't. You came out of it. We say, face facts. We talk about encounters with reality, as if it was a head-on meeting of completely alien agencies, and the average person has the sensation that he is a somewhat that exists inside a bag of skin, the center of consciousness, which looks out at this thing, and what the hell's it going to do to me? You see? I recognize you. You kind of look like me, and I've seen myself in a mirror, and you look like you might be people. So maybe you're intelligent. Maybe you can love too. And perhaps you're all right. Some of you are anyway. If you've got the right color of skin, or you have the right religion, or whatever it is, you're okay. But there are all those people over in Asia, Africa, and they may not really be people. When you want to destroy someone, you always define them as unpeople. Not really human. Monkeys, maybe idiots, maybe machines, maybe, but not people. So, but we have this hostility to the external world because of the superstition, the myth, the absolutely unfounded theory that you yourself exist only inside your skin. Now, I want to propose another idea altogether. You know, there are astronomers. There's two great theories going on in astronomy about the origination of the universe. One is called the explosion theory, and the other is called the steady state theory. The steady state people say there never was a time when the world began. It's always expanding, yes, but always as a result of free hydrogen in space. With the free hydrogen coagulates and makes new galaxies. But the other people say there was a primordial explosion, an enormous bang millions of years ago, billions of years ago, which flung all the galaxies into space. Well, let's take that just for the sake of argument and say that was the way it happened. It's like you took a bottle of ink and you threw it at a wall. Smash! And all that ink spreads. And in the middle, it's dense, isn't it? And as it gets out on the edge, the little droplets are finer and finer and make more complicated patterns. See? So in the same way, there was a big bang in the beginning of things, and it spread. And you and I, sitting here in this room, as complicated human beings, are way, way out on the fringe of that bang. We're the complicated little patterns on the end of it. Very interesting. But so we define ourselves as being only that. If you think that you are only inside your skin, you define yourself as one very complicated little curlicue, way out on the edge of that explosion, way out in space and way out in time. Billions of years ago, you were a big bang.
But now you're a complicated human being. And then we cut ourselves off like this and don't feel that we're still the Big Bang. But you are. Depends how you define yourself. You are actually, if this is the way things started, if there was a Big Bang in the beginning, you're not something that is a result of the Big Bang. You're not something that is a sort of puppet on the end of the process. You are still the process. You are the Big Bang, the original force of the universe, coming on as whoever you are. See, when I meet you, I see not just what you define yourself as, Mr. So-and-so, Miss So-and-so, Mrs. So-and-so. I see every one of you as the primordial energy of the universe coming on at me in this particular way. I know I'm that too. But we've learned to define ourselves as separate from it. And so what I would call a kind of a basic problem we've got to go through first is to understand that there are no such things as things. That is to say, separate things or separate events. That is only a way of talking. And if you can understand this, you're going to have no further problems. I once asked a group of high school children, what do you mean by a thing? And first of all, they gave me all sorts of synonyms. They said it's an object, which is simply another word for a thing. It doesn't tell you anything about what you mean by a thing. And finally, a very smart girl from Italy who was in the group said a thing is a noun. And she was quite right. A noun isn't a part of nature, it's a part of speech. There are no nouns in the physical world. There are no separate things in the physical world either. See, the physical world is wiggly. It's something like this. Maybe that's a cloud. But clouds, mountains, trees, people are all wiggly. And only when human beings get working at things, they build buildings in straight lines and try and make out that the world isn't really wiggly. But here are we sitting in this room all built on straight lines, but each one of us is as wiggly as all get out. Now then, when you want to get control of something that wiggles, it's pretty difficult, isn't it? You try and pick up a fish in your hands, and the fish is wiggly and it slips out. What do you do to get hold of the fish? You use a net. And so the net is the basic thing we have for getting hold of the wiggly world. And so if you want to get hold of this wiggle, you've got to put a net over it. You see? Now what's going to happen? A net is something regular. And I can number the holes in a net. So many holes up, so many holes across. And if I can number these holes, I can count exactly where each wiggle is in terms of a hole in that net. And that's the beginning of calculus, the art of measuring the world. But in order to do that, I've got to break up the wiggle into bits. And I've got to call this a specific bit, and this the next bit of the wiggle, and this the next bit, and this the next bit of the wiggle. And so these bits are things or events. Bits of wiggles, which I mark out in order to talk about the wiggle, in order to measure it, and therefore in order to control it. But in nature, in fact, in the physical world, the wiggle isn't bitted. Like you don't get a cut-up fryer out of an egg. But you have to cut the chicken up in order to eat it. You bite it. But it doesn't come bitten.
So the world doesn't come thinged. It doesn't come evented. You and I are all as much continuous with the physical universe as a wave is continuous with the ocean. The ocean waves, and the universe peoples. And as the wave, I wave at you and say, you! The world is waving at you, at me with you, and saying, hi, I'm here. But our consciousness, the way we feel and sense our existence, being based on a myth that we are made, that we are parts, that we are things, our consciousness has been influenced so that each one of us does not feel that. We feel we have been hypnotized, literally hypnotized, by social convention into feeling and sensing that we exist only inside our skins. That we are not the original bang, but just something out on the end of it. And therefore we are scared stiff. Because my wave is going to disappear. And I'm going to die. And that would be awful. We've got a mythology going now, which as Father Maskell put it, we're nothing but something that happens between the maternity ward and the crematorium. And that's it. And therefore everybody feels unhappy and miserable. You know, this is what people really believe today. You may go to church, you may say you believe in this, that, and the other, but you don't. Even Jehovah's Witnesses, who are the most fundamentalists, they're polite when they come round and knock at the door. But if you really believed in Christianity, you'd be screaming in the streets. But nobody does. You'd be taking full-page ads in the paper every day. You'd have the most terrifying television programs. The churches would be going out of their minds if they really believe what they teach. But they don't. They think they ought to believe what they teach. They believe they should believe, but they don't believe it, because what we really believe is the fully automatic model. And that is our basic, plausible common sense. You are a fluke. You are a separate event. And you run from the maternity ward to the crematorium, and that's it, baby. That's it. Now, why does anybody think that way? There's no reason to, because it isn't even scientific. It's just a myth. And it's invented by people who wanted to feel a certain way. They want to play a certain game. See, the game of God got embarrassing. The idea of God as the potter, the architect of the universe, is good, and it makes you feel that life is, after all, important. There is someone who cares. It has meaning, it has sense, and you are valuable in the eyes of the Father. But after a while, it gets embarrassing. When you realize that everything you do is being watched by God. He knows your tiniest, inmost feelings and thoughts, and you say after a while, quit bugging me. I don't want you around. So you become an atheist. Just to get rid of it. Then you feel terrible after that, because you got rid of God, but that means you got rid of yourself. You're just nothing but a machine. And your idea that you're a machine is just a machine too. So if you're a smart kid, you commit suicide. Camus said there is only really one serious philosophical question, which is whether or not to commit suicide. I think there are 4 or 5 serious philosophical questions. The first one is, who started it? The second is, are we going to make it? The third is, where are we going to put it? The fourth is, who's going to clean up? And the fifth, is it serious? But still, should you or not commit suicide? This is a good question. Why go on? And you only go on if the game is worth the candle. Now, the universe has been going on for an incredible long time.
And so really, a satisfactory theory of the universe has to be one that's worth betting on. That's it seems to me, absolutely elementary common sense. If you make a theory of the universe which isn't worth betting on, why bother? Just commit suicide. But if you want to go on playing the game, you've got to have an optimal theory for playing the game. Otherwise, there's no point in it. But the people who coined the fully automatic theory of the universe were playing a very funny game. What they wanted to say was this: all you people who believe in religion are old ladies and wishful thinkers. You've got a big daddy up there and you want a comfort and thing, but life is rough. Life is tough. And success goes to the most hard-headed people. That was a very convenient theory when the European-American world was colonizing the natives everywhere else. They said, we are the end product of evolution, and we're tough. See, I'm a big, strong guy because I face facts, and life is just a bunch of junk, and I'm going to impose my will on it and turn it into something else, you see. And I'm real hard. See, that's a way of flattering yourself. And so it has become academically plausible and fashionable that this is the way the world works. In academic circles, no other theory of the world than the fully automatic model is respectable. Because if you're an academic person, you've got to be an intellectually tough person. You've got to be prickly. See, there are basically two kinds of philosophy. One's called prickles, the other's called goo. And prickly people are precise, rigorous, logical. They like everything chopped up and clear. Goo people like it vague. For example, in physics, prickly people believe that the ultimate constituents of matter are particles. Goo people believe it's waves. And in philosophy, prickly people are logical positivists and goo people are idealists. And they're always arguing with each other. And what they don't realize is that neither one can take his position without the other person. Because you wouldn't know you advocated prickles unless there was somebody else advocating goo. You wouldn't know what a prickle was unless you knew what goo was. Because life is not either prickles or goo, it's gooey prickles and prickly goo. And they go together like back and front, male and female. And that's the answer to philosophy. See, I'm a philosopher. And I'm not going to argue very much because if you don't argue with me, I don't know what I think. So if we argue, I say thank you. Because owing to the courtesy of your taking a different point of view, I understand what I mean. So I can't get rid of you. But however, you see, this whole idea that the universe is just nothing at all but unintelligent force playing around and not even enjoying it is a put-down theory of the world. People who had an advantage to make, a game to play by putting it down and making out that because they put the world down, they were a superior kind of people. So that just won't do. We've had it. Because if you seriously go along with this idea of the world, you're what is technically called alienated. You feel hostile to the world. You feel that the world is a trap. It is a mechanism, it's electronic and neurological mechanisms into which you somehow got caught. And you, poor thing, have to put up with being in a body that's falling apart and that gets cancer, that gets the Great Siberian Itch, and is just terrible. And these mechanics, doctors are trying to help you out, but they really can't succeed in the end. And you're just going to fall apart, and it's a grim business, and it's too bad. So if you think that that's the way things are, You may as well commit suicide right now. Unless you say, well, I daren't. Because there really, after all, there might be eternal damnation in the back of the thing if I did that. Or then I identify with my children or something, and I think of them going on, and without me, and nobody to support them. But of course, if I do go on in this frame of mind and continue to support them, I shall merely teach them to be like I am. And they'll go on dragging it out to support their children, and they won't enjoy it, and they'll be afraid to commit suicide, and so will their children. They all learn the same lesson. So you see, all I'm trying to say is that the basic common sense about the nature of the world that is influencing most people in the United States today, the fully automatic model, is simply a myth. If you want to say that the idea of God the Father with his white beard on the golden throne is a myth, in the bad sense of the word myth, so is this other one. It's just as phony and has just as little to support it as being the true state of affairs. Why? And let's get this clear. If there is any such thing at all as intelligence and love and beauty, well, you found it in other people. In other words, it exists in us as human beings. And as I said, if it is there in us, it is symptomatic of the scheme of things. We are as symptomatic of the scheme of things as the apples are symptomatic of the apple tree or the rose of the rose bush. The earth is not a big rock infested with living organisms, any more than your skeleton is bones infested with cells. The earth is geological, yes, but this geological entity grows people. And our existence on the earth is a symptom of the solar system and its balances, as much as the solar system in turn is a symptom of our galaxy. And our galaxy in its turn is a symptom of the whole company of galaxies. Goodness only knows what that's in. But you see, when as a scientist you describe the behavior of a living organism, you try to say what a person does. It's the only way in which you can describe what a person is. Describe what they do. Then you find out that in making this description, you cannot confine yourself to what happens inside the skin. In other words, you can't talk about a person walking unless you start describing the floor. Because when I walk, I don't just dangle my legs in empty space. I move in relationship to a room. And so in order to describe what I'm doing when I'm walking, I have to describe the room. I have to describe the territory. So in describing my talking at the moment, I can't describe this just as a thing in itself because I'm talking to you. And so what I'm doing at the moment is not completely described unless your being here is described also. So if that is necessary, if in other words, in order to describe my behavior, I have to describe your behavior and the behavior of the environment, it means that we've really got one system of behavior. That what I am involves what you are. I don't know who I am unless I know who you are. And you don't know who you are unless you know who I am. There was a wise rabbi once said, if I am I because you are you, and you are you because I am I, then I am not I and you are not you. In other words, we are not separate. We define each other. We're all backs and fronts to each other.
You can't, for example, have two sticks. You lean two sticks against each other and they stand up because they support each other. Take one away and the other falls. Or Ballantine beer trademark, also a symbol of the Holy Trinity, where there are three interlocked rings. If you pull one out, the other two separate. They interdepend. And so in exactly that way, we and our environment, and all of us and each other, are interdependent systems. We know who we are in terms of other people. We all lock together. And this is, again and again, the serious scientific description of how things happen. And to such an extent that any good scientist knows, therefore, that what you call the external world is as much you as your own body. Your skin doesn't separate you from the world. It's a bridge through which the external world flows into you, and you flow into it. Just, for example, as a whirlpool in water, you could say, because you have a skin, you have a definite shape, you have a definite form. All right? Here is a flow of water, and suddenly it does a whirlpool. And then it goes on. The whirlpool is a definite form, but no water stays put in it. The whirlpool is something the stream is doing. And exactly the same way, the whole universe is doing each one of us. And I see you today, and I recognize you tomorrow, just as I would recognize a whirlpool in a stream. I'd say, oh yes, I've seen that whirlpool before. It's just near so-and-so's house on the edge of the river, and it's always there. So in the same way, when I meet you tomorrow, I recognize you, you're the same whirlpool you were yesterday. But you're moving. The whole world is moving through you. All the cosmic rays, all the food you're eating, the stream of steaks and milk and eggs and everything is just flowing right through you. When you're wiggling the same way, the world is wiggling, the stream is wiggling you. But the problem is, you see, we haven't been taught to feel that way. The myths underlying our culture and underlying our common sense have not taught us to feel identical with the universe, but only parts of it, only in it, only confronting it, aliens. And we are, I think, quite urgently in need of coming to feel that we are the eternal universe, each one of us. Otherwise we're going to go out of our heads. We're going to commit suicide, collectively, with courtesy of H-bombs. And, all right, supposing we do, well, that will be that, and there will be life making experiments on other galaxies. Maybe they'll find a better game.
As you know, the subject of this seminar is problems of meditation. But the word meditation in English is usually associated with thinking things over. And what I'm talking about is not that at all. But we use the word to translate Indian words such as dhyana, which in Chinese is Chan and in Japanese Zen. And we use it to translate words like yoga and sadhana, which means more or less a spiritual discipline. But the function of what we call meditation in the East is a process for changing consciousness, changing the quality of consciousness, changing the way in which you experience your own existence. And as you know, all over the world, with some exceptions among quite primitive people, we experience our existence in a rather odd way. That is to say, as being isolated individuals, highly disconnected from the external world. We feel that we are almost strangers in the earth, even though we are just as symptomatic of the earth as a tree, or a cloud, or the oceans, or a mountain. Only we move around rather more freely, and our behavior is extremely complicated. Also, we are more responsive to the movements of nature than, say, a mountain is. If you hit a bell, it will just say dong. But if you hit a human being, something much more complicated will happen. But it's quite clear that this way in which we experience our existence is a hallucination. It just doesn't fit the facts. It doesn't fit the facts of science. Because when scientists describe the behavior of human beings, or the behavior of any other living organism whatsoever, they find they can't do so unless they describe the behavior of the environment at the same time, that is to say, of the external world. And this forces one to the conclusion that what you are describing is not simply the behavior of an individual, but the behavior of what we would call a physical field. And so, in this sense, then, the individual and the field, the environment, are the same process. Only it's a highly complex process. And the difficulty we have in seeing it as a unity is simply that we suffer from a kind of myopia. You see, if you take, let's put it in a sort of an abstract way. There are a whole series of bodies, points, and they may be planets, they might be cells in tissue, or they might be a flock of birds. And as you watch them, you see that they're all moving in the same way. Supposing you saw a vast chessboard with innumerable squares covered with knights, and all the knights were moving through the knight's move, but in exactly the same pattern. You would then identify this whole performance as a thing. You would say it is one thing. It is a bevy of knights, or a flock of birds, or a ganglion of cells. Now, the performance of this collective might become a little bit more complicated as one sees a difference between a surface with an even pattern, with a uniform pattern, and a surface with a complex pattern on it. Although with a surface with a complex pattern you might call a picture, and a picture is a thing. So let us suppose that on our vast chessboard, the knights still kept the essential pattern of a knight's move, but certain groups of them did it towards the far side of the board, and others did it towards the near side, some did it towards the left, and some did it towards the right. Then you would see a much more complicated process happening, but you would still call it a process. Well, let's make it a little more complicated, you see? And soon you will see the whole movement of the knights will assume before your eyes what I would call a wiggly performance. It will look like let's say, a bucket of worms, where they're all wiggling in different directions. And the only reason you don't call it a thing anymore is it's too complicated to figure out what is the pattern of the whole thing. There are, as we say in it, too many variables. But it still essentially is the same sort of thing it was in the beginning, except that it's just become more complicated. And so, if you want to keep track of it, the only thing to do, and that really isn't keeping track of it, but it's sort of keeping some sort of hold on it, is to focus your attention on one of them. And you follow the path of one worm in the bucket, you see. And you watch that going around, and watch it going around, and you seem, you get rather fond of it. You begin to take sides with it. And before you know where you are, you've identified yourself with that particular worm. You're on its side. And if other worms should clobber it, you say, hey, don't do that, because it loses my thread, you see, my worm. I wanted to keep track of all this. And if you clobber my worm, I'm at a loss. I have to pick up another. And you see, every individual is exactly in that situation.
we have identified ourselves with a particular organism, and we're interested in it. We've been very carefully brought up to take that point of view, to take one's own side. And it's taken many, many millennia to produce that point of view in us. And therefore it isn't going to be easy to take another point of view altogether. We are myopically, in other words, fixated on what we call our own body. And a little while ago, I don't know if I've told you this story before, but I was asked by the Weapons Research Laboratory of the U.S. Air Force to go there and consult with them about moral behavior, of all things. They got a panel of 4 philosophers, or there was at least one theologian, and they wanted to know what was our basis for moral conduct. Well, I said, when it came my turn to tell them, you gentlemen here, of course, are all very realistic, hard-boiled people, and I'm not going to mess around with you and give you a lot of mawkish sentimentality. I tell you frankly, my basis for moral behavior is total self-interest. Of course, I'm not crude about it. I just don't go around and bang people on the head and tell them to give me what I want. I do it much more subtly. I'm ingratiating. I give the impression that I'm really very fond of them and going to be sociable and well-behaved, and so by this setting honey to catch flies, I'll get what I want. And naturally, we must observe this basis for moral behavior, not only on a personal level, but also on a national level. And it's your job to conduct the strategy of the United States by such subtle methods as we get what we want. Only, of course, you are the rather hard-hitting fellows, and it's up more to the Secretary of State to put on the cunning. Now, I said the problem about this is it raises 2 further questions. The first question it raises is, what do I want? And the second question is, who am I? And this becomes extraordinarily interesting and quite complicated when you really begin to think it through. And it is your job as high strategists to think these things through and not just take short-sighted goals. Because if you do, you can get into tremendous trouble. I mean, what will you do with Vietnam when you get it? Any conqueror has a terrible time looking after his victory. Because just more responsibility. And is that what you want? Do you want all that responsibility? Do you want to be God? Do you want to rule the world? Well, of course nobody does. We don't, in the first place, want to rule our own bodies, let alone the world, and so we've got a marvelous contraption going inside us, whereby most of the things that go on inside our bodies don't even have to be thought about. And so it goes very well. The only time we have to think about anything is when it goes wrong. We have this homeostatic process going on inside us, which takes care of temperature and all that sort of stuff, digests our food for us without having to think about that. And that's just great. And another word for that system is democracy. Because we've delegated the authority for regulating our bodies to all the organs and cells and so on. And they manage pretty well. Another name for it is anarchy. Not in the sense of chaos, but in the sense of anarchy as it was taught by Prince Kropotkin, philosophical anarchy, which is, he would say, for example, that if you have a bunch of pebbles in a box and you shake it, they will eventually arrange themselves in an order. And so in the same way, he said, you can only get human beings to behave themselves properly by trusting them, by letting them, say, in a big business, you have to delegate authority or you go quite mad. A person who tries to govern a large corporation or a political unit of some kind must delegate authority, because if he doesn't, he'll have to think of everything that's going on all the time, and he'll never even get a moment to sleep, because he's the perpetual policeman or the big brother. And there he'll be sitting in his super office with hundreds of television screens peeking at what people are doing. Of course, he'll probably have some subordinate peekers, but he's got to peek on the peekers and see that they do their jobs. And he just, in other words, he's tied up. He's completely in a trap. So
then, we got into this kind of thing, and what do you want? And they began to have their minds expanded, because nobody really knows what he wants. It's perfectly fantastic to talk, as I have for many years, with young people, when I've been in college situations, and the thing that one talks about most in the long run is what is generally called vocational guidance. What do you want to do? Well, some people say they just want to paint or write poetry. And others say they'd like to ride horses. Others say they want to make money. And they laugh at the people who want to paint and ride horses because they say, you never make any money that way. But I always said in this kind of counseling, do what you really want to do and to hell with the money. Because you will find out that if you think that what you want is money, that's not what you want at all. Unless you are merely fascinated in the mathematics of making money, which of course has a certain interest to it, because it's like playing poker. But if you think you want money and that will make you happy, it won't do anything of the kind, because all the extraordinarily rich people I know are for the most part miserable. They have no idea how to enjoy themselves. They are either so absorbed in making and keeping the money and defending it against other people and against the government that they worry about it day and night, or if they don't worry about it, they worry instead about their health or their family relationships. There's always something to worry about. It doesn't matter how secure you are, how well off you are. There's always something to keep you awake at nights if you're the worrying type. And the people who think that what they want is money, they say, well, I'd like to be rich. Well, I would say, be specific. What sort of wealth do you want? You can't drive 6 cars at once. You can't live in 10 homes at once, nor eat 12 roast beefs at one meal. So in concrete terms, please make it as concrete as possible. Should I say as material as possible? What do you want? And who do you want to marry? And be specific. Don't just say, I want a beautiful and intelligent woman. Because there is no such thing in the abstract. There is only this particular beautiful and intelligent woman, or that one. So you have to get very specific in thinking this question through. And soon you discover, and let's just take the question of marriage as an example. This may seem to be a little bit off the subject, but it really leads directly into it. Let's take the question of marriage. Now, you say, yes, I want this, I want that, I want the other. All right, let's go along now. Would you like a woman who always does exactly what you want her to do? That she fulfills your wishes even before you've expressed them? That she is completely responsive to you? You think that over for a while, and some people would jump at it and say, yes, that's exactly what I want. But I said to think about it just a little bit more, will you? And they go on thinking a while, and they suddenly realize that what they would have would be a plastic doll. Very highly mechanized one, but very, very complicated one. But that's what it would be. Because she would never be able to surprise you. And so it would be like a plastic doll, because when you push a plastic doll, it yields. And then when you take your finger away, it goes back to its ordinary position. Well, then you push that and it behaves that way. You say, that's not alive. That's just a doll. But what you like about a real live woman is that if you push her a little bit, you don't know what she's going to do next. And so she comes back at you, and you realize that she is a center of life, just like you are. See? Or she's another one. And that's interesting. Now, this moral is, in other words, applicable to everything. If you want to control everything, all you will have will be a doll. But we want it to bounce back in an unpredictable way.
but not too unpredictable. But the something else we want, you see. We want a relationship with a real living being. And that means you've got to let things get out of control so that you can be surprised. Now notice, and we're going to come back to this, notice. That's the state of affairs we're in, however much we may complain about it. We are in this state of affairs where we're always being surprised and where things are only very vaguely predictable. We can push technology and we can push science, maybe in the coming centuries, to extraordinary degrees where we can predict all kinds of things. But I'm quite sure that as we approach that goal, there will be an increasing anti-scientific revolution. We can see it already among the hippies, that there is a tendency to want to abandon very, very high technology. Because it is, as they say, and this is a sort of symbolic expression, covering the earth with concrete. Taking away the thing that we call, and we really don't know what we mean, we call it nature. It's somehow against nature. And when we say nature, we mean the smell of the earth, we mean the wind in the trees, we mean vegetation, grass, clouds, water, all sorts of funky things. And there's something in us, you see, that yearns for that always. And yet we have a battle inside ourselves. When it gets too funky, we say it stinks and we want to clean it up. And we're always trying to straighten things out. Nature is all wiggly all over the place. But whenever you see anything straight, like a house or a highway or factories, you know people have been around. Because they always make things straight. They're bothered by wiggly things, even though we're all very wiggly. So we're always straightening it out. And so, yet at the same time, when we get it too straight, we don't like it. But what do we want? Well, you can always say we want something betwixt and between. We want a certain amount of control, yes. But we also want a certain amount of randomness. We like things to be tidy. We like things to be simple. We like things to be comprehensible, and yet we don't really. And what we want is a kind of orderly randomness and a random orderliness. That's what Buddha called the middle way. And but the maintenance of the middle way is very difficult. It's like walking a tightrope. And when you walk a tightrope, you're always swaying a little bit from side to side. You're counterbalancing yourself. And so to keep the middle way is a matter of constant counterbalancing, and that's difficult. And so we say, well, I know I did want the middle way, but it's awfully difficult to keep it. And that's rather a bore, too. So we really don't know what we want. And yet, in a way, we want what we've got. Because profoundly, looking at it from the most profound point of view, we wouldn't have what we've got if we didn't want it. That's what the Buddhists and the Hindus call karma. The doctrine that what comes to you is a return to you of what goes out of you. Karma, when you say it is your karma that this has happened, it means very strictly it is your doing that it has happened. Because the word karma means doing or action. But of course, because we are constantly complaining and say, I didn't want this and I didn't want that, and somebody else is to blame, and you did it, or the universe did it, or something like that, or God did it, we are constantly unaware of the fact that we get what we want. And we are unaware of what we want also because we want a lot of things that we don't admit we want. And we don't admit it to ourselves. You know that time and time again where somebody wishes their mother was dead, but can't possibly admit that. And finally they go to psychoanalysis, and it comes out they really do wish their mother were out of the way.
And, that's a great revelation. So in the same way, you will find we have all kinds of concealed wishes that we won't admit. And if we really went into it, I think we would find that we are, on the whole, living the way we want to live. That would be embarrassing to find out for very many reasons, not only because we would discover all sorts of villainy within ourselves, but also because we would discover a great deal of power within ourselves. And that's dangerous, because you might begin to think you were God. And this then raises the second problem. The moment you really get into it, when you ask, what do you want? It raises the second problem, who are you? What are you? And we haven't thought that over by a long shot. Because let's just consider a very simple problem in perception. You cannot identify visually a figure without a background. You cannot identify a sound unless it can be heard against relative silence, or in combination with a limited range of other sounds, again against silence, as in listening, say, to 4-part music. Now, if you can't have the sound without the silence, if you can't have the figure without the background, doesn't it occur to you, if you think about it, that the sound and the silence are all part of the same process? One of the most curious problems of human consciousness is what I will call ignorance or ignorance of space, of background, of the field in which any given event happens or in which any so-called thing exists. Space is ordinarily understood to be nothing. So we ignore space. There are all kinds of space. We can talk about intergalactic space, interstellar space, space between people, space in a room, space to stretch in. And only physicists and architects and painters really begin to be aware of space as something that's there. And so when astronomers talk about curved space or properties of space, the average person says they're talking total nonsense. You can't have curved nothing. You can't have properties of pure emptiness. And so they feel just the same way as people used to feel long ago when it suggested that the earth was spherical. Well, they said you can't have a spherical earth because the people on the opposite side would fall off. Because they thought of gravity as one directional through space. They couldn't see it as a force that was centripetal. So when we say, for example, we should go on to higher things, well, who's higher? Because every one of us being, as it were, having our feet pointing to the center of the earth, must have our heads, which are up, pointing to regions of space which are vastly differentiated. So which way is up? Your up or my up? And people have a great difficulty, you see, in getting new ideas of this kind. And this is the difference that is so often brought up by people who discuss Oriental philosophy or mysticism. They say, I understand what you say in theory, but I don't actually feel it. I don't realize it. So in the same way, somebody hundreds of years ago might have said to a geographer, yes, I understand your theory of the earth being spherical, but I don't feel it. I feel I'm living on a flat thing. I suppose a lot of people living today feel they're living on a flat thing,
But if you've done a great deal of travel by air, and certainly if you've been in orbit as an astronaut, you jolly well know it isn't flat. You've realized it. So, in a similar way, I think that in the course of history, we have realized colors. There's evidence to show that only quite recently have people really been able to differentiate blue from green. In Chinese, there is one word meaning blue and green, and it means the color of nature. In Homer, there is a reference to the wine-dark sea. And we wonder whether those early Greeks were aware of the differentiation of blue from the dark red of wine. See, the dark red of wine is beginning to approach purple. You see that the spectrum, we always look at, in books when we study physics, and in certain physical experiments, we see the spectrum as a band. As when we look at the rainbow, we look at a section of the rainbow, and we see a band with red at one side and purple at the other. What we don't realize is that the spectrum should be drawn as a circle in which the different colors radiate from the center. And we would see that when you've gone through red, orange, yellow, etc., round to purple, you go again to red. Because after all, what is purple except the mixture of red with blue? So everything goes round like that. Everything in the world, as a matter of fact, is a crisscrossing or interlocking of many dimensions of spectra. You take the spectrum of sound. If anybody thought to do it, they could make up a spectrum of smells. You can make a spectrum of emotions. You could make a spectrum of tactile vibrations. You could make a spectrum of textures. And when you put all these things together, as you say, it is blue and hard, or that's where you've crossed two spectra. We don't usually think of something that is blue and noisy, but it would really be quite easy to conceive something that was. We don't ordinarily hear colors, but you can. You can take LSD and hear colors, and or see the color of sounds, and realize that your senses are fundamentally one sense, differentiated, is very tender and sensitive in the eyes, because it can, by being so sensitive, respond to the extremely subtle vibrations of light. With the ears, it's a little less tender, but the ears respond to the subtle vibrations of sound, vibrations in the air. And then the nerves on the epidermis, they are a little cruder, but they respond to the vibrations of so-called hard objects, or to vibrations on the same spectrum as light, but we call it heat. And then when you begin to think about these spectra, or just begin to feel about them, you find there are some places in this interlocking mesh of spectra that you'd rather be than others. You don't want to be where it's too hot. You don't want to be where the light's too bright, or where there isn't any light. You don't want to be on the spectrum of touch, where the sense of touch is excruciating, sharp. You're always trying to move away from that. But you see, there are so many spectra interlocking with each other that when you move away from one point that you don't like, you're very liable to bump into another that you don't like on a different level. And so eventually you realize that just as you can't have the red end without the purple, you can't have the pleasure end of the tactile sensation without there being also the pain end.
Because if you weren't responsive to the pain end, you couldn't respond to the pleasure end. You must have the whole spectrum to have any of it. And the longer you go into that, the more you think it over, the more you realize that you say something that mystics often say, but which ordinary people just can't understand, when they say that everything is harmonious. It's absolutely absurd, but everything is really harmonious in the end. And all of it is somehow just as it should be. And the ordinary person says, well, that's absurd. Let's take the problem, say, that we're all faced with, the atomic age. There's a real possibility we can blow up the planet. And we might do just that. Because when I'm involved in the situation, if I were going to bet on it, and there was somewhere to place my bet, which there isn't, I would bet that human beings will blow up the planet. Taking a hard, realistic point of view, because I think human beings are going to do the most stupid things they can do. Like I've never, any time I voted in an election, my candidate never won. So I tend not to vote. But I realize at the same time I'm involved in this scene. I can't get out of it. There's nowhere to place my bet. Therefore, I have to do something to make things come out the way I think I want them to come out. But let's suppose they do blow up the planet. Well, this is just a fantasy, but supposing they turn it into a star. Maybe that's the way all stars started. Maybe there's a sort of a process which works like this, that here's the star, and as it blows up, it scatters all sorts of fragments out, and these become planets. And then every so often, some star has a planet that starts generating life. And life gets more and more intelligent. It starts working around and fiddling, and then it starts asking questions. What is all this? What is matter? And they investigate it, and they prod it, and they electrify it, and do this, that, and the other, and finally, boom, the whole thing goes off again. So that you could say in this way, in the evolution of the universe, all stars mean that there were once people around. And so on. You see, then you could construct a vision of things where it was all perfectly all right, that you have to have bad people as well as good people, just as you have to have the slugs in the garden and weeds and all sorts of things you don't approve of in order to have something that you can approve of. You see, this is what the mystic feels. He suddenly gets it, you see, that it's all okay. And, of course, the average person thinks that's a very dangerous thought. There are several reasons for thinking it's a very dangerous thought. One is that it seems to give justification for any kind of behavior, and therefore to overrule all the ordinary reasons for being moral and cooperative, although it neglects the fact that you might then discover quite other reasons for being moral. I mean, you might be so happy as a result of finding this out that your happiness would become infectious. After all, if I'm suddenly going to be given $1 million, I'm not going to suddenly run out of doors and shoot everybody. I'm much more liable, as a gregarious sort of fellow, to invite people in for a party. Also, people would say, if somebody realized that, well, that's subversive, that's awful, because that's bringing democracy into the kingdom of heaven. Which is a point which I won't go into right now, but it's enormously interesting what that implies. Or other people would say, it's just the opposite of bringing democracy into the kingdom of heaven. It's that you feel you're God, and that from your point of view everything's all right. God's in his heavens, all's right with the world. Or else they say, well, it's sentimental. A lot of people say this.
I've run into this type particularly in the academic world. They say the truth of life is, fundamentally, if you're a realist, and if you're really sensitive and aware, life is tragedy. And that this ennobles it. They feel that if they face the fact that the world is basically tragic, that human existence in particular is tragic, because it's full of hope and love and joy and so on, but it's doomed to come to a bad end. So that's tragic. But to face tragedy and so on is to be very noble. Well, I sort of disagree with this. I say you're just strutting on the stage and saying how noble you are, because that's the only resort you've got. And wouldn't it, be better? Wouldn't you really enjoy your life much more if you could see that there was behind it all a possibility that it wasn't tragic and that it was a tremendous celebration? Only that on the way to realizing that it is, there are all kinds of things that go bang, and those nasty shocks and horrible surprises and difficult problems, because you would be bored if there weren't. You have to wiggle yourself through all these mazes, because that's what there is. That's the way we do it. Otherwise we get bored. But, when the wiggling through the mazes and the shocks and the bangs and everything get too much, some people say, well, isn't it time to wake up? Isn't it time to stop this myopia of imagining that there is a right place in the spectrum where you can be comfortable? And I'm talking about the multidimensional spectrum of all the different levels on which we live. Can't we see that the whole thing is necessary? And that, as a matter of fact, you are the whole thing. Only the whole thing has a very fascinating capacity, which is to be able to concentrate its attention in various places. And we call these places people. And therefore to surprise itself with another person, you see? In the Upanishads, there's one Upanishad which says that in the beginning was the self. And it said, I am. And thus it is that when anyone is asked who is there, he says it is I. And after that gives whatever particular name he may have. And when it realized that it was alone, the self was afraid. But then it said, of what should I be afraid? For I am all that there is, and fear can come only from another. Keep that in mind. Then it said, but I am alone. And it experienced no delight, as one who is alone has no delight. And therefore, it split itself. And one half was male, and the other half female. See, you can't have delight without, now you've got another, you've got the possibility of fear. And so, the he part copulated with the she part, and produced all human beings. But she said, how can he have intercourse with me, since he is originally me? This is incest. And so she turned herself into a cow. He immediately turned himself into a bull, and from their copulation were produced all cattle. But then she turned herself into a mare, but he immediately into a stallion, and so they made all horses. Then she turned herself into a ewe, and he became a ram, and so came all sheep. And then all the various beasts, down to the very ants. And so the world was created. This is sort of an interesting backwards creation story in which the human beings come first and then all the other creatures. But that's the, in a mythological way of talking, that's the kind of game we're involved in. And so the process of meditation has as its objective to enable us to have the vision of the mystic, to have what is called, I think, perhaps unfortunately, cosmic consciousness. Trouble with the word cosmic is that it's so associated with daft old ladies who wear violet and read Madame Blavatsky or something. And always going around telling people that something's very cosmic. I remember I had a friend who became like that. She was a very pretty girl when I first knew her. And
when she always talked about Buddhic consciousness. And I said to her, why do you use that word Buddhic? Why don't you just say Buddhist? It's an ordinary word in the dictionary. And Buddhic sounds spooky. But she went on talking about Buddhic things. And eventually, dressed in pure white, and had all things in her room white, and crystal balls on her table, so that, there was nothing earthy left about her. She was much too pure. Anyway, to realize cosmic consciousness, to realize that this universe, that what there is all of a piece, doesn't mean that it's like this lady's room, all white, or without any differentiations in it. It's full of differentiations. Look at it. But actually, these differentiations are all the dancing of a single energy. And you are that energy. And the thing that you don't realize in the ordinary way is that all energy goes on and off. It's pulsing things. So, now you see it, now you don't. Now you're alive and now you're dead. You see? And we, because of our limited vision, don't see that doesn't matter in the least. The conceit of thinking that when you're dead, that'll be the end of everything, is just appalling. Naturally, you'll come back, but you won't remember how it was when you were here before, for the simple reason that if you did, it would be a bore. Just like you feel you're here now without remembering ever being here before, you can feel you're here again without ever remembering you were there before, which is simply a definition of what we mean by somebody else. After you're dead, you'll be somebody else who thinks he's you. Because that's what he says he is. He says, I am I. That's your name. Just don't worry about it. The only thing is there is some sense in looking toward the future so that when you come back again, the world will be a reasonably decent place to appear in. Only, as a matter of fact, you simultaneously appear in all worlds. In whatever planets there may be, with other people on them, each one of them as it comes into the world is you. Because that's how you feel. They all feel like that. From the point of view of astrophysics, in a curved space-time continuum, every point in this universe can be regarded as its center. It's like you look, what is the central point on the surface of a sphere? Well, any point can be the center. So in the same way, the fact that you feel that you are the center of the world is exactly the truth. You can see equidistantly around you in all ways, you see. And you feel as when you are out on a ship on the ocean and the horizon seems to be a circle. Well, that's just because you're in the middle. But everybody's in the middle. Wherever you are, you're in the middle. That's why St. Bonaventure referred to God as that circle whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. So, modern man, in the West in particular, after he abandoned the Ptolemaic theory of the world and took on the Copernican, and then realized that the solar system was only on the edge of a galaxy, has felt awfully put down. You see, it's a terrible shock to find out that. Because he felt again, you see, as if he wasn't in the center and wasn't really, didn't really belong. And that's why, that having become our common sense, we have such hatred of nature and have been fighting against it so hard. But the more you study astronomy, the more you realize that that's only a partial look at things. I know a psychiatrist who uses astronomy for psychotherapy. He himself has an office where he practices, but no home. He lives on Mount Tamalpais in a tent. And every night he enjoys the view. People perhaps don't realize that you don't have to have a beautiful home like this to have a good view. All you have to do is lie on your back. And you're looking straight out into the most incredible view. Goes on and on forever. And to begin to realize, you see, that you're on a spaceship. It's a big spaceship, beautifully equipped. And you're going on a long, long journey, because it's not just the orbit of the Earth around the sun's moving and carrying you along. And at a pretty good clip, quite fast enough for anyone. And the beautiful thing about this existence is that, in a certain sense, everything moves by falling, but there's nowhere for it to hit. I mean, unless something should collide in the course, but we're all in a completely relativistic space. And there's no up, there's no down, there's no right direction, no wrong direction. We're behaving in this galaxy like a whole bunch of gulls. You know, when the wind blows, the gulls like to get up high, and they rock around in the wind, and they plunge, and they dance, you see. And this whole cosmos is going, blah, you know, swinging around, having a ball. Well, it's all a lot of balls. Naturally, it has a ball. So, but it needs an extension, it needs an enlargement, a universalization of our consciousness in order to be able to feel it that way and know that that's what it is. And so, therefore, to do that, there must be some way of overcoming myopia, of overcoming, shall I call it, fascinated identification with only a single part of the process. And so meditation, jhana, yoga, is the art of this defascinization, and that is why it is called liberation from Maya, from illusion, from being spellbound, enchanted, bewitched, befuddled, and bewildered. The Buddha means the one who is awake, the wake, as in the man who was called Hereward the Wake in early English history. So Gautama the Wake would be an excellent translation of Gautama Buddha. Wake up. So meditation then is a process of clarifying your consciousness, rather as one allows a pool to be clarified. When it's clear, you can see what's on the bottom of it, and you can see the sky reflected in it. You see both the heights and the depths in a clear pool. But in order for a pool to become clear, either cleared of mud or cleared of waves, there's only one way to do it, which is to leave it alone. If you try to smooth the waves with your hand or with a flat iron, you'll just stir up more trouble. If you try to push the mud down, you'll just make it all the worse. So you have to leave it alone. It's very difficult, however, to leave your mind alone without going to sleep. But doing that is the whole art of meditation.
I see many faces here tonight that are rather new to me. And I'm happy about this because I believe in turnover. I don't like the idea of a philosopher who has a kind of constant cliquish following of disciples, because I believe that the kind of philosophy I'm talking about is more like a medicine than a diet. And you don't want to get hooked on the medicine. It has a specific job to do and then send you away. Of course, if you want to come back for kicks, it's a free country and you always can. But basically, my idea in giving lectures and any kind of philosophical discourse is to set people free from me. It's like a good doctor. He's always trying to get rid of his patients, because he knows that there are always an enormous sort of indefinite supply of people who are going to be sick. And if he gets rid of patients, the patients he gets rid of will recommend those new ones to come, and he'll get rid of them too. And that's my attitude to all this. And that's why I'm giving a seminar this weekend on the worldly religions, which means being free from religion, so that your everyday life and your everyday profession and your everyday work becomes your religion, instead of being something that you feel bound to belong to and that you use as a crutch and as a support. Of course, I'm not against the idea of religious celebrations, of rituals, and so on, so long as you don't get hung up on them. As a matter of fact, if you do get hung up on a ritual, like many Catholics get hung up on the necessity of having to go to Mass every Sunday because it's their duty, they learn to hate it. And it comes out in their children, because the parents hated going to Mass but felt they had to. The children hate it even more and don't do it. And thereby they deprive themselves of a celebration that would, under other circumstances, be a great delight. So we are going to move into an age now when our formal religious exercises, anything that can be branded as religion in quotes, will only survive if it's a great deal of fun. It will not survive if people do it as a solemn duty. On the other hand, the real religion is not so much in these symptomatic celebrations, and I'll call them symptomatic just in the same way as we'd say if a person is blushing, it's symptomatic of a certain psychological state. So in the same way, if people are performing rituals in the right way, it's symptomatic of a certain interior joy and peace, which comes about because they don't need a religion anymore. They've been cured of religion by religion. Buddha gave the example of his doctrine, the Dharma or the method of Buddhism. He likened it to a raft for crossing a stream. Here's the raft. You get on it and you cross the stream. You get to the other side. Well, you certainly don't pick up the raft and carry it. But there are a lot of people who are kind of rafty. They love the raft. They stay on it. When they get to the other shore, they go back and pick up a new load and then bring it over again. And there you find all kinds of philosophers and clergy types and monks and people of that kind who are, shall we say, addicted to religion. But I want to talk to you now about the non-addictive sort of thing, where the superior, the finest product of religion is something that doesn't look like religion at all, but is simply the practice of one's life. My old friend Frederick Spiegelberg of Stanford University called this the religion of no religion. You might say it's like when you get a great artist performing, it looks so easy. He doesn't seem to have any props. When a building is finished, the scaffolding disappears. And so in this way, there are certain people whose religion was like a vanished scaffolding, where they become, well, really in a certain way, indistinguishable from ordinary people. And yet there's something about them that you can't quite put your finger on. You know there's a difference, but you can't say what it is. And so in Buddhist philosophy, the superbly enlightened person is likened to, let's say this verse from Chinese poetry. Entering the forest, he does not disturb a blade of grass. Entering the water, he does not make a ripple. In other words, his spiritual power, his religion, if you want, does not stand out like a sore thumb. There's a kind of anonymity to it. I remember once a great Japanese artist had done a piece of calligraphy for me. And it was amazing. He had just written on a hanging scroll, a kakemono, the numbers in Chinese characters, 1, 2, 3. But he'd done it very skillfully. And I was very pleased with it, and I hung it up in my office, in the place where there was a kind of a tokonoma or alcove. And just in the next few days, the great Zen scholar, Professor Suzuki, was going to pay a visit to us. And I said, well, I'm going to hang it up, and it's going to be there when Professor Suzuki comes. And the artist said, I hope he won't notice it. In other words, that it should be something so compatible and so congenial with the whole environment that it doesn't stand out like the sore thumb. So in that way, a person's religion can be something that becomes them, as distinct from something that they have a hang-up on. To be hung up on religion is just terrible, because you're always talking about it, you're always trying to convert other people to your point of view, you're interminably discussing your opinions, and saying, it's just like you found a great doctor who has got the latest medicine for you to get hooked on. And you go around and you try and persuade all your friends to join up with you, because that gives you a kind of feeling of confidence. The more people agree with you, the stronger you feel in your opinions. And all missionary work is based on this fallacy. So please understand from the start, when I'm talking to you, I am not trying to convert you. I'm not trying to do you any good. I'm just doing my own stuff. I talk this way like birds sing. It amuses me. I enjoy it because I'm interested. I'm full of wonder about this universe and full of all sorts of thoughts about it, and I like to share these with people. Not in order to interfere with your personal lives or make you dependent on me. Heaven forbid. If I had enough people dependent on me, I would have no sleep at nights at all. They'd be on the phone, they'd be hanging around, they'd go away. But simply that I think that with our exchange of ideas and rubbing ourselves against each other, we may find something of mutual interest. Now, let's not make any more ambitious claim for it than that, because anything beyond that would be getting us into the world of power games, trying to influence people, trying to control people, and I'm not interested in that. So let me start by putting my cards on the table and saying more or less as simply as I can what my basic approach is to the whole question of religion, namely my feeling for, idea about the nature of this thing we call life, the universe, and so on is. It's very difficult to put it in the form of a belief or a set of propositions, because what it begins from isn't ideas at all, but experience. I don't mean quite experience in the sense that a person says to an applicant for a job, how much experience do you have? I mean experience more in the sense of the word sensation. When you experience that water is cold by drinking it, you can't say, no, I've experienced 22 times that water is cold and therefore I'm qualified about it. You see, you don't go about it that way. You just experience the actual sensation of drinking water. But what I call religion is based on that sort of state. It's based on a kind or modality of consciousness as to what all this is that's going on. Now, we are mostly brought up in all different kinds of cultures, not only Western, but African, Latin American, Eastern, and so on. The individual human being is by and large brought up to feel in some way that he's a puppet. There are various ways of describing man as a puppet.
that he is, you see, it begins with childhood. When the child is made to feel a subordinate member of the family. Because when children come into the world, we play all kinds of funny tricks on them. We are not at all honest with them. The first thing you notice is that when people start talking baby language, that's not being fair with a child. You get these, I've been watching some educational television, and there are these sort of funny school teacher type girls who are very well-meaning, but they always roll their eyes and lift their eyebrows when they talk, and talk kind of simple, direct baby language of this kind. Dear children, we are all, what nice boy will do this, that, and the other, you know, and hug. Because this isn't direct speaking at all. It's not as the way you'd speak to each other. It's creating children as a separate class. And a child, if you don't treat a child in the same way as you would treat any other person, the child is instantly bewildered. Why do you come on to me in a different way you come on to somebody else? Because when we don't welcome children frankly into this world, saying, how do you do? You're another one of us. And we're going to explain to you what's going on. We're playing the following games, and these are the rules of the games. And if you will please understand these rules, you will later on maybe be able to think up better ones. But what we do is we mystify children. And we put them through all kinds of complicated grades of initiation. And most of us, therefore, grow up as still children. We grow up always thinking that there is a parent above us. And if our parents are long ago dead, and now I am a grandfather, I have 5 grandchildren. See? And therefore I am able to, I suppose, assume in their eyes as much authority and as much dignity as my own grandfather did. But I know I'm just as stupid as he was. So, because you see, in our most impressionable years, we get the idea constantly, there is someone up there and behind who knows the answers. And to a certain extent they do, because they're more experienced, they've practiced skills, they're more developed in certain ways. But we never are really able to get people to grow up, to come into the state of adulthood, without still taking the infantile attitude. There is something and someone who knows the answers better than we do. And therefore, we always have, through this kind of childhood indoctrination, an attitude towards the universe and towards the ultimate reality behind it of as if we were on probation, as if somehow we were interceding. We were saying constantly to the Lord God, please forgive me for having the disgusting effrontery to exist. And that goes back, you see, to archaic notions of the world, as if it were a political state modeled after the political states of the ancient Near East, where great tyrant kings were the fathers and rulers of the people. I'm constantly puzzled as to how the citizens of a republic, such as the United States, who are supposed to believe that a republic is the best form of government, can believe that the universe is a monarchy. It is a completely inconsistent idea. If the universe is a monarchy, then the monarchy is the best form of government, and you ought to have one here. No, I rather feel, if I can put this into words at all, this sort of experience, that we are not strangers in this universe.
although we've all been somehow, slightly with our own connivance, been hoodwinked into thinking that we are. And we say, I came into this world. I feel myself put upon by fate, by chance, by my environment or whatever. And we take the attitude that we are in some way or other victims of the scheme of things. And therefore most of what we experienced is defined as what happens to us. And only a very small part of what we experience is defined as that which we ourselves do and wish and decide upon. So we feel experience as a conflict, on the one hand, between our efforts and willing and wishing, and on the other hand, what simply happens. And therefore we feel sort of tossed about like ships on an enormous swell in relation to the rest of the world. But when you really consider your own existence, you can't account for it as something introduced into this world from outside. What you are as a total being, that is not only what you think and are aware of, but also all that you don't think about and aren't aware of. The whole structure of your organism. That you are this is a symptom, an expression of the whole thing that's going on. In a certain sense, you are just as much a part of an essential expression of the universe as the sun is, or a galaxy is. Only, we tend to think of ourselves as discontinuous with the whole thing. In this way, when you look, let's say, at a photograph in a newspaper, you look at it with a magnifying glass, the picture disappears, and you see only an area of dots. But when you stand away from it and drop the magnifying glass, the dots merge into a face. So when you look at anything close up, you don't see its relatedness to everything else. Look at the dots under the magnifying glass, and you don't see their connection with the face. So our view of our own personal lives, our own work, and our own personal circumstances is a very close-up view. And we don't see how it fits in with some larger design. We're too close to it. And we can argue it doesn't fit in. We feel we really are separate. We're not connected with this whole thing. Our life, my life as an individual, is just a flash between two darknesses. Well, there are all sorts of other flashes going on. Before we were born and after we die. Flash, 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 flash. But between all these different flashes, which are like the dots in the newspaper photograph, there are, for those who want to see, connections. After all, you think of your body as a connected, unified reality. But if you look at your body from a certain point of view, you are composed of molecules that are vastly separate in space. But because those molecules are so tiny, and the separations between them so tiny as to escape your notice, you don't see that you're nothing as you stretch out your apparently solid arm. This is just all the way down. See? Is that some bird?
Yeah.
Oh, So, it's all right. Don't interrupt him, because he's going to make a very amusing comments at certain points. But you see this, that when you take the small in view, you don't see the connectedness. And therefore, you would say now, is this the solidity, the continuity of this arm, is that real? And a person who always thinks in terms of the microscopic would say, no, it's not real, it's only an illusion. The reality is all those separate molecules. Then the physicist comes along to him and says, that's a lot of nonsense. Those molecules aren't there at all. They're only minute electrons and other subnuclear particles. But actually, you see, every party's point of view is correct. It is correct that there are these widely separated little particles, but it is also correct that there is a unity through the whole thing. So in just the same way, we looking myopically at our own lives and seeing ourselves all as separate bodies and feeling that each one of us has a separate time beginning with birth and ending with death, we are blind to the way in which each one of us is really absolutely integrated with everything else that's going on. But so long, you see, as we are all brought up to feel that we are here on sufferance, then we are to that extent emotionally prejudiced against seeing that each one of us is really a particular way of looking at all that there is, and a particular way of being responsible for all that there is. You, in other words, yes, you did it, and are to be praised or blamed, or neither, for everything that's happening. When we say, well, that wasn't my fault, it was those scapegoats, whether they be Jews, communists, Turks, infidels, heretics, Chinese, Vietnamese, Africans, any Catholics, Birchers, New Leftists, anybody you can think of you don't like, you can always say, well, they started it. They're the cause of the trouble. But the real secret is that you're responsible for everything that's going on. And there is in you everything that is angelic about human beings and everything that's diabolic. And the question is, how do you play those two together? So putting it in this way, then, I would say simply that life is the play, and I underline the word play, of a single energy. And you are that energy. That energy, like all energy, is a pulsation. And therefore we have the appearance and disappearance of its pulses. You could say, I, defined as a certain human body called Alan Watts, am a pulse of this energy. And therefore I have, my presence is inseparable from my absence, as is the case with all waves and pulses. A wave must have an upside and a downside, or shall we say a crest and a trough, where it is and where it isn't. And so every pulse of the universal energy has an on and an off. We call that life and death. Or it may be waking and sleeping, or now you see it, now you don't. And this thing is just what we all are. From the highest point of view, it never makes mistakes. When you watch the clouds, did you ever accuse a cloud of being aesthetically malformed? Did you ever think that mountains were to be criticized for their outline? Did you ever think that the stars were badly arranged, or that the patterns in foam had something to be desired? No. But of course we feel that about ourselves just because of our close point of view to ourselves. If we looked at ourselves sub specie eternitatis, from the standpoint of eternity, we should see that our lives in every detail and in every respect were as harmonious and exquisite as the patterns on seashells. And we should find that everything that was a mistake, that was done wrong, was actually an integral part of a harmonious relationship. Only we couldn't see it that way from our limited point of view. So one could say that at the highest level, this universe is an incomparable jewel of harmonious, dancing, patterning energy. Very intelligent in the sense of, what do we mean by intelligence? A complex, harmonious design. Included in this harmonious design is, of course, the fact that we feel it not to be so. Our objections to what we wrongly think of as the disharmony of the universe, the very fact that those objections occur are an integral part of the harmony. So that if I feel furious with somebody like Hitler because he kills ever so many people, like the massacre of the Jews, I would not say that it was wrong for me to feel furious, but simply that too, if his slaying of the Jews is after all part of this harmonious thing, so is my fury about it. From the highest point of view, the most inclusive point of view, it all goes together. And if you understand that, if you actually feel in your bones, if you sense that as a vivid sensation, a very curious thing happens to you. You are able to function in your everyday life without hang-ups. It's like this. Everybody is really using an enormous amount of energy protecting themselves. And a lot of the energy we're using is only thinking about how we would protect ourselves if we were challenged to do so. We waste an incredible amount of psychic energy in the state of inner cramp, tension, of anxiety about what will happen if. Supposing. Now, put yourselves in the position of realizing that you're walking and dancing around in a space like a trapeze artist, but there's no concrete below you to fall onto. You can do anything you want, any crazy act, flip any way you wish, and although you may go through the illusion of a crash, there is never a real crash. You've nothing to lose, because you are, in fact, the whole works. Only, the whole works has a most interesting device in it, which is pretending that it's in danger, that it could come to a final end. This is the familiar phenomenon of goosing yourself, of
giving yourself a scare, as if the universe were a system that crept up behind itself and said, "Boo!" So it jumps, you see? And each jump is like the new spring of the grasshopper going along. Every time it gets to itself, boo, and it jumps, you see? Boo, jumps like this. Because you have to understand this. This is terribly important. A lot of people think, you see, that the goal of life, the thing that you really should get hold of is power, to be in control. And you can take all kinds of lessons on master your life, be in control of this, be in control of that. Now let me let you into a secret. What the real meaning of all these things is, that when you study the whole philosophy and psychology of power, and you really go to the end of it, you'll find that that's not what you want. Imagine, let your fantasy go. Make yourself the master magician. You can read everybody's mind. You know the future completely and clearly. You need not be subject to the ordinary conditions of nature. Supposing, for example, you could renew your body all the time and never need to die. Supposing you could be anywhere you wanted to be in the universe at the slight quiver of a whim. Go through this. Think this through. Everybody thinks they want power. But if you really think through what situation you would be in if you had absolute power, you would say, man, who needs it? You wouldn't want it, because you would be completely bored. So power is not the thing we really want. There is nothing more instructive in the world than to think out systematically and thoroughly what it is that you do want. And curiously enough, the best you will come to is that you don't know. Because you want a surprise. Now you can't surprise yourself. You see? If you're in control and you plan a surprise, it's obviously not a surprise. But you see, once you could imagine God, who came to the conclusion in eternity that he knew it all. He had to create something and said to it, "Surprise me." And that was man. Of course it was God, because God had a system in himself whereby he could let his left hand not know what his right hand was doing. It's like when you play chess with yourself, and you take each side in the game, quite honestly, and try to make it win. Well, one of the most interesting exercises, take a couple of knitting needles, or those cocktail picks that look like swords, and have a fencing match between your left hand and your right hand, and really try to get digs in, but let the other hand be equally defensive against the digs. It's very interesting. That's a good exercise in yoga, to do that. Find out a lot about yourself that way. Let not your left hand know what your right hand doeth. But that's the sort of system we're in, you see. That's like this universe. Because if you understand that you don't want power, not really. You always want to be getting a little more power, but you don't want final power. Because then nothing would happen. It's just like when you're playing a game, maybe bridge, maybe chess, or whatever it is. And at the moment that the outcome of the game becomes certain, you cancel the game and begin again. Because there's no fun in a game with a certain outcome. Might just as well not play it, because any future that is certain is already past in the sense that you've had it. So, I look then upon what we're doing in this world, that every one of us is a particular expression at a particular time and a particular place of the whole thing. Basically, you are the which than which there is no whicher. You are the Godhead. And you don't have to think of that in terms of an old gentleman with a beard. You are basically the Godhead. But this energy, intelligent energy, is capable of expressing itself in myriads of forms, each one with a different point of view. Like your eyes look out of your head, each one with a different point of view. All your nerve ends are there in your skin, almost like the horns on a little snail, all feeling around. Every one is you looking from a different point of view towards the world. So, in turn, I can see all human beings' eyes as many, many horns on a cosmic snail, all looking out from a single center. All of us, appearing and disappearing, coming and going. We pop out and we pop in. We are born and we die. We are thrown out and withdrawn. And as you watch this, you see, from a larger point of view, you see a throbbing rhythm, each time coming out with a different variation. One day we could call it John Doe, the next time it's Jimmy Smith, the next time it's, it throbs. It has little subtle variations in it each time, each one worthy of being given a different name. But it's all the same energy doing this. Now, obviously, if you aren't aware of that, and you think seriously that you're just poor little me, who got thrown into this world by some irresponsible parents, and is saddled suddenly with all these problems, and that all it's going to be is that you've got to struggle along as you can, and maybe raise some children to struggle along in the same idiotic way you do, and then give up. And you generally feel frustrated and cheated by the whole scheme of things, because you do not acknowledge that you are responsible for it. That you got yourself into this situation. That you were the evil gleam in your father's eye when he pursued your mother. You were your father. Because he feels in just the same situation you did. He feels he's an eye, too, cast into this world. And he may have been brought up, just like you, to feel that he had nothing to do with anything else, that he was somehow disconnected from the whole scheme of things, and merely experiencing it passively as something that happens to you, that is thrown upon you. So long as you choose to feel about things in that way, you complain and you are frustrated, and you're fighting and bitching about the whole thing. Which is, of course, all right, because that's what you want to do. Only that you could see there's a certain joke in that. Indicates that it could be different. That you don't need to be in that state of mind in regard to it. That you could wake up from this illusion of separateness and understand that you aren't just a little animalcule crawling around on the surface of a globular rock that revolves around an insignificant star on the outer edge of one of the minor galaxies. But that you are a special case of the center, what there is and of all that there is. You know, it's interesting that in a view of the universe which sees space as curved, imagine for a moment, this is not quite correct, but that all objects in space are on the surface of a sphere. Then you will see at once that every point on the surface of a sphere can be regarded as the center of the surface. Where is the central point of the surface of the sphere? Anywhere. So in this way, we can legitimately regard every point in this universe as being the center of the whole thing. And it's in this multi-centered sense that every eye which looks around and sees the world as something that spins around you and you're the axis. You're quite correct. It does. But you know how it is when you hold in your hand a gyroscope. Isn't it? It always feels alive, doesn't it? Because it surprises you. It wants to move in a direction which you didn't predict. And that movement of the gyroscope that you hold, that seems to be against you, is the movement in life we call other, or what happens to us. When we feel, on the other hand, that I am moving the gyroscope in the direction I want it to go, that's what we call self. That's what we call voluntary. And you can't possibly know the one without the other. You don't know what you mean by self unless you know what you mean by other. And you don't know what you mean by the voluntary, what I want to happen, except in contrast and play against the involuntary, what happens to me. But just as in the gyroscope, the voluntary and the involuntary, the self and the other, are two poles of the same experience. So, when you understand this, it is as if you had become one with, or had a firm grasp of, the axis of the gyroscope. And you know that when the north side is going the way I want it, the south side is going in the opposite way. And it's really all one. Only it has to polarize itself in this way so that there shall be something happening. That's the condition of the game. So then, we can say then there are two poles in another way. We'll call one pole involution and the other pole evolution. Involution is all that aspect of life in which we get involved in the schemes, in the games, in the conflicts, in the quarrels. So involved that we lose sight of the forest for the trees. And there comes a point, as in every movement, where that is so extreme that it has to swing up again in another direction, where we see the forest over and above the trees. And that is evolution. Where we, for example, in our present-day culture, have gone through a historical sort of psychological historical development which has emphasized our consciousness of ourselves as individuals to an extraordinary degree. Never before in the history of man have people concerned themselves so much with the plight of the individual. Never before have there been such social services that would take every person into consideration, or at least go through the motions of doing so. Never before was it thought important that every individual should have the chance, say, of being given hospital treatment in sickness, all these sort of things, see? But in doing this, we've raised a new kind of problem. The individual, having been brought to so great a realization of his individuality because of the importance which society places upon it, isn't quite sure that that's where he wanted to be. Be careful of what you desire, you may get it. the individual so critically emphasized, therefore turns towards going beyond individuality. Now, he can do that in two ways. He can go beyond individuality by submerging himself. That is to say, by mindless and thoughtless adoption of a fanaticism. By joining some mass movement, some fanatical religion, some form of screwy politics. And by working for this cause, be equally delivered from individuality as if he became stoned drunk. It's the same thing. There's nothing much to choose between the two. Or by going right to the extreme of individuality. Instead of trying to forget one's lonely self-ego feeling, go right into it. And through becoming an individual as intensely as you can become one, by becoming as separate as you can get, you will discover in a very natural way that you are the eternal self behind the whole thing. There's that wonderful passage that is quoted in Memoirs of the poet Tennyson, where he describes the way in which as a young boy he often used to be alone and used to repeat his own name to himself, saying, Alfred, Alfred. And you know, he got feeling that this thing called Alfred, this particular eye, is kind of spooky. You, look at yourself in the mirror. Don't look away, you know. A lot of people feel awkward when they look at themselves in the mirror. They don't quite want to look at themselves. Sometimes if you feel your own pulse, you feel that thing going throb, throb inside you, your finger starts to itch and you want to rub it off like that, you see. Your own inner processes, your own gut is something queer. But if you don't turn away from that, and you keep looking right into your own eyes in the mirror, at first you say, you rascal, you fraud, you devil. You go on looking, and you go deeper and deeper and deeper looking into your own eyes. And then Tennyson goes on to say, after he had said this name Alfred to himself several times, got this extraordinary feeling coming over him, in which he knew with total certainty that beyond this little thing called Alfred, there was this absolutely eternal life that was forever and ever, was the root and ground of everything. I don't know if you've ever had the experience of going back in your mind to childhood and feeling that there's an immeasurably ancient you behind your childhood. A very knowing, ancient of days. But that's what happens, you see, when you go through the experience of individuality to an extreme point. It very naturally explodes into the universal. Whereas if you withdraw from individuality, you are liable never to come across that. You just get caught up in the fashions and fads and customary escapes, which are the solace of most people. That's, you see, the reason for being a hermit. Hermits are people who pursue individuality to an extreme. They go off into complete solitude. And the most interesting thing you will find in the state of complete solitude, when you get really alone, you find that you are connected with everything. Because what happens in complete solitude is that your ears become sensitized. And you hear all the sounds you weren't accustomed to hearing. You hear your own heartbeat. You hear the singing in your own ears. You hear the buzz of innumerable tiny insects you never paid attention to before. You hear the sound of the wind and every leaf responding to it. And you suddenly realize that the leaves rippling to the wind and your eardrums rippling to it are all one process. That you, indeed, are like a whirlpool in a stream. The pattern is constant, but the water is always changing. You are a shimmering manifestation like the flame of a candle, which is really a stream of gas that never for 2 minutes the same. You are a dancing vibration, and on either end of you is the whole energy of the universe flowing through what is called you and wiggling in the recognizable form and then going on, you see. You are a wave waving of this energy. And we're all that, you see. It's doing that. The hermit finds this out. Because by going into complete isolation, he discovers there is no isolation. He becomes so sensitive to every tiniest vibration. And when he discovers that, then the good hermit comes back into the world. And even though he's involved in the busyness and turmoil of everyday life, he still sees this. So what is important for us to learn? We're all, most of us, involved in some kind of frantic business. And what I want to suggest to you is that this frantic business can be your yoga, your way of liberation. But you don't have to get out of it. You don't necessarily have to drop out, although that's important for some people. Depends whether you have the vocation to drop out or whether you have the vocation to stay in. But I would not only say would help to make your everyday life into a yoga, but that you won't really be able to stand it if you don't. It's not, as some people say, can we Westerners practice Oriental disciplines? The question is, if you can't, you're not going to survive. You won't be able to take it. So let's get to the point of view where we can see certain types of activity which are normally associated with extreme anxiety, such as various forms of business where we always worry whether we're going to make the payments, whether we're going to make the profit, whether we're going to do this, that, and the other. And day to day there's this constant anxiety going on. Now there is a point of view from which those activities can be conducted as complete play and dancing, when you realize that you don't give a damn how it comes out. And it's only when you get to the point that you don't give a damn that you can afford to do these sort of things at all. If you do give a damn, you can't afford to get involved in that kind of business. It'll just wreck your nerves and gives you ulcers. So it's terribly important not to give a damn. We ordinarily think that people who don't give a damn will collapse on the job, will have no motivation. It's because they're not striving for power anymore. They realize that the striving for power is futile. So if you realize that striving for power is futile, what else will you do? What other zest will there be? A lot of people think that if you deprive people of the urge for power, they will have no motivation to do anything. What would be the motivation, shall we call it, if you're not interested in power? Why would you do anything? Why would you make any effort if it isn't that you want to control things? What do you put in the place of the striving for power? Fun. Yeah? Or to be surprised.
I think you said it when you were describing why you're here.
Yeah.
You were saying, I say these things because for the same reasons as the birds sing.
Yeah. Yeah, right,
I think
right.
for you, that's your substitute for describing the cause.
Right.
For me, it might be somewhat different, but I would do what I do.
Yes, but you will realize now at once that there are several alternatives. There isn't only the fun, which is one of them, but there is also compassion, where you see a lot of human beings are really suffering, and you can feel now, goodness, that's not necessary. You don't have to do it that way, and this may supply a great deal of energy. You see, but the moment your energy is released from the power game and from the self-protection game, it's free to do all kinds of other things. You get a tremendous access. Now, wait a minute. Let's have an intermission now, and then we can bring up questions after about 5 minutes intermission. Okay?
Just this month, a new book has been published by Dr. D.T. Suzuki called Mysticism, Christian and Buddhist. I'm not intending to devote this program to a review of this book as such, but I call attention to it. Incidentally, it's published by Harper's in New York for $3.50. But I rather want to call attention to a particular theme which the book deals with, the theme of a peculiar type of Japanese mysticism, I suppose you'd call it, associated primarily with the type of Buddhism which is called Shinshu. Shinshu, or to know it by another name, Jodo, or Pure Land Buddhism, is one of the most popular forms of Buddhism in the Far East. Spreading over China, Japan, is found in Tibet, originally had some following in India, but has undergone a very marked and special type of development in Japan. And what makes it so popular is that in contrast, or apparent contrast, I should say, with other forms of Buddhism, it stands as a kind of easy way as distinct from a difficult way. In Japanese technical terms, the two types of Buddhism are respectively called Jiriki and Tariki. Now, Ji means one's own or self, and Ta means other, and Riki means power. And so the schools of Buddhism which call themselves Jiriki are ways of deliverance which one follows by one's own will, one's own power, one's own strength. Whereas on the other hand, the type of Buddhism called Tariki is where you rely on the power of another. And this other is, usually speaking, if I may put it in somewhat mythological terms, a great supramundane Buddha known as Amitabha, or in Japanese as Amida. And the story goes that in incalculable ages in the most distant past, this great Buddha made a vow that he would not enter into the state of complete Buddhahood until any human being upon the face of the earth who pronounced his name in faith would, after his death, be reborn in the Western paradise over which Amitabha presides, and find therein far greater ease of spiritual development, of awakening, of becoming a Buddha, than is to be found on the face of this difficult earth. And all this, of course, derives from the ancient Indian idea that the present epoch of the world's unfoldment is the darkest of dark ages, called the Kali Yuga. And in the Kali Yuga, or the Mappo as Buddhists call it, it is peculiarly difficult to advance towards any kind of spiritual development, because it's an age of decadence, the end of which will witness the total destruction of the world prior to its remanifestation at some future time. And therefore, The story goes on to say that this great Buddha, Amitabha, did in course of time attain to complete Buddhahood, signifying the fact that his vow is fulfilled and that anyone who simply repeats the formula Namo Amitabhaya in Sanskrit or in Japanese Namo Amitabhuts, which is roughly translatable in English as the name of Amitabha Buddha, or Namu is used in, the formula is used in Sanskrit or Japanese somewhat as the French say, nom d'un nom, where they just say name, meaning hail, I suppose, in English. We have no real equivalent of it. But the idea is that anybody who repeats the name of the Buddha, Amitabha, in perfect faith, will without any other effort, any other kind of spiritual endeavor on his own part, however evil, however depraved he may be, he will be reborn after death in this spiritual state in which the task of becoming a Buddha is rendered so easy as to be, as we should say, a perfect cinch. And of course all commentators on Buddhism say, well, this of course is how religions degenerate. They become popular, pie-in-the-sky selling organizations where absolutely nothing is required of the faithful except an occasional contribution. And the easier you make it, in contrast to the other sects which make it more difficult, the more people will flock to your following and the fatter the contributions will be, and it all ends up with the prayer wheel, where all you have to do is make the thing revolve. You don't even have to think about it, and incalculable supernatural merits are stored up on your behalf. But it's very dangerous to jump to conclusions of this kind about this type of religious or spiritual manifestation, because in practice the Shin school of Buddhism has had some of the most remarkable adherents and produces a type of personality which is known in Japan as a myokonin. Literally translated, myokonin means a wonderful and fine man. That's just a literal translation which doesn't at all convey the sense of this kind of personality, the myokonin. But the myokonin, a man like Shinran himself, who founded the Shin school of Buddhism in Japan, is a man who has in a way understood the profounder meaning of the doctrine of this school. And perhaps before I talk about the personal characteristics of the myokonin, I should try and indicate what may underlie, what may be the deeper meaning of this seemingly decadent, highly popular and easy form of Buddhism. Perhaps the best way to do this is by means of the critique which this particular school uses against those who follow the other way, who follow the way of jiriki or self-power. The followers of the Shin school would say that a person who attempts to make spiritual progress by his own efforts is battling against the worst possible obstacle to any progress at all. And that is that in thinking that he can do it himself, he's like a person trying to lift himself up by his own bootstraps. Or to put it in another way, he suffers from the pride of imagining that his own will, his own energy, is sufficient to change himself. After all, if he needs changing at all, It is precisely the character and the motivation of his own will and his own energy that needs changing. And how is this change going to be achieved? By that very will which so stands in need of change. To put it in the more usual language of this school of thought, they say that the average human being is so weighted down by karma, that is, if we put it into more modern terminology, we would say he is so fundamentally conditioned by his upbringing, by his social environment, by the temptations of the world, the flesh and the devil, that there's really nothing he can do to make himself any better. And everything that he does do is simply a manifestation of this same conditioning, masquerading like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Therefore, if the human being cannot transform himself, if he is to be transformed at all, he must rely on some power greater than his own. Now, of course, this other power may be represented, figuratively speaking, like we represent God in the Christian tradition, as a spiritual entity or force or intelligence quite other than and apart from man, or it may be represented, on the other hand, as other than us, in just the same way that the functioning of our own bodies, the beating of the heart and the operation of the lungs, goes on quite independently of the conscious will, and is other in that sense, although in another sense those unconscious and automatic or spontaneous functionings of our organism could be understood as more fundamentally and truly ourselves than the things that go on in our rather superficial consciousness. And if you interpret it in that latter way, the idea of tariki, or reliance on the power of another, is really reliance on something deeper in yourself than your surface consciousness. And that, I think, is the sense in which the profounder followers of this school of Buddhistic thought understand the doctrine. So the Myokonin, or, as I said literally, the wonderful fine fellow, is the kind of personality which this doctrine engenders. Now, what is he? He's the kind of person who has realized through and through the fallibility of his own humanity. He's the kind of person who knows himself thoroughly, who has a rather wry and humorous view of his own, shall we say, his own high motivations and ideals. He knows himself thoroughly for the rascal that he is, and doesn't pretend to be anything else. And this, if that were all the word to it, is a very likable form of fellow from my point of view. I always feel uncomfortable with people who don't have this realization of their own inherent rascality. The people who have pretensions to holiness and righteousness, who are so deceived as not to know that in their heart of hearts they are after all rapacious and selfish human beings. But the Myokonin makes no bones about this. He knows that's what he is, and he knows that by the exercise of his own will and of his own intention and his own conscious effort, he can't be anything else. And so there is in him a kind of fundamental honesty and sincerity from the start. What he goes on to be beyond this is something a little different, because a Myokonin is called a marvelous fine fellow, because somehow or other he does seem to transcend the ordinary kind of human rascality, to become a truly unselfish, a truly human being, loving others, understanding others, sympathizing with others, a wonderful, compassionate man, because he has been enabled to love himself, to accept himself in the profoundest possible way. For if you translate into more modern and less symbolic language this idea that by the mere repetition of a formula, by the mere act of faith in the power of a transcendent divine being, one is able to be saved or made a Buddha or perfected just as you are by an act of magic which lifts you up and transfers you to another realm. If you translate that, as I said, into a more contemporary way of talking, it would be to say something like this: that the intent of this symbology is to say that the condition of growing psychologically and spiritually is to let yourself alone and not to fight against what you are. The more you try to make yourself great, to make yourself unselfish, to make yourself loving, you are simply tying yourself psychically into a knot, a kind of paralyzed state which makes it impossible for you to be anything except, as we might say, all balled up. But if, on the other hand, you let go of yourself and do not try to change yourself, you relieve yourself from this inner tension, you, as it were, unblock the conduits of psychic energy within yourself by not straining on them, and are therefore enabled to grow naturally like a tree or a plant. And this is exactly the attitude of the Myokonin. I think that one of the most fascinating of these characters is one who, as a matter of fact, did not actually belong to the Shin school of Buddhism, although he has in many ways entirely the same spirit, because at root there is not so much difference between this profounder understanding of the Shin school and other types of Buddhism, such as Zen. Zen is ordinarily understood to represent the extreme of the Jiriki way, of fighting along by one's own strength. But the intent of the Jiriki emphasis of Zen, the self-powered, the willful, striving sense, is something like this: to exert one's will to the utmost in order to realize its futility, to make the most desperate attempts to change one's motivation and one's conditioning in order to discover that in the last analysis it can't be done, and that it is merely the futile struggle to lift yourself up by your own bootstraps. And so, as a result of this, the Jiriki form of Buddhism produces very often the same type of personality as the Tariki. And one of the most marvelous examples of this spirit is a monk, or I'd rather call him a hermit and poet, by the name of Ryokan, who lived between 1758 and 1831. A man who is extraordinary in all the annals of sagehood and sanctity, for the reason that everybody loved him. I don't think he had any enemies at all, and this is really a very remarkable achievement. After all, it's so easy to be so holy that you're a challenge to the world, and that everybody feels uncomfortable in your presence, feels accused by your sanctity and given a bad conscience, and as a result of that you get loathed, you make all sorts of enemies, and finally you get crucified. But it's really a very remarkable achievement indeed to be all that, and lovable too, to be without enemies, the friend of everybody, and yet involving absolutely no compromise with one's integrity and honesty. Such a man was Ryokan. Really marvelous. And many, many stories are told about him, and I think these anecdotes about him describe his personality more delightfully than anything I could say by way of a character analysis or comment in that fashion. First of all, it must be understood that the Myokonin, or a type of person like Ryokan, is one who has truly become again as a child. He's not senile, he's not in second childhood in that sense, but a person who is really full of a genuine wonder for life, who has so accepted himself, so let go of himself, is so not pretending to be anything, who gives himself no airs and graces, that he can relax and be perfectly natural. And so the story is told that one day Ryokan was going along baking his food, and he met a friend who invited him to spend the night at his home. Well, in the room where he stayed, there was a picture of a tiger hanging on the wall. And Ryokan looked for a long time at the picture and was so intrigued by it that after a while he came to feel that he himself was a tiger. And he fell to the floor, and all running around on all fours, he growled at the tiger in the picture. "Ah!" he said. And the tiger seemed to look at him and answer him. Ryokan again shouted, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" And the tiger seemed to answer and appeared to be going to approach him. And Ryokan, getting a great deal of fun out of this game, repeated it many times. But just then a maid of the house appeared and was quite astonished when she saw the priest on the floor. For a moment she didn't understand what had happened and was very frightened. And then she recognized him. "Oh, Ryokan-sama, so it is you who frightened me so much. What are you doing there?" Startled by her voice, Ryokan stopped his game of imitation and shamefacedly spoke to her on his knees. "Oh, did you see what I was doing?" he asked. "You did? Oh, that annoys me very much. But, good maid, please keep it a secret. Otherwise I won't know what to do, for people will think I'm crazy." And then there's another story which tells of a servant boy who came to the little hermitage where he lived in the mountain, bringing a letter from one of his friends. And just at that moment Ryokan was absorbed in trying to juggle his begging bowl on the top of a pole. When the messenger called out and delivered his letter, Ryokan stopped his juggling for a brief interval, glanced over the letter, and wrote his answer. The bearer made his departure, and Ryokan resumed his play. His bowl, time after time, slipped down to the floor, but again and again he'd set it up on top of the pole. Many hundred times did he struggle to accomplish this feat. And after some time the messenger returned. Ryokan was so engrossed in his play that he felt annoyed at this interruption and did not pay any attention to his visitor. Well, the boy waited for some time and finally called out in a loud voice, "Ryokan-sama, look here, what does this answer mean? My master is angry with me and has ordered me to ask you to take back the letter you wrote before and give me your real answer. Please do so." Ryokan then had pity on the intruder and opened the letter he had written only a short time before, and what was his surprise when he read, "The bowl turns round and round." He broke into laughter. "Oh, dear me, excuse me, I've made a mistake," he exclaimed. He then wrote another letter, but as his mind was filled with thoughts of the bowl and its play, the answer didn't come easily. The great delight of Ryokan was playing with children in the village, where he went down to beg his food. And one fine autumn day, when he was going quietly through the village, he was suddenly disturbed by the sound of a voice, apparently coming from a persimmon tree. And turning his eyes to the place where the sound came from, he discovered a boy clinging in great fright to the topmost branches and crying for help. "Oh, wait a moment, my boy," he said. "I'll help you down, and then I'll pick some of the fruit for you." Ryokan brought the boy safely to the ground, and then began to pick the coveted fruit. He plucked one persimmon and was about to hand it to the child when he decided that it would be well to taste it first, in order to give away the very best. The first persimmon was therefore thrust into his own mouth. How sweet," he exclaimed. He picked another and again stuffed it into his mouth. Good. Again and again persimmons found their way into his mouth, accompanied by the exclamation, "Oh, sweet, how sweet." Meanwhile, the boy was waiting with an open mouth at the foot of the tree, growing more desperate every moment. Ryokan, lost in rapture over the persimmons, had entirely forgotten him. Only when the boy shouted out did Ryokan come to himself. "Oh, dear me," he said, "pardon me, do forgive me. I shall pick the best for you now, the very best of all, and as many as you like." Saying this, Ryokan dropped persimmons to the boy, one by one, all red and very sweet. And then there was once someone who told him that if you picked up money on the road, it made you feel very happy. So one day as he was travelling back to his hermitage, he thought he would try it and see what it was like. Accordingly, he took some of the coins which he had begged from the villagers and let them drop to the ground. He then picked them up, one by one. But though he did this many times, he didn't experience any particular feeling of joy. "I can't understand it," he said. "They tell me that it is pleasant. Surely they wouldn't deceive me." He tried it again and again, but always without any result. In the process of dropping and picking up his money, he gradually lost all he had in the grass. For a long time he had to search for the money, but he found it at last, and then with a cry of joy he exclaimed, "Ah, I understand now. To find money is certainly a delight." And once, when he was invited to stay in the home of some friends, they had to go out, and they asked him to watch the house, and he got kind of sleepy. A cat was going to sleep on his lap, and suddenly he heard a funny noise. He thought it was the cat, but there was the cat asleep on his lap. What was that sound? He stole quietly to the paper screen which separated the veranda from his room and peeped through it with childish curiosity. And there in his room he saw a shabbily dressed man searching in a chest of drawers and taking clothes out of it. Uh-oh, he's a sneak thief, thought Ryokan. Of course, Ryokan didn't drive him away. He therefore crept into the room and stood behind the thief. And the robber, utterly ignorant of this, went out of the room with a package of clothes and hastened into another room to look for more. And Ryokan followed stealthily, stepping always about 10 feet behind him. And when the robber turned to the left, he also quickly went to the left. And if the thief turned to the right, Ryokan did the same, always just behind him. Another slight turn brought the robber almost in Ryokan's direction, but the priest was so quick that the thief didn't see him. It seemed to Ryokan as if he were playing a game of blind man's buff. So absorbed did he become in the game that before he knew it, the thief had slipped away with a stolen package. The priest suddenly came to himself and realized what a serious mistake he had made. But his concern was not so much over the lost things. His heart was full of pity for the thief as he thought of his shabby clothes and his sad face. Late in the evening, when the family returned and were full of dismay when they saw what had happened, but Ryokan just sat in silence and smiled as usual. And then, among his written effects was found this curious little document. It just said, "Favorite things: cotton cap, towel, paper, fan, money, ball, and marbles. Necessities: bamboo hat, gloves, stick, bell. Things for travel: some clothes, an oil paper cape, a bowl, and a bag. Don't forget to read this before starting, otherwise you will suffer from want." He liked to smoke too. He was very fond of tobacco, and he always had a shabby old skin tobacco pouch which he kept his tobacco in. Very often it was empty. Then he would go out on the streets with his tobacco pouch tied at the end of a long string down his back. People knew at once what he meant when they saw the pouch dangling behind him and would hasten to fill it with tobacco. Among other things, Ryokan was very famous as a calligrapher. His handwriting was greatly prized. and there was a barber to whom he used to go to be shaved, who very much wanted a specimen of his writing to hang on a kakemono, a hanging scroll on his wall. But Ryokan just wouldn't give it to him. Well, one day, in the middle of shaving his head, the barber stopped and left him half-shaved and said, "Now, I won't go on and finish shaving unless you give me the piece of writing I want." So immediately, Ryokan wrote it for him. And then the barber finished shaving him. The barber couldn't read. And some days later, when somebody who could read came into his shop, said, "Why, this inscription is incomplete. There's a word missing." So next time Ryokan came by, the barber said, "But you didn't write the full inscription." "Oh, no, I know," he said. "I didn't write the full inscription because you didn't shave all of my head. The missing word, you will find I've written the same inscription but put the missing word in twice. At the home of an old widow who always gives me extra bean curd when I need it." Such, by anecdotes, is the temper of a man who is profoundly at home in the world and difficult to think about, difficult to talk about. Because to praise such a character is to tempt one to imitate him. And one can only imitate him by not doing so at all, but by being just completely oneself.
It's very commonly said that the root of most human unhappiness is the sense that one's life has no meaning. This is, I suppose, most frequently said in circles interested in psychotherapy, because the feeling of meaninglessness is often equated with the existence of neurosis. And so many activities into which one is encouraged to enter, philosophies one is encouraged to believe, and religions one is encouraged to join, are commended on the basis of the fact that they give life a meaning. And I think it's very fascinating to think out what this idea itself means, or what it is intended when it's said that life has to have a purpose. I remember so well as a child listening to sermons in church in which the preacher would constantly refer to God's purpose for you and for me, and I could never make out what it was, because when questioned about this, the reverend gentleman seemed to be evasive. What is the purpose of God for the world? We used to sing a hymn, too. God is working his purpose out as year succeeds to year. And the nearest clue one got to it was in the sort of refrain of the hymn. Nearer and nearer draws the time that shall surely be, when the earth shall be filled with the glory of God as the waters cover the sea. And, of course, that raises the question, what is the glory of God? Well, now, it's pretty obvious, I think, that when we talk about life having or not having a meaning, we're not using quite the ordinary sense of the word meaning as the attribute of a sign. We're not saying, are we, that we expect this natural universe to behave as if it were a collection of words, signifying something other than themselves. It isn't a point of view which would reduce our lives and the world merely to the status of signs. And it's obviously in some different sense than that that Goethe wrote his famous lines at the end of Faust, Alles Vergängliche ist nur ein Gleichnis. Forgive my pronunciation of German. All that is mortal or all that is perishable is but a symbol. And so, a symbol of what? What do we want to feel? What would satisfy us as being the meaning behind this world? It's so often, you know, that we don't follow our ideas and our desires through. Most of the things that we want very fervently are things that we've only half glimpsed
our ideals are very often suggestions, hints, and we don't know really exactly what we mean when we think about it. But there is this obscure sense in which we feel that life ought to have significance and be a symbol in at least that sense, if not just so arid a symbol as a mere sign. Or it also may mean that life is meaningful. An individual feels that his life amounts to something when he belongs and fits in with the execution of some group enterprise. He feels he belongs in a plan. And this too seems to give people a sense of great satisfaction. But we have to pursue that question further too. Why is it that a plan, why is it that fellowship with other people gives the sense of meaning? Does it come down perhaps to another sense of meaning, that life is felt to be meaningful when one is fully satisfying one's biological urges, including the sense of hunger, the sense of love, the sense of self-expression in activity, and so on. But then again, we have to push that inquiry further. What do our biological urges really point towards? Are they just, however, things always projected towards a future? Is biology and its processes nothing but going on towards going on towards going on? Or there's a fourth and more theological sense of the meaning of life. In all theistic religions, at any rate, the meaning of life is God himself. In other words, all this world means a person. It means a heart. It means an intelligence. And the relationship of love between God and man is the meaning of the world. The sight of God is the glory of God, and so on. But again here, there's something to be further pursued. What is it that we want in love with a person, and even a person in the sense of the Lord God? What is the content of it? What is it that we are really yearning after? Well, now, if we go back to the first point, taking Goethe's words that all that is transitory is but a symbol, and that we want to feel that all things have significance, it does seem to me that there's a sense in which we often use the word significance, where the word seems to be chosen quite naturally, and yet at the same time it's not quite the right word. We say, for example, often of music, that we feel it to be significant, when just at the same time we don't mean that it expresses some particular kind of concretely realizable emotion, and certainly it's not imitating the noises of nature. Program music, which simply imitates something else, and it deliberately sets out to express sadness or joy or whatever, is not the kind of thing I mean. So often when one listens to the beautiful arabesque character of the Baroque composers, Bach or Vivaldi, it is felt to be significant, not because it means something other than itself, but because it is so satisfying as it is. And we use then this word significance. So often, in those moments when our impetuous seeking for fulfillment cools down, and we give ourselves a little space to watch things, as if they were worth watching, ordinary things. And in those moments when our inner turmoil has really quietened, we find significance in things that we wouldn't expect to find significant at all. I mean, this is, after all, the art of those photographers
who have such genius in turning the camera towards such things as peeling paint on an old door, or mud and sand and stones on a dirt road, and showing us there that if we look at it in a certain way, those things are significant. But we can't say significant of what so much as significant of themselves. Or perhaps significance then is the quality of a state of mind in which we notice that we're overlooking the significance of the world by our constant quest for it later. All this language is, of course, quite naturally vague and imprecise, because I think the wrong word is used. And yet not entirely the wrong word, because, as I said, it comes so naturally to us. It was Clive Bell, the great aesthetician, who wanted to say that all the characteristic of art, especially the characteristic of aesthetic success in painting, was the creation of significant form. Again, a very vague, imprecise expression. But it certainly is an attribute, not only of those moments in which we are tranquil inside, but also of moments of deep spiritual experience, of what would be called moksha, or release in Hinduism, or satori in Zen. That in those moments, the significance of the world seems to be the world, seems to be what is going on now. And we don't look any further. The scheme of things seems to justify itself at every moment of its unfoldment. I pointed out that this was particularly a characteristic of music. It's also a characteristic of dancing. And in the sensation of belonging with one's fellow men, in the carrying out of some significant pattern of life, which I mentioned as a second sense of the world being meaningful. Again, the character of this feeling is, again, something that is fulfilled in itself. To dance is not to be going anywhere. When we dance in the ballroom, we don't have a destination, we're just going round the room. And it's in doing this, it's in executing the pattern, in singing the music with other people, that even though this doesn't point to anything outside itself, we again get the sense of meaning. And this is also obviously the case so often in the satisfaction of the biological urges. Does one live to eat or eat to live? I'm not at all sure about this. I'm sure I very often live to eat, because sitting around a table with people, I don't like eating alone, and enjoying food is absolutely delightful. And we're not thinking when we do this, at least certainly I'm not, that we have to eat because it's good for us, and that we've got to throw something down the hatch, as Henry Miller said, and swallow a dozen vitamins, just because our system needs nourishment. I remember quite recently there was an article in the Consumer Reports about bread, and there had been some correspondence and protests saying that the bread one bought, white bread one buys in the stores, is perfectly inedible and lacking in nutrition, and that it was much better to eat peasant type breads, rough pumpernickel and things of that kind. And the experts replied that our white bread is perfectly full of good nutrients, and there's nothing really the matter with it at all. Well, I felt like saying, it isn't a matter perhaps of the bread being deficient in the essential vitamins. Bread isn't medicine, it's food, and one's complaint against it is that it's bad cookery. It tastes of nothing. And we do tend, don't we, to look upon food so often for what it will do for us rather than the delight of eating it. But if the satisfaction of biological urges is to mean anything, surely the point of these urges is not the fatuous one of mere survival. We might say the point of the individual is simply that he contributes to the welfare of the race. And the point of the race is that it reproduces itself, to reproduce itself, to reproduce itself, and keep going. Now that isn't really a point at all. That's just fatuous. Surely the race keeps going because going is great, because it's fun. And if it isn't, and never will be, then there's no point, obviously, in going. I mean, looking at it from the most hedonistic standpoint. But then when we come to the question, what is fun? What is the joy of it? Again, we come down to something that can't very well be explained in the ordinary language of meaning, of leading to something else. And this, I think, becomes preeminently true if we think of it in theological language, that the meaning of life is God. In any of the theistic religions, what is God doing? What is the meaning of God? Why does he create the universe? What is the content of the love of God for his creation? Well, there's the frank answer of the Hindus that the Godhead manifests the world because of Leela, which is the Sanskrit word for play. And this is likewise said in the Hebrew scriptures, or the Christian Old Testament, in the book of Proverbs, where there is a marvelous speech by the divine wisdom, Sophia, which, in describing the function of the divine wisdom in the creation of the world, in other words, is a manifestation of the wisdom of God, wisdom uses the phrase that in producing men and animals and all the creatures of the earth, wisdom is playing. And it was the delight of wisdom to play before the presence of God. And when it is likewise said in the scriptures that the Lord God created the world for his pleasure, this again means, in a sense, for play. And certainly this seems to be what the angels in heaven are doing according to the traditional symbolic descriptions of heaven. They are ringed around the presence of the Almighty, calling out, Alleluia, 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 through all eternity. Well, Alleluia may have meant something originally. But as it's used now, it doesn't mean anything except, well, in our own slang, whoopee. It's an exclamation of nonsensical delight. And it was Dante in the Paradiso who described the song of the angels as the laughter of the universe. And this sense of nonsense as the theme of the divine activity comes out also very strongly in the book of Job. I always think that the book of Job is the most profound book in the whole Bible, Old Testament and New Testament. Because here is the problem of the man, the righteous man, who has suffered. And all his friends try to rationalize it and say, well, you must have suffered because you really had a secret sin after all and deserve the punishment of God, or because rationalize it somehow. And when they've had their say, the Lord God appears on the scene and says, who is this that darkeneth counsel with words without knowledge? And then proceeds to ask Job and his friends a series of absolutely unanswerable conundrums, pointing out all the apparent irrationality and nonsense of his creation. Why, for example, he said, do I send rain upon the desert where no man is? Most commentators on the book of Job end with the remark that, well, this poses the problem of suffering and the problem of evil, but doesn't really answer it. And yet in the end himself, Job seems to be satisfied. he somehow surrenders to the apparent unreasonableness of the Lord God. And this is not, I think, because Job is beaten down and that he's unduly impressed with the royal, monarchical, and paternalistic authority of the deity and doesn't dare to answer back. He realizes that somehow these very questions are the answer. I think of all the commentators on the book of Job, the person who came closest to this point was old G.K. Chesterton. He once made the glorious remark that it is one thing to look with amazement at a gorgon or a griffin, a creature who doesn't exist, but quite another thing to look at a hippopotamus, a creature who does exist and looks as if he doesn't. In other words, that all this strange world, with its weird forms, like hippopotami, and when you look at them from a certain point of view, stones and trees and water and clouds and stars, when you look at them from a certain point of view and don't take them for granted, they're as weird as any hippopotamus, or any imagination of fabulous beasts of gorgons and griffins and things like that. They are just plain improbable. And it is in this sense, I think, that they are the Alleluia, as it were, the nonsense song. Why do we love nonsense? Why do we love Lewis Carroll with his "'Twas brillig and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe, all mimsy were the borogroves and the momraths outgrabe"? Why is it that all those old English songs are full of Falderiddle Ido and Hey Nonny Nonny and all those babbling choruses? Why is it that when we get hep with jazz, we just go booty booty boopty boo and so on and enjoy ourselves swinging it? It is this participation in the essential, glorious nonsense that is at the heart of the world, that isn't going anywhere, that is a dance. But it seems that only in moments of unusual insight and illumination that we get the point of this, and find that thus the true meaning of life is no meaning, that its purpose is no purpose, and that its sense is nonsense. But still, we want to use about it the word significant. Significant nonsense? Yes, nonsense that is not just chaos, that is not just blathering balderdash, but that has in it rhythm, fascinating complexity, a kind of artistry. It is in this kind of meaninglessness that we get the profoundest meaning.
Well, now, I want to deal this afternoon with a troublesome aspect of the whole problem of the transformation of consciousness, which has received during the past few years, and even more during the past few months, an enormous amount of publicity. And that is, of course, the connection between alterations of consciousness and development of mystical states of awareness with drugs. And the first thing we have to do in considering a question of this kind is to clean up our semantics. First of all, I want to say a little bit about artificial and natural. Because there are certain contexts in which the word natural means good and artificial means bad. And For the life of me, I cannot get to the bottom of this. Because nothing is more artificial than the distinction between the artificial and the natural. A bird's nest is as artificial as a house. So is a bee's nest. Everything done by artifice is artificial, I suppose. And yet, if you look, as the Chinese do, at art as a work of nature, you wonder what all this means. Artificiality, in one sense, is acting with skill or with art. It means in Latin, official is from the root facere, to make, ars, artis, artifact, what is made by art. So a sculpture, a painting, in fact anything well and skillfully made is an artifact or a work of art. It doesn't have to be fine arts. It can be a shoe, a dress, a cooking pot, anything. In fact, our museums are stocked with the everyday objects of the ancients, which we consider works of art. I don't know whether in the future they will stock museums with aluminum saucepans and things like that. It remains to be seen. But then artificial also has a secondary sense of something that looks too much as if it were a work of art. What we call affected, studied, or contrived. When you get what looks like a drinking glass made of glass, and you suddenly find out it's made of plastic, you get a feeling of the artificial in its second sense. Something pretending to be what it isn't. Something that lacks what you expected, the cool, heavy quality of a glass. And suddenly it's featherweight and has no substance to it. Or when a person behaves in an artificial way, you feel they are awkward about it. They're putting it on. And what they are putting on at you is entirely different from what they feel underneath. Then you say their behavior is contrived or artificial. And I suppose we can use the word artificial this way to mean, to have a kind of a bad sense. So then there arises the troublesome question, is there any difference between natural and artificial ways of attaining transformations of consciousness which lead you to great insights and understandings? And this is, of course, comparable to the problem of travel. It's natural to walk. You're endowed with legs. Is it unnatural to ride a horse, to take a carriage, to drive an automobile, to take a jet plane? Is that artificial? Or is it an extension of human capacity in the same way as a bird's nest? That's a very difficult question to decide. If you've time, of course, it's fun to drive to the East Coast. Practically no one bothers to walk. Nowadays, that would be very abnormal. But of course, if you drive, or even take a bicycle, you do see the country. And you're aware of the great transition that you're making from one coast to another. But you sure can't swim to Tokyo. If you're going to go there at all, you require at least the artificiality of a boat. And the Pacific is a big, big, empty bunch of water. And one bit's as much like another unless you land at an island. So you may as well take the plane. And there you are in 13 hours. What a difference from the day when they drifted across by the currents, took sailing boats. Well, you could say when they got there, they really knew they were there. Nowadays, traveling by jet is simply like going inside an elevator. You get the same, whereas the elevator, if it goes too fast, goes down from the 10th floor to the 1st, and you feel your stomach has been left on the 10th. Traveling by jet, you're apt to feel that your psyche hasn't caught up with you. It left it back in New York, and here you are out in La Jolla, and the time's all different, and it's earlier in the day than practically when you started, and you feel sort of disarranged. But all the same, would it be reasonable to argue that you ought not to travel by jet planes? That you should leave and proceed in a proper, slow manner? Of course, the people who can't afford to travel by jet will tell you so. That their way is obviously more natural than yours, and that you're cheating when you take the jet. You're a wretched capitalist or something. But you see, this is an eternal debate. It goes on and on and on, and it's a kind of one-upmanship. The real question is, of course, if you take a jet plane to the Orient, what are you going to do when you get there? That's the real question. Are you going to go to all the best European-style or American-style hotels and visit Japan as if you were inside a glass case? That would be pretty artificial. Because after all, you could just sit home and see color movies, for all that goes. And I do take people to Japan on and off, and some of them like to get mixed up in the life of the country, but some of them absolutely want to be wrapped in cellophane and hygienized. They can't stand the idea of eating Japanese food. A Japanese bathtub is deplorable. As for a Japanese toilet, it is unspeakable, because they're so rigid and unadaptable that they won't learn new ways of doing things. So it does make a difference whether, even if everybody goes by jet, how they relate themselves to the new environment when they get there. That's the important question. And that depends on whether they're adaptable personalities or rigid personalities. How stuck they are, how their identity is glued to certain ways of behaving. There are some people who, unless they have a certain same kind of breakfast every day, are just not themselves. I remember I used to eat at a lunch counter in England, where an extremely square young man was often there at the same time I was. And he would invariably order 3 small beef sandwiches. This place specialized in rather small sandwiches. And he ordered every day 3 beef and a glass of beer. And if it had ever changed, he would have had a complete psychic upheaval. Well, now, the question of the jet plane, and is to say the technical means of arriving somewhere, is in a way parallel to the question, will you travel in these states of consciousness by... There are many ways of doing it, you see. There are the methods of meditation, some of which are quite difficult and take a very long time. They're like walking. Or do you want to have technical help? That is to say, what about the chemistry of the matter? Do these states of consciousness correspond to various states of chemistry? Now, traditionally spiritual people in our culture are horrified at this idea, because everything to do with chemistry is labeled artificial in the bad sense. As if somehow or other anything achieved by a chemical change isn't real, but it is somehow synthetic, like plastic glass instead of real glass, or like synthetic vitamin C instead of vitamin C derived from rose hips, or Wonder Bread instead of real bread. But this isn't so easily solved. The word drug, to begin with, is an alarm word, except in certain contexts. Nobody's alarmed when they see the notice drugstore. That's folksy and natural and belongs as part of our life. Pharmacy is a little more threatening, actually. But drugstore, it's okay. But when you say about somebody, he takes drugs, ooh, wowee, that's pretty dreadful. That sounds, it's got the idea of drug equal dope. And as everybody knows, a dope fiend is a character with circles under his eyes who lies around all day in a kind of stupor, experiencing inner fantasies and bliss, probably sexual, and all sorts of weird things going on. And he is in a frightful state where he depends on taking more and more of the stuff, and he gets increasingly dependent on it. And, oh my, that's terrible. Of course, some of one's best friends are alcoholics. But there's a little difference being in status from being a dope fiend. Although an alcoholic, of course, can lie around and do nothing for hours and hours and just drink and get more and more dependent on it and have to drink more and more in order to keep going. And when he gets to feel guilty about it, he has to drink more in order to stop his sense of guilt hurting. Because he finds out he can't stop, so he has to go on. But there's some kind of a status symbol in being alcoholic. It goes with the culture, and it's a mildly approved sin. People can boast about alcohol, how much they can drink, what fun it was, the drunk we had the other night, and you can get away with it. The Chinese and the Japanese have absolutely no sense of guilt whatsoever in connection with imbibing alcohol. They are known among people who use other chemicals as juicers. And they are amazing. You will see a party of Japanese businessmen going down a street at night, all with their arms around each other's necks and swaying across the street and singing. And nobody bothers. They're quite harmless. They're not going to fight anybody. The police don't care. There they are. Everybody says, it's all right, they're happy. The great Chinese poets are full of references to the joys of getting gloriously drunk and then writing poetry. There was one famous Zen monk who used to get very drunk, and then he'd soak his hair in sumi ink and splosh it all over a piece of paper. And then he'd wash it out and look at this thing that he had done. And he would do a Rorschach blot on it until this thing became a landscape. Then all he'd have to do was to touch his brush to certain points, and whoops, this magnificent landscape would appear. But he had to get to just the right degree of drunkenness to let go and slosh this paper with his inky hair. I was one day talking with a Zen priest who's a student of mine several years ago, and he said, I had a letter from my teacher this morning. Oh, I said, that's interesting. How is he? Oh, he's fine, but he said, he very drunk, he drink too much. I said, this is your teacher, your Zen teacher? He said, yes, my Zen teacher. He said, he live in mountain, we're very cold. Only way to keep warm, drink sake. And so nobody has any feeling about it, that it's bad. But it is a drug, and it is a narcotic, in the strict sense of the word, of one that in quantity will induce narcosis or torpor, even sleep. So you see, the word drug, though, isn't normally applied to alcohol. If somebody says, the doctor says to a patient, are you taking any drugs at this time? The patient thinks, let's see, penicillin, or whatever, sleeping pills, barbiturates, so on. And says, no, I'm not taking any drugs. Forgot to mention alcohol. Because that doesn't count. It's not recognized as a drug. So you see how loaded the word drug is? So if we want to keep our conversation clean, we don't use it. It has too many double takes and funny associations. We say instead chemical Nice neutral word. So you see then there are states of consciousness that correspond to chemistry. Here we get another difficulty. There is a certain prejudice going with the word chemical to say that life, to talk about biochemistry as if life were explainable entirely in terms of chemistry or controllable in terms of chemistry, seems to be a put down to life. There are many, it's much within the culture that we live in that mind should always triumph over matter. This is why Christian Science is so popular in the United States. And all kinds of so-called metaphysical things, divine science, religious science, etc., 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 all concentrate over, think positively and all will be well. Keep your thoughts pure and clean and strong and always look on the better side of things, and then the physical world, money and all that sort of thing will take care of itself. And if it doesn't, well, be happy just the same. Mind over matter. This is a great thing in America. But it's impossible to practice because one is also material. If you could perfectly practice mind over matter, of course you should abstain from eating and not be dependent on this murdering business that we all have to do in order to stay alive. You should certainly renounce aspirin. You shouldn't take vitamins, they're chemicals. And in a sense, drugs. Coffee, tea, all that's very wicked. And of course, don't drink wine. When Italian people are asked to specify what they spend on liquor, food, etc., they always list the wine under food. Liquor means strong drink, because they consider wine is healthy, normal, everyday drink that everybody naturally has, and the French would think of it the same way. You see how culturally relative these ideas are, depending on what you're used to and how you're used to classifying things. But you see, chemistry, the chemistry of things, is simply a certain way of describing what happens. You can describe anything from a chemical point of view. In other words, you take an oil painting by a great master, and there is a chemical description of it, possible. A musical composition can be described in terms of the physics of sound, and accurately measured in those terms. But the only thing is that the language of chemistry is rather clumsy when you're trying to explain what the artist was attempting to convey through his painting. And the language of the physics of sound is rather clumsy when you're trying to explain the intentions of Mozart. And from some points of view also, the language of biochemistry is clumsy when you're attempting to discuss the nature of various intellectual or spiritual insights. But nevertheless, there is a chemical aspect to all spiritual things, just as for every photograph, whether it be a photograph of a great saint or a striptease artist in the newspaper, there is at the basis of all of them that grid, which is necessary for reproducing a photograph at all. So let's not be too snobbish about our relationship to processes that have chemical and physical descriptions attachable to them. Even the Catholic Church admits there are such things as sacraments, and that through the physical agency of water, a person may be given the grace of baptism, and through the physical agencies of bread and wine, he may partake of the body and blood of Christ, using physical means to a spiritual end. And I always detect in people who want to make mind entirely superior to matter, and matter completely subordinate to mind, a certain kind of spiritual pride, which in Christianity is the most insufferable of sins. G.K. Chesterton used to recommend as a spiritual exercise putting your head on the ground and looking between your legs so that you could see everything as if it were hanging from the earth. Everything dependent on the earth. Dependent means in Latin hanging down, hanging from. And this is a good point of view. Because you see, as I may have indicated in this seminar, I think it is in this, people who are too spiritual are like wine or drink which is pure alcohol. It has no body. And people who are too material are like grenadine, a soft, sweet drink with no bite, no spirit in it. And we have to follow the middle way. So therefore there are chemicals which bring about changes of consciousness, which can be, in my opinion, aids to the meditation process. I remember a Chinese Taoist philosopher once said to me, when you start meditating, you should have a few drinks. It will increase your progress by about 6 months. That's a Taoist attitude, and it's a very Chinese attitude. That may be true for Chinese people. I don't like to work that way myself. But when it comes to what can be done with the type of chemicals that have been called psychedelic, that is a very meaningless word. That means nothing at all in Greek, except perhaps soul-destroying. But it's meant to mean mind-manifesting. I call them psychotropic, which, although it is a very vague term, just means consciousness or mind changing. Of course, all the narcotics are psychotropic. They change the mind. It's very difficult to find a word for those chemicals that have to do with these states. But there are, in a way, these certain ones to be considered. And we can say they are roughly fall into 3 types. There's the cannabis, or Indian hemp. There is mescaline. And psilocybin. And there is LSD. These are the principal ones that are under discussion today. And over here, of course, you see, in this domain, we have alcohol, opiates, and I suppose barbiturates. In other words, the true narcotics. Well, now, in the use of any of these substances, there are 3 factors to be considered, or what is called more strictly 3 variables. One is the chemical itself. 2 is the setting in which it is used, the surrounding circumstances, both physical and social. And 3, the set. And the set means the attitude and character of the person using them, his background, what he brings to it. And because there are three variables, it's impossible to say of any one of these chemicals that they are specific in what they do. And so, in a way, everybody has to speak for himself, because he speaks of what happens in the set and setting in which he used them. But some generalizations can be made, all things being more or less equal. But you always have to take it with a certain grain of salt and with certain reservations. So what we're talking about then is the alteration of consciousness, which these things will do pretty much of themselves, and then over and above that, what they will do given the optimal set and setting. Now, from my point of view, I do not know, and nobody really knows, whether any of these chemicals are specifically therapeutic. There have been in the past therapeutic uses of cannabis or Indian hemp. I looked at a British Materia Medica dated 1918, and there were all sorts of ways in which this was then prescribed. But there is no conclusive evidence that these are specific chemicals to be given for specific ailments. And normally you see when a physician prescribes a drug or a chemical of any kind, he feels that he is only justified in introducing the subject into the human system for purposes of healing a specific disease, with the exception perhaps of vitamins, which he feels are health builders and could as a matter of course be taken as dietary supplements. In that case he is using these chemicals as diet rather than medicine. There is an important difference, you see, between medicine and diet. Medicine is for a specific occasion, diet for a regular occasion. And if it's medicine, it's important too that you don't become hooked on medicine. One of the most important differences between the practice of a physician and the practice of a clergyman is that a physician is trying to get rid of his patients as fast as possible. He wants to cure them and send them away so that the medicine can be stopped and they don't have to come to his office or hospital anymore. Whereas a clergyman is trying to get you hooked on the medicine. He wants you to continue to come to church, to pay your pledge, to be there every Sunday and become a regular member or disciple of the congregation. It's rather funny. So, many, many centuries ago, the physician and the priest were the same person. They had an argument at one point, and they split, because the physicians became more and more empirical in their approach, and the priests became more scholastic. The difference between a scholastic and an empiricist is that the scholastic knows everything that's written in the book, and he takes his idea of truth from the books. And so if there's a very ancient and venerable book, like the Bible, or the Vedas, or the Confucian classics, the scholastic looks for all truth in their pages. He does not look outside for just the same reason that the theologians would not look through Galileo's telescope. Because they said, well, if it agrees with what is in the Bible, we don't need to look through it. If it doesn't agree with what's in the Bible, it must be the work of the devil. But increasingly, physicians began to take an empirical point of view, which was opposed to to the scholastic and the theological. And therefore priest and physician could not be the same person. But this has had unfortunate results in that it has impoverished both professions. If somebody is seriously disturbed in mind today, and he goes to a clergyman, the clergyman will immediately send him to a psychiatrist. Because no clergyman today feels, except perhaps a few Catholic priests, that he has the power to cast out demons. When did you last hear of somebody being exorcised? So, in other words, most clergy do not believe in their religion. They don't have any sense that they possess any true power anymore. And so instead they send you to some psychiatrist. Now, this is not true by any means of all psychiatrists, but as I find it is true of most psychiatrists, and especially those who are the residents and permanent staff of mental hospitals. The moment a patient there begins to talk about religion, they know he's crazy. Because religion, from the point of view of the philosophy of science at the end of the 19th century, which was the birth time of psychoanalysis and of a great deal of modern psychiatry, it was the fashion then to regard all religious beliefs as purely superstitious, and that philosophy has carried down to the present day. There are some awkward alliances between psychiatrists and clergymen, and there is a thing called pastoral psychology, or pastoral psychotherapy. There are psychiatrists teaching in theological schools, but the arrangement between them is unhappy, or has been, because especially when you say, well, a lot of people's troubles are due to their sexual repressions, if you take a Freudian standpoint about that, well, the church can't agree with you, because the church is a sexual regulation society above all else. Whatever otherwise it pretends, sexual irregularity is about the only thing you can get kicked out of the church for. So then, the doctor, the physician, feels out of role when he prescribes medicine, there being no disease. He doesn't like to do that. In the same way, the doctor is shoved out of role when a patient is certainly dying and nothing will help. He is not allowed by his ethic to administer some painless death pill to the patient. But instead, it's much worse than that. He often feels obliged to keep the patient alive as long as possible in a state of suspended animation on the ends of all sorts of tubes, feeling very uncomfortable and miserable, because however he may be doped up against actual physical pain, all the family savings are going away, and there's a great difficulty. It drags on and on and on. And furthermore, the general hospital attitude to a dying patient is one of absolute falsehood. They say, you're coming on, you'll be all right, maybe a couple of weeks from now, and all the friends come and say, cheer up, old boy, things are not so bad as they seem. They don't add, very probably they're much worse. But there's a complete failure to face death as an important event. And it isn't the physician's fault. It is a very complex thing. His role has been socially defined in such a way that he is out of role in these emergencies, as he is out of role when it comes to using chemicals for something other than the curing of disease. Now, in my own opinion, these particular chemicals look as if they are not going to be therapeutic agents, but research tools. Just as you magnify your senses with a telephone, which enables you to hear for thousands of miles, with television, which enables you to see for thousands of miles, or with a telescope,
or with a microscope which enables you to see things totally invisible to the naked eye. May I ask whether these things are bad artificialities? Whether it's really wrong to use telephones, television, microscopes, telescopes? Is that bad? Well, if it's all right to use a microscope, outside your skin, here it is, a brass gadget with lenses in it. It's all right if it's outside your skin. Couldn't it be all right to use an instrument inside your skin, which would do a kind of magnification process from within the nervous system, provided that this does not seriously damage you? I suppose you can ruin your eyesight by using microscopes. But if it's not damaging, and if you handle it expertly, anybody can have fun looking through a microscope and see all the little things go wiggle, wiggle, and of course see the jazz go by. But if you happen to have biological or chemical knowledge, then a microscope is an extremely useful tool, as is the telescope to an astronomer or to a navigator. So I regard these substances as instruments for investigation of the nature of consciousness, which require careful use, because like all things that take you into unfamiliar realms, all exploring is dangerous. It's dangerous to explore outer space. It was dangerous to settle the West, because there you encountered wild Indians. In this sort of situation, you don't encounter wild Indians, but you encounter psychoses. And that's always dangerous, of course. And you might get into a psychosis, especially if you were predisposed to do so in the first place. But just because something is dangerous doesn't mean at all that we shouldn't do it. It's dangerous to practice yoga. You can go crazy with that. Lots of people have. It's probably less dangerous to practice yoga than to drive on the freeway. It's probably safer to take a ride by plane than to practice yoga or to take LSD. But certainly LSD is not so unsafe as to drive your car on the freeway or even around town. So, assuming the responsible use of these substances, really things can be done with them. So let's consider the possibilities of each of these three groups that I've put up here. I'm going to show that normally speaking, what they will do and how far they will go of themselves. This one, cannabis, will of itself go about this far. In other words, it will add the dimension of the sensory consciousness to the symbolic. Pretty much of itself. Cannabis, incidentally, is commonly known as marijuana. And it is a non-habit-forming chemical which has a usually calming but sensory alerting and intensifying effect, which is perfectly harmless if not used in very large quantities. And practically every medical authority who's ever published anything on it agrees with this position. It does not lead to anything except itself, unless it so happens that somebody is selling it to you who really wants to sell you heroin. Then he will try to tempt you and say, sissy, come on, try some real good stuff, you see? And dare a kid, say, to take heroin, but heroin belongs over here and moves in this direction.
It's a narcotic. Cannabis belongs on this side of symbolic consciousness and moves in this direction. These two, mescaline and psilocybin, will of themselves take you about that far. Into what I described in this morning's session in various characteristics of what I call the cellular consciousness. Both of them are curious in respect that, of course, you know that mescaline is the same as peyote. It is a distilled synthetic which corresponds to the main active principles in the peyote cactus and is used by the Indians of the Southwest for a religious sacrament. That is the Native American Church, which is a Christian Indian church, which has a very good reputation as a kind of a law-abiding, pleasant people. The characteristic symptomatology of both these substances, this incidentally, psilocybin, is also from the Southwest. That is a synthetic of the active principle of certain mushrooms that are to be found principally in the state of Oaxaca, but actually along the whole west coast of America as far north as Vancouver. The mushroom psilocybe mexicana, Haim, is the principal one so used. And likewise here again, this mushroom, which is called teocanatl, or the flesh of God, is taken for religious purposes in a sacramental way. Both of these, as I would say, have a general atmosphere about them which is rather earthy. They go extraordinarily well with the vegetative world. They bring to life one's vision of nature and water and plants and sky in an extraordinary way. On the other hand, LSD has a more, I can only call it electronic feel about it. I don't know why. But the possibility of LSD by itself is to get to about here. And all that I described as the molecular kind of consciousness. LSD is produced from wheat ergot, from, first of all, lysergic acid, which is derived from wheat ergot and then refined into a very complex molecule, a diethyl amide of lysergic acid, and the diethyl amide in particular is number 25. So it's LSD 25 is the normal correct initials for it. The peculiarity of this substance is what a lot will be done by a little. It is given in microgram doses. Now, a microgram is a millionth, isn't it? A millionth of a gram? Thousandth. And a milligram is a thousandth of a gram. A millionth of a gram. And that you can't see. Vitamin B12 is also given in micrograms. And as little as 75 or even 50 micrograms will produce the characteristic effects of LSD in most human subjects. 100 will certainly do it. I would say any dosage over 200 involves risks. And so when irresponsible experimentation involves people vying with each other as to how much they've taken, and they start to go up towards 1,000, they're being just plain stupid. I mean, it's like sitting around on a great drunk and betting on whether you could demolish a whole quart of whiskey in an hour. Well, what a ridiculous thing to do. I mean, that's like trying to land a jet aircraft on the freeway. It's just stupid. And so one always feels that in the use of these things that they have the same sort of dangers that high-powered things of any kind have, rifles or automobiles or planes, and therefore that the use of them should be licensed. The question is, we don't know quite how to license them because we don't know who is really qualified to decide. And this is one of the most problematic things of the whole of our technological advance. Who is to decide? Because you see, to be a qualified expert on any of these subjects, it isn't enough to be a psychiatrist alone. It isn't enough to be a psychopharmacologist, that is to say, one who specifically studies the biochemistry or the neurology of these substances. The psychiatrist should also have some knowledge of religion, of sociology, of mythology, of you might say mythology including symbols and all that sort of thing, though that should go along with it. And you see, we don't yet train a class of person who has all these disciplines at his disposal. And so every trained class of person who belongs in a particular category, minister, psychiatrist, pharmacologist, all feel at a bit of a disadvantage and therefore reluctant to assume responsibility for this kind of investigation. But you see, the trouble is one of those things you can't get out of. Somebody has got to assume responsibility for it because it's happening. All these things are being used and nothing is going to stop their use. You can't prohibit LSD, at least you can write it down in the books that it is prohibited, and you can tell the police to stop it. But why? The police are harassed enough with enough jobs as it is. Why send them on a task considerably more difficult than looking for needles in a haystack? LSD can be disguised so as to appear like almost anything. It can be made into gum for envelopes. It can be disguised as Kleenex, or blotting paper, or peanut butter, or honey, or just anything you choose. And so it is it's so minute, it is tasteless, it has no odor. So there is no way whatsoever of concealing this. It is the perfect secret weapon. It is the perfect elixir, you know, the thing that is the mystery. And therefore it can induce fantastic paranoia. Not only, it's so funny, when you read some of the alarmist notices written about LSD from people who've never taken it, they read just as if they had taken it and had a bad trip, because they've got paranoia. They see it on all sides, everywhere, this menace creeping in the marmalade, you know, in the drinking water. You know, just drop a pound of it in the local reservoir and the whole town's turned on. So, like the general in Dr. Strangelove, who was objecting to the communist plot to put fluoride into the water and destroy our natural juices, similar personalities are terrified that there's a big communist plot of something or other to circulate LSD to undermine the youth of America and make them all peaceable so that they won't fight. Well, that's not the way to handle things. All these things are best when they're out in the open. And then when we can have no paranoia about it, no hiding things, as it is supposing a group of students who are not out for kicks, incidentally. Kicks is a way of putting down young people. It's not taking them seriously. If you want to put down the young people and say they're only out for kicks, you've no business sending them to fight wars in Vietnam, which is a very responsible undertaking. So if a group of kids in college decide that they, for serious reasons of religious or personal investigation, want to take LSD, it would be very sensible of them to ask a psychiatrist to come over and sit with them for the day. And they would each put up enough money to pay him for his time. But they're not allowed to do so. That would be illegal. It would be illegal for the psychiatrist to take part in such a thing. That's the kind of nonsense you get to. So that what happens instead is that crime takes over. And organized crime hasn't really moved into LSD yet because there haven't been enough enthusiastic graduate chemistry students who would manufacture it
And they're idealists, and they only want to make a relatively small amount of money on it. And they want to turn everybody on. They want to turn on the President of the United States, the President of the Russian Republic, and everybody. They want to get high on LSD so as to make them see things. And here lie the dangers. That the only way of getting LSD at the moment is on the black market. Genuine researchers cannot get it right now. Now, black market LSD is liable to be loaded with many other things, especially if it comes from the syndicate. It is apt to be spiked with heroin, so as to get you hooked. Other people mix it with amphetamines to soup up the effects. Then also the idealistic graduate student may give you a larger dose than you thought you were buying. And so it's twice what it says on the bottle. And since there is no control over the quality of manufacture, it is as bad as the state of affairs in Prohibition when people were drinking highly deleterious bathtub gin. Nobody in his senses will take black market LSD. You don't know what you're getting. So by comparison with black market LSD, these other materials are not nearly so dangerous if taken in moderation. This really isn't dangerous at all. It's just that probably if people smoked it, it would give the liquor industry a bit too much competition for comfort. So then, now, each of these I've drawn a characteristic limit point where I said it will take you of itself. But then with a little push, if you've got the background and the initiative and the what have you, the training, you can take each one of them further. In fact, you can take even this one right the way through to here, and this likewise. But you see there's a corresponding effort, or whatever you want to call it, involved in each case. And you see, generally speaking, their effects are everything that I described under the terms of sensory consciousness, the sense of being time slowed down, being at one with the full physical environment, finding enormous delight and significance in what would ordinarily be called insignificant or unimportant patterns, the tones of people's voice, the fantastic vibrations of musical instruments, their different qualities of texture, and so on, is very much emphasized here, which is why this is a favorite chemical among musicians. Here, one goes into this very much, the utter fascination of the microscopic world, of texture, of the splendor of nature. I've picked up, with using mescaline, a rotten log, about so long, so thick, with fungus on it. You know, that kind of shelf-like fungus that grows? And in the state of mescaline, this looked like a piece of jewelry. A great big thing made of ebony and ivory and heaven only knows what. All of it looked as if it had been minutely carved by a man like Cellini. It looked like a superb work of art instead of just a rotten old log. With LSD, the same initial sort of effects, but with it is apt to go, for a while, a kind of a strange sensory jazz. Walls start to breathe, to waver, ripple. Supposing you see something like, let's take a sea urchin's shell. You can look at it and all the nipples on it start to wiggle. Not only to your eyes, but also to your sense of touch.
Meanwhile, the shell breathes in and out with the nipples wiggling on it. And you wonder now, what's the reason for that? Is this a hallucination? What's going on? You know it's obviously the effect of the chemical. But I begin to wonder about this because I try to establish why they wiggle, and I find if I hold my eyes quite still on a certain point, they stop wiggling. But if I, in the normal way, let my eyes drift hither and yon over the thing, it wiggles. So I begin to think, well, after all, my eyes are gelatinous, and my brain is a pretty gooey mass of stuff. Maybe that things seen in the eye and on the soft surface of the retina actually do wiggle a bit. Only we learn not to see that. After all, when birds walk, have you ever watched when a bird walks, its head goes like this? Now, if you do that, you get your landscape going, you see. But obviously, surely birds don't permanently live in a landscape that goes like this when they walk. In other words, they screen that out. And they make a constant. So likewise, we've learned socially that all these lines in this room are straight. See, they're not wiggly, they're made of a solid substance, and they don't wiggle. Well, maybe they do in our eyes, only we've learned to ignore that. Just as we can, see, I don't have binocular vision. And so if I look at something, I should be seeing it double. But I don't, because I repress psychologically one of the eyes. I can be either. But I simply repress that information so that I see like anybody else. So these changes are rather strange. And not only do colors become intensely vivid, but sounds boom through you. And then you get to a point where you can see light in terms of sound, in terms of shape. All the senses seem to be one sense, fundamentally. A kind of fundamental sense of touch. But you touch light with your eyes, you touch sound with your ears, you touch wood with your fingers, you touch gas with your nose, and you touch taste essences with your tongue. But it's all one touch. And then, beyond that, you get into something else. When the sensory jazz wears off, the effect seems to go to deeper levels of one's mind. And I would say, for me, the most startling property of all these three chemicals, in their varying ways, is that they substitute for either or thinking and feeling both and. That is to say, they facilitate polar feeling and thinking. You see, according to Gestalt psychology, our normal attentive consciousness is captured by the figure rather than the background, by the moving rather than the stationary. Enclosed figures with clear outline against the background win your attention in such a way that you see the figure and ignore the background. If on an empty blackboard I draw this figure and say to an audience, what is it? Most people will say it is a circle, it is a ball, it is a disc. Very few people will suggest that I've drawn a hole in a wall. You see, because attention goes here. But you realize, obviously, you couldn't see the figure without any background. Now, you find you can reverse attention between figure and ground fairly easily. You see this either as a ball or as a hole in a wall, but it's difficult to see it as both. In the same way, you know that figure of two faces in profile, which are about to kiss each other. And they are a black silhouette. But the area between the profiles forms a white chalice. Now, it's very difficult to see simultaneously kissing faces and white chalice. You tend to see one or the other because the two images are incompatible. Unless perhaps you form the concept of it as a loving cup, then you may be able to see both, because what you see depends to a large extent on the concept that you're using. If, for example, you have a concept of number which goes 1, 2, 3, many, then you can never know that a table has 4 corners. You haven't got the number 4. It has many corners, because it's 1 above 3. Anything above 3 is many. So there's no difference in concept between a table with 4 corners or a table with 20. For those primitive kind of arithmeticians. So then polar thinking becomes characteristic of all of these in here, and increasingly. Felt that the inside goes with the outside, in the same way that the back goes with the front, that you go with your circumstances. It isn't that you are pushed around by them as a puppet, but that you and your circumstances, you and your environment are all the real you. That's what you're doing. And so you experience, even though the circumstances may not be what would ordinarily be called harmonious, that is to say pleasant circumstances, you realize that there is an unbreakable harmony between your behavior and the behavior of the external world. And so this polarity becomes very important. But it can scare the wits out of you. And this is a danger point. If you say now then, all right, if inside goes with outside, likewise good goes with bad. As I said before, you wouldn't know you were law-abiding people unless there were some criminals around to compare yourselves with. By comparison, you know that you're law-abiding. Well, now, you begin to worry, if good goes with bad, who's in charge around here? Who's to say what's right? If, after all, everything works out in the end, anything goes. And therefore you can start to get worried. How will I know, what will I depend on in myself that I will behave in what is considered a sane way at the next moment? Will I suddenly be overcome with a passion to kill somebody? And in this way, not knowing which end is up because everything is so relative, it feels as if when you put your foot, your psychic foot, upon what you hope to be firm ground, the ground immediately collapses, and you find yourself freely falling in space. And this is terrifying. You are afloat. You are in the floating world. You are in the relative universe, in which there is nothing to hang on to, because the only thing that might be hangable onto is you. In other words, suddenly, the eternal rock, the firm foundation upon which the saints of the Lord are supposed to build, the rock of ages in which you're supposed to be able to hide yourself, all that has gone. And it seems at first that there is nothing to cling to. And so the sweat can pour from you. Until you say, well, that's really the way it always was. When I was born, I was kicked off the edge of a precipice. And I've been consoling myself all this time by hugging to a big chunk of rock that fell off with me. But you know, there is no security. And if you go with it, you see, and you don't try to fight and to find something to cling to, it's all right. Then you discover that the void that you were so frightened of is the clear light, this thing. That it isn't empty in the ordinary sense of the word at all. But once you let go of your clinging, that's all you let go of. There's no you to let go of, really. All the thing to do is stop clinging, because what that does is bunch you all up. No, it's like going around like this. No? Sort of totally paranoid, clinging. What's going to happen to me? Well, come on, loosen up. You can't do anything if your hands are tied up here all the time, holding on to yourself. Or, you're trying to get on by pulling up your own belt and trying to lift yourself off the ground this way. You never get anywhere. But when you let go, then there's a possibility of doing something. Well, I hope that people will get some sense about these things, and that those of us who are interested in their responsible use will be able to use them responsibly, and through that be able to educate the public into a sane behavior with these things, just as we are able, to some extent, to educate the public to behave sensibly with automobiles and whiskey. We haven't done too good a job, but at any rate, we do make a try at it.
I have left around a number of what I would call psychedelic books, which you will notice consist very largely of photographs of pattern in nature. Crystal structures, shells, bone structures, leaf structures, animalcules, erosion patterns, patterns in marble, all kinds of pattern in nature. Because for some reason or other, one of the strongest effects that I had from the use of psychedelics was a vastly renewed appreciation of this dimension of the natural world. A kind of perception that the whole world is pattern. This is a very strange feeling, because our common sense normally bases the world on substance. We think of a primordial and more or less solid stuff, which is found in dense forms, as in granite or a ball of steel, and found in very refined forms, such as a gas. And we think that all the world is shapes of, forms of, this primordial stuff. But one of the extraordinary consequences of using psychedelics is that everything suddenly turns into transparency. I think that's what some physicists have tried to say. I'm thinking of Sir Arthur Eddington in particular, when he remarks that it seems to turn out that the stuff of the world is the same as the stuff of our consciousness. As if awareness itself and material substance were really not different. And whatever this means scientifically, the psychological implication of it is somehow to make the physical world lighter in every sense, somehow less heavy, less burdensome, and lighter in the sense of more permeated with light. If you look, for example, at those reproductions of Persian miniatures that I brought out, you will see what I mean by the vision of the world as being lit interiorly, illuminated from within. But the interesting thing about this, from a scientific point of view, is that the physical description of the world does not require the concept of substance. It requires only the concept of pattern. Because upon physical analysis, all substances, however solid, are finally described in terms of patterns, the patterns of their molecules, atoms, electrons, and so forth. And it is always the description of the pattern that seems to count. Common sense seems to urge us to ask the question, but what's the pattern made of? In other words, if we see everything reduced to a lot of circles or winding lines, we want to know what are those lines made of. But when you think it through, the only way anybody can ever tell you about them is to describe still smaller patterns within them. Nobody can really think of a way of talking about stuff, because if it has no pattern and is just sort of homogeneous all the way through and has really no shape in itself, I can't imagine a way of talking about it. But you can number and describe and make out, delineate patterns. And so the world takes on, from this point of view, what I would best call a musical quality. Music having the peculiarity of being a language, a form of art in which the principal delight is pattern, and the whole meaning is in the pattern. Music, you see, really doesn't mean anything at all. It's a great art, but one can have absolutely magnificent music which represents nothing and describes nothing. One enjoys it simply for itself, in the same way as you might enjoy fireworks, or watching ripples on water, or watching the shapes of clouds. They don't mean anything, and yet they're orderly. And so one becomes peculiarly aware of this world as play. I have described an experience in the Joyous Cosmology, which was actually based on an experiment with the Mexican mushrooms, with psilocybin, in which I was listening to some Hindu music at the time, in which the players were doing nothing but vocalizing the rhythm of drums. And they have a way of doing it with the syllables dit-dee-dit-da, dit-dee-dit-da, da-dit-dee-da, so on. And they get up to a tremendous speed saying this, and it was the most gorgeous babble. And then they were playing these various instruments, and all the sounds became, I became peculiarly aware of the nonsense in them. There was, for example, an oboe sound, which sounds like somebody singing with his nose pinched. Now this sort of sound. Children love to do that. It makes a fascinating noise. Why is it fascinating? Heaven only knows. But in this sort of blah, 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 blah sort of sound, which they weave together with incredible skill. They have, Hindu music involves the most complex orders of pattern, and to count it out is quite difficult. But they do it with consummate skill, especially with drums. And as a result of listening to this, everything became that. Everything became Hindu music. And so people, you see, when we listen to our own music, well, that's very serious, and we take it all for granted. It's a violin, and this is a piano, and these seem to be very normal noises. And we've so long been accustomed to them that we take them for granted, and we think that they're perfectly sensible. Whereas, of course, if you listen to it with new ears, they're nothing of the kind. I mean, take an organ, for example. What a monstrous construction of pipes. And playing all these sounds through them, blowing through holes. Simply fascinating. But when you hear the Hindus who do things musically that at first sight strike us as ridiculous, because they concentrate on using sounds that we avoid. But we do sometimes use those sounds when we are, well, especially as children, are trying to see what funny noises we can make. And so they will do things with their voices that sound to us like some sort of clowning. But to them, of course, this is all perfectly normal and serious music. Unless, of course, they are turned on when they're listening, as they very often are in India. And it's perfectly legitimate there. The thing that they forbid is alcohol. It's difficult to get in India. And but they don't forbid bhang. I remember I was having dinner in Kyoto with a Buddhist priest and a little party. And naturally, all Japanese, including Buddhist priests, are drinkers. And he passed round beer and sake in fairly plentiful quantities. He was sitting at the table, a Hindu man, very intelligent fellow, and I noticed he refused them. So a little later I said to him, do you not drink for religious reasons? He said, oh no, it is not that. It is just that I don't need it, and I don't want to cumber myself with just something I don't need. I said, do you drink bhang? Oh yes, he said, you would like it, it's a very good drink. And as you know, bhang is an infusion of cannabis indica. So I suppose the Hindus hear their own music from that point of view very frequently.
What is cannabis?
Cannabis is hemp. Vulgarly known as pot. But the impression, you see, of this music at the time, and in the state of mind I was in becoming the music and becoming this sort of marvelous nonsense, everything became that. And so I could see life behaving as patterns do so often behave. Look at a tree. You see, first of all, the heavy outline of the trunk. Then the trunk gives birth to branches, and the branches give birth to twigs, and the twigs give birth to leaves, and the leaves give birth to hairs and veins. And if you go on looking with a microscope, there is wiggle after wiggle after wiggle after wiggle, all coming out, and yet all adding up to the perfection of this tree's pattern, like some sort of symphony. And so I could see all the wiggles and patterns of human imagination and behavior as being involved in this. And the things that we call good as well as the things that we call bad, the things that we call healthy as well as the things that we call sick, the enlightened and illuminated and liberated point of view as well as the egocentric and point of view in bondage, all of them as being integral parts of this terrific playfulness which the Hindus call the Leela, or sport of creation. Or better, play, better than sport. Play in the sense of playing the piano, playing the drama, and so on. Not play in the sense of the trivial. So it was a most astounding feeling of being entirely a pattern. And nobody was making the pattern. There wasn't a patterner outside the pattern. The pattern itself was it. It grew itself. It created itself. It was spontaneous. It was all there was. And what a wasness. And so one is constantly reminded of this by all natural forms and objects in which pattern is very apparent and in which at the same time transparency is apparent. These two aesthetic qualities go together to be suggestive of the psychedelic experience. And so it seems more than ever natural to surround oneself with not only the objects of human art, but with dried flowers and herbs and grasses and seashells and various kinds of rocks and crystals. And I know a very great sculptor, and no, she's not a sculptor, she's really a mosaic artist and painter. Her name is Louisa Jenkins. And she is a great admirer of Teilhard de Chardin, the very progressive Jesuit theologian. She is a Catholic. And she has caught this feeling of universal pattern from him, and her studio is an absolute wonder museum. And she sees the artistic significance of everything. For example, we were having dinner with her one evening, and she was serving Japanese sake in those small cups. Her cups were white, and one of them dropped off the table and split in two. And we were about to pick it up and throw it away. She said, "Oh, don't throw that away." She said, "I have a use for it." And a little later she presented me, it's hanging in the dining room there, with an amazing face
made on a flat disc of cement. And the sake cups had been turned upside down and used as the eyelids for this creature. Well, the thing is that her whole studio contains... Yes, she's painted this. This is Leviathan, the monster of the deep. Her whole studio contains things like skeleton leaves, feathers of the most intricate type, fish skeletons, animals' bones, marvelous pieces of driftwood, gorgeous blocks of quartz, everything that is absolutely fascinating. A child would go out of its head in that studio. But somehow this intimates a world which is entirely design, pattern. And it has an extraordinary levity and joyousness to it. It seems to be a world that is immaterial, in the double sense of the fact that it is not material and that it doesn't matter, in the sense of when something matters that it is grave and thus heavy. It becomes, in other words, a universe whose whole meaning is playfulness. But playfulness must, in order to succeed, must have an aspect which simulates tragedy and can play at not play, so that one can realize play. It is fundamentally play, but it plays very serious games, or plays at seriousness. Now, this leads me to a question that is important about the use of psychedelics. All the people who have been involved with it talk about games. Game theory is very fundamental to it. Now, when Timothy Leary and Richard Alpert were at Harvard, both of them started out in their work as very, very respectable scientists in psychology. They knew all about statistics, and Timothy Leary, while he had been here at Berkeley, had done some very careful statistical analysis of psychological mechanisms and so on, and had got his doctorate and was a very respected scientist. Then they began working with psilocybin. Well, they made what was to their colleagues the fatal mistake, not just of experimenting on subjects and making careful notes and analysis of how they reacted, but they took it themselves. And then they slowly began to realize that what is called serious scientific inquiry is a kind of game. And you can see it as that, of course, without being under the influence of a psychedelic. Just by reading some of the literature, especially of the social sciences, where you will find amazing jargons are used, and that you have to be able to speak that jargon in order to belong to the academic fraternity. If you don't talk that way, and if you don't acquire the special rituals of the fraternity, you are not one of the boys. And an enormous amount of these investigations are truly trivial. I remember for a time I was associated with a certain university which has a famous Department of Education. It's in this state. And I remember reading the subjects of master's dissertations when their degrees were awarded at commencement. And what they had done, you see, was to choose subjects about running schools which were as specialized as you could get. I mean, somebody got his master's thesis from writing about
the relationship of windows in a classroom to the circulation of air for the children. Now, this is fundamentally a job for a constructor or architect or someone. I mean, but this qualifies one for a master's degree in education. It's simply fantastic. But all those sciences, and this is particularly true of the study of English, they want to become scientific. And that means studying something minutely. Well, it's very important sometimes for a physicist or a chemist to study something extremely minutely. But what these other people are doing, because that the physicist and the chemist have acquired a certain power and status through their studies, they are simply trying to copy the method of doing things in spheres where this method is not particularly applicable. And so it becomes strictly a game, especially in psychology, where anything that is studied has more variables in it than anyone can think about. And so, but it does make a very, very pretentious thesis to put forward some really good psychological statistics. So, I shall have more to say about psychological statistics in a few minutes. But so it becomes a game of staying in a certain caste. Well, they saw through this, you see. And they felt at once that it was really rather ridiculous that they were doing this game in the psychology department at Harvard University and all this, and they ought to be mumbling in their beards and looking very grave. So the funny thing was the university couldn't stand it. And it was a question as to whether they were resigned or actually fired. It was probably both. But they just couldn't go on with it. But now then, it followed from that they had to react to the opposite extreme and play another game altogether, which was, of course, what game is there that is the opposite of the academic game is obviously the beatnik game, which is another game too, because that too has its uniform, its rituals, its language, and everything. And the moment you start talking that way, you align yourself with a certain in-group. I mean, if you dig things instead of appreciating them, and so on, that puts you in a certain thing. Because they have their in-group language just as the academic people do. They're all games. Well, now, the problem becomes this. There is a danger when you see how gamey life is to overtly to regard everybody as playing games. So that when somebody says something to you which is supposed to be either serious or sincere, the two things are not the same, you treat it as a gambit. And a person who is by no means ready to admit that he's playing games is very, very put off with this. Because you say, you don't take me seriously, you're treating me as just as if I were playing games. And so too, when people get swept away by the notion that everybody is playing games, they're also liable to get what has been called the holy man syndrome, which is, I am divine, and therefore I am above right and wrong. I can do anything I please, because after all it's only a game. And this is one of the things that in what I would call imbalanced people is very liable indeed to result from the use of psychedelics, and one of the reasons why society is afraid of it. And this really does present a considerable problem. Of course, we can look to the experience of the past to give us a bit of help in this. Because in Asia, there have, of course, for centuries been people who attained a state of consciousness involving the point of view, A, that the world is a game, and that it is fundamentally harmonious, and that good and evil are ultimately reconciled. Zhuangzi says in his book, those who would have good government without its opposite misrule do not understand the great principles of the universe. One might as well talk about having the positive principle without the negative principle, and such people are therefore either knaves or fools. Pretty bold statement. But nevertheless, the great Taoist sages and the Buddhist masters have always known very well indeed how to handle themselves in terms of a relationship to ordinary society, and have known how to take their holiness lightly, and if one has to have a halo, how to wear it over one ear. If you consult, for example, the literature of Zen, and if you know anything about the way Zen is carried on, here you find an astounding ability of the great men to carry their exalted spiritual state in a very human way. One of the great points of Zen is that its ideal is not to become a superman, only a man, a human. And so the Zen people do not aspire to any claim of superhumanity. And the last thing that they learn in their very long training, say of a person who is going to teach Zen, is, you might think it would be the first thing, but it is the last thing. The last thing is they learn is the Zen interpretation of moral precepts. It comes right at the end. If you read this new book by Miura and Sasaki called the Zen Koan, which is just published, there is, by Miura discusses all the stages of Koan study, and right at the end comes the study of the precepts. The irritating thing about this book is that it doesn't tell you anything. It tells you a lot of headings, but no content. And one sometimes wishes that they would either put up or shut up. But it does have in it some marvelous translations of Zen poems, which are well worth the price of the book. But anyway, this point does come out, that it is all part of making a bridge between deep insight and the everyday life of the world. Just as I said, you can't go off into ecstasy, or at least you can, but it isn't a good idea to go off into ecstasy and not ground it. So in just the same way, it is not a good idea to go off into a state of godly omnipotence and divine holiness, etc., and not bring it down to earth. And this is one of the things that I could really complain about among many people who have taken a great deal of psychedelic substances. There is this tendency to poo-poo everything. For example, and to do absolutely outrageous things. There is a movement afoot called the Neo-American Church to put the whole thing on a religious basis. But what do you suppose they do? They have a number of what you might call elders of this church, but they call each one a boohoo. B-O-O-H-O-O, a boohoo. Well, I mean, some people are just going out of their way to make themselves ridiculous. This is the revolution, you see. And for some people are fired with a real revolutionary spirit.
that we are going to make this thing work, we are going to turn the world on, and but we're going to do it on our terms. Of course, you can see from the standpoint of deep insight that it's a very cute idea to call a religious patriarch a boohoo. I don't know what boohoo always means in American slang. In my slang, it means a crybaby. Or it means something, it could mean a sort of a hot air bag. And true Zen masters, in their private references to each other, refer to one another as rice bags and tramps and bums and all sorts of things. But outwardly, so far as their contact with the world is concerned, they wear the proper and dignified garments of high officials, which they're expected to wear, because people want someone who is in a position of great authority or responsibility to look like it. So the Pope is the only man you can't slap on the back and call Harry. So it is of the essence of real insight that when you arrive at the point of understanding what, for want of a better term, I must call the total harmony of the world, you have to see that in this scheme of things there really is no person who is superior or inferior in the final sense of this word. That is to say, it becomes apparent that everybody at his level and in his place is manifesting the divine just as much as you are, or as much as any Buddha is. This is why it's said in the Buddhist scriptures that when you become a Buddha, everybody else does. And so you have no basis for giving yourself airs and graces, or for breaking other people's game rules in such a way as to cause hostility, because they, in their way, playing their games, even if they're limited games, even if they're bad games, they too are all one with you. And their not knowing that they're enlightened is, at the point where they are, very important indeed. It seems sometimes that events could be put on different levels, and the levels could be numbered. And a level that occurred on number 23, where it was quite right, would seem very wrong if it occurred at level 95. But what happens to us often is that we see an event and think it's at level 95 when it's really only at 23. And so it seems out of place and it seems quite wrong. So this sensation, this real thorough absorption of the point that from the situation of the deepest mystical union, from that standpoint, at that standpoint, all men are equal. All beings are equal. The problem arises when you try to bring that standpoint into practical affairs. You can make one of two mistakes. One by saying, you are all equal, but I am more equal than the rest of you. Because I know you're all equal and you don't.
The other is, the more common one, all men are equally inferior. This, of course, is the one from which our culture suffers to a high degree. This is what results in what you might call a sort of travesty of democracy. You see, all democratic thinking in the Western tradition was based on German mysticism. The great tide of democracy came from people inspired by Tauler and Eckhart and Suso and Ruysbroeck, the Brothers of the Free Spirit, the Anabaptists, the Levelers. All those people were the seedbed of democratic ideas and the idea of liberty. Their mysticism influenced George Fox and the Quakers. But when you translate this, all men are equal in the sight of God, to all men are equal on the level of politics and economics, then the parody is they're all equally inferior. And this is why it issued in the various fashions in the West for explaining greatness away as neurosis, of psychoanalyzing all great saints and artists and so on, and reducing their accomplishments to frustrations in sex and toiletry. This gave everybody, you see, who was really some kind of a bum, a sense of satisfaction in knowing that the great are, after all, just as inferior as you are. And that is democracy at its worst. What has to be understood, I think, is this. In order to integrate the level of mystical understanding with practical life, you have to remember one of the famous stories of Sri Ramakrishna. There was a student who had been with him and had been learning that all things in the world are Brahman, are the supreme, are manifestations of the divine. And having heard this, he left the master's ashram and went walking down the road, and there comes along an elephant, swinging its trunk and looking rather fierce. And there is a mahout riding on the elephant, and he says to this man, "Hey, get out of the way, this is a fierce elephant." But he thought, I am Brahman, elephant is Brahman, we are all one Godhead, and no trouble can come. So he didn't get out, and as he approached, the elephant swatted him with his trunk and threw him into the bramble bushes at the side of the road, from which he eventually extracted himself, bleeding and bruised, and he went back to the master and told what had happened. And the master shook his head and said to him, "But you should have realized that the mahout warning you was also Brahman." Well, so it is like this. When you see that all people whatsoever, whether they be high or whether they be low, are manifesting the divine just as much as you are, supposing you are in a high situation, you've really seen the mystery, and you see that all people manifest it, you must stop to consider that what also manifests it is the differences between them. That they are arranged in a certain hierarchy. That the king being king and the cobbler being cobbler, they are, but you see, these are like these levels I was just talking about, level 23 and 95. The cobbler at level 23 is doing all right. But what he's doing would not be appropriate at level 95. Or however you want to number it or turn it around. So when we equalize things, we must also take into account everything that is there to be equalized. Put it in another way. You might say, if I really understand that all is the work of the divine, should I or should I not be angry when somebody like Hitler
destroys millions of Jewish people. Many people jump swiftly to the conclusion that, of course, I ought not to be angry, and then jump to the next conclusion, which is that although I ought not to be angry, if I'm not, I'm extremely cold-hearted. But I would point out that my being angry at such a state of affairs would be as natural as water boiling when put over a fire. I would be very angry indeed. But this anger is included in the manifestations of the divine, just as much as the villainy of the people who destroyed the Jews. They're going to be villainous. I'm going to be angry. It follows like the shadow and the substance. And so you might say, then if all is the divine, why do anything to change anything? If we see any sort of social injustice, or what you will, disease, if it's all divine, let's just let it go, you know? But included in the things that are is change, is irritation, is all the workings of the human being. And so the people who work to change things are just doing their stuff at their level. And they have to be included in this thing, in this totality. Goethe once said, we work with nature even when we work against her. So you have to have the most inclusive view possible in order to integrate these 2 points of view. And it's an oversimplification altogether to say, when you've seen that the divine is in all things, you just curl up your legs, relapse into samadhi, and watch the world go by. That's all right for old men. And for people who are physically tired and weak, that's very proper. To sit on one's porch and in a rocking chair would be the American equivalent. That's fine. But obviously when you are young, you must be involved in the world, because what has to be understood is there is no way of not interfering with life. Even when you glance around this room, you make an effect on it. The slightest little breath upsets things. Not very seriously, not very much, but still it does. Our existence, the mere fact of existence, is an interference. There is no way of not interfering, because you are absolutely connected with everything that goes on, and every move that you make has repercussions. So one has to interfere. Therefore, the question, if you have to interfere, the practical question is how? There are several ways of doing it. Which one? Considering the fine points can bring about dangers. Things like the holy man syndrome. Incidentally, I should mention another point about the holy man syndrome. Not so long ago, a young psychiatrist came to see me who had some experience in these matters, but he had a very noticeable chip on his shoulder. And he was all for emphasizing the point that, say, Zen, he had read a lot about it, was a con game. See? He said, you're a con man, I'm a con man, we're all con men. And he was, everything he did and said had a certain aggression about it. As if to want to say, to make a great point of that we're all crooks. Now, when you see that, you smell a rat. You see? It's all very interesting. But there's a rat here. This person is overcompensating. And therefore he hasn't really understood. If you have to go around, in other words, challenging everybody with your insight, it shows that you are not secure in it.
You don't really believe it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to brag about it. And this is the result. This is the cause of almost all the kinds of excess and disruptive behavior that come from the use of psychedelics. People get the vision, and they go mad with it. They just can't keep it under their hats. They have to go and use it to kick the world in the teeth. I even know an old man who should know better, who says that when he's got spiritual nourishment, he's ready to kick the world in the pants again. It may be just a jokey way of talking. I'm not so sure. But that little edge of somehow having to insist on it is the same state that I was talking about yesterday in the first seminar. When you understand it fully, you go beyond ecstasy and come back to everyday consciousness. Likewise, when you understand fully, you go beyond any special claim to be a holy man or to be a real devil or whatever exalted position happens to appeal to you. And you come back. But now there's some further wrinkle to this. There always is. There are people, as you know, who are aggressively ordinary. And this is a peculiar phenomenon in the United States, where we very much in this country believe in being natural, and so we feel uncomfortable with ceremonies and with dramatic behavior or dramatic clothes or anything like that. We feel that that's too much. It's showing off. It reminds us of the aristocracies of Europe that persecuted our ancestors, I suppose. And so we like things in this country to be folksy. See? And so we many of us wear sort of beat-up clothes, and especially wealthy people, you'll find wealthy people on vacation will wear real beat-up clothes, jeans and old T-shirt and so on, and look as grubby as possible, because that's natural, you see, that's... Now, so also then, when people realize that they're in a very... they've come to a great exalted insight, and they're going to bring it down to earth, and they realize they shouldn't be aggressive about it, they're going to be as natural as possible. But you can spot, just like that their naturalness is phony. It's put on. So I would say, to be natural, really, you don't have to put on any special guise or something for protecting yourself against other people. What you have to do is to do what you like. In the sense that, really, wear what you like, play what role you like, as long as you're comfortable with it, for yourself, and don't care whether it's natural or not. Then it will be natural. Don't try to be natural, because immediately one can detect the spuriousness of it. So now this brings me to the last question. In view of the whole problem of the social adaptation of unitary consciousness of the world as a total harmony, on the one hand, and our ordinary normal consciousness of the world as an intensely competitive system of gravely serious disputes. We're discussing bringing these things together, fertilizing the one point of view with the other. What are we going to do? So far about the practical problem of psychedelics. I pointed out at the beginning that the whole subject falls between two stools, because as a whole, neither the clerical professions nor the medical profession are ready for it. And this is true even of that aspect of the medical profession which is strictly psychiatry. The divorce of psychiatry and religion, and it is generally speaking a divorce, there are exceptions to this, where clergy, for example, in many theological schools are trained in psychiatry, and there are a smattering of psychiatrists who are members of some kind of religious group. But by and large, psychiatry is attempting to be a pure science without any religious commitment at all. And I get the feeling again and again, and I talk to a great many psychiatric groups, and I talk to them endlessly about methods of therapy and this, that, and the other. But I realize sort of with a funny intuition that they are completely superficial. They don't even know what therapy is, what they're aiming at. And so often, this is not always the case, therapy means success in getting a person to behave like everyone else, and to give him the same sort of tastes that everybody else has, so that he's a safe norm. But even when this is not the case, and many therapists, say, who follow Maslow, Carl Rogers, and are most brilliant men, I still get this feeling that psychiatry is dying on the vine for lack of any metaphysical foundations. Now, I said I was going to say again something about statistics. Such statistics as there are showing up today shows that psychiatric treatment, by using other methods than the drugs they're using in asylums to quieten people down, psychiatric treatment is extraordinarily ineffective. Samples show approximately that of any control group, 1/3 of the psychiatric patients recover from their symptoms in 3 to 5 years, and 1/3 of patients under the care of a general practitioner receiving no psychiatric treatment also recover in 3 to 5 years. And those who were under the treatment of the psychiatrists came out a good deal poorer financially. I don't want to say this in a way of belittling the seriousness and the skill with which many psychiatrists are trying to study their problems. But they do have an abominably superficial concept of the human organism and of the human mind. One would think that a psychiatrist would be eager above all to explore every possible modification and state of human consciousness. He should be expert. He should know his way around inside all of them. Just as a linguist wants to master many languages, so a psychiatrist should master many madnesses and many mystical states. He should run the whole gamut, from mystical vision to catatonic schizophrenia, and know them all from the inside. Because then he's in a position to communicate with his patients. He cannot communicate while he remains a mere professor of psychiatry. See? Psychiatry is not something that you can study like the history of Persian pottery. And it's all out there, and it's objective, and so on, and you never have to get involved. To be a therapist effectively, you have to be right on the inside there. You have to get mixed in with it. And even though you may lose a certain objectivity and scientific impartiality by doing this, what you've got to acquire is the art of being able to get involved and then come out again and be scientifically impartial and then get in again. And that's difficult, but it's worth trying. But the reason, you see, the psychiatrist is afraid so often to get involved because he's scared of losing his own sanity. And he knows, that we walk on pretty thin ice so far as our sanity is concerned. And so don't muck around with that. He's seen too many of his colleagues who worked for a long time in asylums who had to be quietly removed to another asylum. Happens all too readily. But it is the fear of insanity, more than anything, which makes one insane. The fear of getting lost in all those strange corridors. Ever had dreams where you're going through mazes, corridors, wondering whether you'll ever get out, whether anybody will ever... Well, crazy people have an awful time with that corridor syndrome, because they are the corridors of the mind. Therefore, there is a certain protection of one's sanity in being able to go into various states. And above all, what I said a moment ago, was that the thing that strikes me about psychiatry so forcibly is its lack of a metaphysical foundation, in which, you see, it is simply imitating the fashionable point of view of scientism in the 19th and early 20th centuries. To push across the point of view that this universe is trivial. It is nothing but, whatever you want to say, nothing but something or other. See? But definitely nothing but. Desperately important to get everything down to nothing but, so that we can say, no mysteries left about it. Just matters. So simple. No? And that's a manifestation of hostility, you see, of hatred of life, lying under that. Because people were too afraid of letting themselves go to be able to admit that they could look at this world and say, wow, look at that. Isn't that marvelous? Oh, you're just ignorant, you. You think these things are marvelous, but it just shows you not sophisticated. Because, you see, one of the games of aristocracy in Europe was always to look bored. And so there are all sorts of... You could put a whole history together of how people copy the attitudes of their superiors in order to get one up on them. So if to look bored was a mark of extreme aristocracy and great wisdom, the scientific world, which was a parvenu then, imitated a bored attitude to everything so as to gain its status, or involved in gaining its status. And so they had no reason to be bored. They were just imitating being bored. And the aristocrats had some reason to be bored. They had seen everything, they'd had all pleasures, they were blasé. So psychiatry, in turn, picked up the attitude, it's nothing but, it's just the libido or something, and or it's just mental mechanisms, or it's just neurochemistry, or something like that. But one of the funniest things about LSD is that maybe it's just neurochemistry. But boy, when you get inside, neurochemistry is something. See? You think, chemistry, matter, good heavens, what of your nervous system? You suddenly, it's like a conducted tour inside the nervous system. But you begin to realize that the nervous system is one of the whammiest things going. It's fantastic. You can't just dismiss it as a nervous system as if it was some nasty porridge in a bottle. So then, this is the thing. I think that the crucial point that has to be developed before we can handle these substances intelligently is a medico-religious rapprochement. And that means reforms on both sides. And they're beginning to happen. You know, you're probably aware that there's a huge theological ferment going on in both Catholic and Protestant churches and among the Jews. The top's blown off. There are occasional references to it in the paper, but my clergy friends are thinking things today that they couldn't possibly have been thinking about 10 years ago. They're as revolutionary as almost any group I know. You should talk to the local rector here in Sausalito, or crowds of them all over the place. Things are happening. And what is essentially happening is that they are consciously facing the fact that they need a kind of religion which is much more profound than anything they've hitherto been dealing with. And they are open to the dimension of religion which has been consistently ignored for centuries, which I'll call the mystical dimension, of at last admitting that religion is not just believing certain ideas and following certain patterns of behavior, but must indeed involve a transformation of consciousness. Not in the sense of an emotional blowout, like a revival meeting, but something which involves a crucial change in the sense of human identity. There is therefore weaving together, at this time, a whole pattern of movements. More and more it becomes, in the biological and ecological and physical sciences, clear that the individual is inseparable from the cosmos. That, after all, you are an expression of everything that's going on. You're not just something that rattles around in this universe that came into it as a stranger from somewhere else. And so that behind the facade of everyday consciousness, there are depths of oneself, just as truly oneself as your own will, which altogether go beyond your individual organism. And that we can become aware of these depths, and as we do so, become delivered from being plagued by impermanence and death and temporary suffering. The psychiatrist has to know this too. Because if he sits in his office and has nothing in his belly, that is what I would call the certainty of eternity, somewhere here, he's really just as neurotic as the person he's sitting with. And is putting on a mask attitude, looking wise, playing the scientific role, distance of objectivity, not get involved with the patient, use all the little tricks, when he's really wet behind the ears. You learn a whole bag of tricks, even if you've been through a didactic analysis yourself. You can just have a whole domain of trickery. Therapeutic gambits with very little underneath. So I think that some psychiatrists should be ready to take their own medicine. I mean LSD. And just for an introduction to the realization that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy.
I believe that if we are honest with ourselves, that the most fascinating problem in the world is, who am I? What do you mean? What do you feel when you say the word I? I, myself. I don't think there can be any more fascinating preoccupation than that, because it's so mysterious, it's so elusive. Because what you are in your inmost being escapes your examination
in rather the same way that you can't look directly into your own eyes without using a mirror, you can't bite your own teeth, you can't taste your own tongue, and you can't touch the tip of this finger with the tip of this finger. And that's why there's always an element of profound mystery in the problem of who we are. This problem has fascinated me for many years, and I've made many inquiries. What do you mean by the word I? And there is a certain consensus about this, a certain agreement, especially among people who live in Western civilization. Most of us feel I, ego, myself, my source of consciousness, to be a center of awareness and of a source of action that resides in the middle of a bag of skin. And so we have what I have called the conception of ourselves as a skin-encapsulated ego. Now, it's very funny how we use the word I. If we just refer to common speech, we are not accustomed to say, I am a body. We rather say, I have a body. We don't say, I beat my heart, in the same way as we say, I walk, I think, I talk. We feel that our heart beats itself, and that has nothing very much to do with I. In other words, we don't regard I myself as identical with our whole physical organism. We regard it as something inside it. And most Western people locate their ego inside their heads. You are somewhere between your eyes and between your ears, and the rest of you dangles from that point of reference. It is not so in other cultures. When a Chinese or Japanese person wants to locate the center of himself, he points here, not here. Here to what Japanese call the kokoro, or the Chinese call shin, the heart, mind. Some people also locate themselves in the solar plexus. But by and large, we locate ourselves behind the eyes and somewhere between the ears, as if within the dome of the skull there was some sort of arrangement such as there is at the SAC headquarters in Denver, where there are men in great rooms surrounded with radar screens and all sorts of things, and earphones on, watching all the movements of planes all over the world. So in the same way, we have really the idea of ourselves as a little man inside our heads who has earphones on, which bring messages from the ears, and who has a television set in front of him, which brings messages from the eyes, and all sorts of electrode things are all over his body, giving him signals from the hands and so on, and he has a panel in front of him of buttons and dials and things, and so he more or less controls the body. But he isn't the same as the body, because I am in charge of what are called the voluntary actions. And what are called involuntary actions of the body, they happen to me. I am pushed around by them, but to some extent also I can push my body around. This, I have concluded, is the ordinary, average conception of what is oneself. And look at the way children, influenced by our cultural environment, ask questions. Mummy, who would I have been if my father had been someone else?
You see, the child gets the idea from our culture that the father and mother gave him a body into which he was popped at some moment. Whether it was conception or whether it was parturition is a little bit vague. But there is, in our whole way of thinking, the idea that we are a soul, a spiritual essence of some kind, imprisoned inside a body. And that we look out upon a world that is foreign to us. In the words of the poet Houseman, I, a stranger and afraid, in a world I never made. And so, therefore, we speak of confronting reality, facing the facts. We speak of coming into this world. And this whole sensation that we are brought up to have of being an island of consciousness locked up in a bag of skin, facing outside us a world that is profoundly alien to us in the sense that what is outside me is not me. This sets up a fundamental sensation of hostility and estrangement between ourselves and the so-called external world. And therefore, we go on to talk about the conquest of nature, the conquest of space, and view ourselves in a kind of battle array towards the world outside us. I shall have much more to say about that in the second lecture. But in the first now, I want to examine the strange feeling of being an isolated self. Now, actually, it is absolutely absurd to say that we came into this world. We didn't. We came out of it. What do you think you are? Supposing this world is a tree. Are you leaves on its branches, or are you a bunch of birds that settled on a dead old tree from somewhere else? Surely, everything that we know about living organisms from the standpoint of the sciences shows us that we grow out of this world. That we, each one of us, are what you might call symptoms of the state of the universe as a whole. But you see, that is not part of our common sense. Western man has for many centuries been under the influence of two great myths. When I use the word myth, I don't necessarily mean falsehood. To me, the word myth signifies a great idea in terms of which man tries to make sense of the world. It may be an idea, it may be an image. Now, the two images which have most profoundly influenced Western man are, number one, the image of the world as an artifact, like a carpenter's table or a jar made by a potter. Indeed, in the book of Genesis, there comes the idea that man was originally a clay figurine made out of the earth by the Lord God, who then breathed into this clay figurine and gave it life. And the whole of Western thought is profoundly influenced through and through and through by the idea that all things, all events, all people, all mountains, all stars, all flowers, all
Grasshoppers, all worms, everything are artifacts. They have been made. And it is therefore natural for a Western child to say to its mother, "How was I made?" That would be quite an unnatural question for a Chinese child, because the Chinese do not think of nature as something made. They look upon it as something that grows, and the two processes are quite different. When you make something, you put it together, you assemble parts, or you carve an image out of wood or stone, working from the outside to the inside. But when you watch something grow, it works in an entirely different way. It doesn't assemble parts. It expands from within and gradually complicates itself, expanding outwards, like a bud blossoming, like a seed turning into a plant. But behind our whole thought in the West is the idea that the world is an artifact, that it is put together by a celestial architect, carpenter, and artist, who therefore knows how it was done. When I was a little boy, and I asked many questions which my mother couldn't answer, she used to resort in desperation to saying, "My dear, there are some things that we are not meant to know." And I said, "Well, will we ever find out?" And she said, "Yes, when we die and we go to heaven, it will all be made clear." And I used to think that on wet afternoons in heaven, we would all sit around the throne of grace and say to the Lord God, "Now just why did you do it this way? And how did you manage it that?" And he would explain it and make it all very clear. All questions would be answered. Because as we have popularly, in popular theology, understood the Lord God, he is the mastermind who knows everything. And if you ask the Lord God exactly how high is Mount Whitney to the nearest millimeter, he would know exactly like that and would tell you. Any question. The Cosmic Encyclopedia Britannica. Unfortunately, this particular image or myth became too much for Western man, because it was oppressive. To feel that you are known through and through and watched all the time by an infinitely just judge. I have a friend, a very enlightened woman. She's a Catholic convert, but a very enlightened Catholic. And in her bathroom, she has on the pipe that connects the tank with the toilet seat a little framed picture of an eye. And underneath in Gothic letters is written, "Thou God seest me." Everywhere is this eye watching, and judging you, so that you always feel you're never really by yourself. But the old gentleman is observing you and writing notes in his black book. And this became too much for the West. It became oppressive. They had to get rid of it. And so instead, we got another myth. The myth of the purely mechanical universe. This was invented at the end of the 18th century. It became increasingly fashionable throughout the course of the 19th century and well into the 20th century, so that it is today's common sense. Very few people today really believe in God in the old sense. They say they do, but they really hope there is a God. They don't really have faith in God. They fervently wish that there was one and feel that they ought to believe that there is. But the idea of the universe being ruled by that marvelous old gentleman is no longer plausible. It isn't that anybody's disproved it, but it just somehow doesn't go with the vast infinitude of galaxies and the immense light-year distances between them and so on. So instead, it has become fashionable, and it is nothing more than a fashion, to believe that the universe is dumb, stupid, that intelligence, values, love, and fine feelings reside only within the bag of the human epidermis, and that outside that, the thing is simply a kind of a chaotic, stupid interaction of blind forces. Courtesy of Dr. Freud, for example, biological life is based on something called libido, which was a very, very loaded word. Blind, ruthless, uncomprehending lust. That's the foundation of the human unconscious. And similarly to thinkers like of the 19th century, like Ernst Haeckel, even Darwin, T.H. Huxley, and so on, there was this notion that at the root of being is an energy. And this energy is blind. This energy is just energy. And it's utterly and totally stupid. And our intelligence is an unfortunate accident. By some weird freak of evolution, we came to be these feeling and rational beings, more or less rational. And this is a ghastly mistake, because here we are in a universe that has nothing in common with us, doesn't share our feelings, has no real interest in us. We're just a sort of cosmic fluke. And therefore, the only hope for mankind is to beat this irrational universe into submission and conquer it and master it. Now, all this is perfectly idiotic. If you would think that the idea of the universe as being the creation of a benevolent old gentleman, although he's not so benevolent, he takes a sort of, this hurts me more than it's going to hurt you sort of attitude to things. You can have that on the one hand, and if that becomes uncomfortable, you can exchange it for its opposite, the idea that the ultimate reality doesn't have any intelligence at all. At least that gets rid of the old bogey in the sky, in exchange for a picture of the world that is completely stupid. Now, these ideas don't make any sense, especially the last one, because you cannot get an intelligent organism, such as a human being, out of an unintelligent universe. The saying in the New Testament that figs do not grow on thistles nor grapes on thorns applies equally to the world. You do not find an intelligent organism living in an unintelligent environment. Look, here is a tree in the garden, and every summer it produces apples. And we call it an apple tree, because the tree apples. That's what it does. All right. Now here is a solar system inside a galaxy, and one of the peculiarities of this solar system is that at least on the planet Earth the thing peoples in just the same way that an apple tree apples. Now maybe 2 million years ago somebody came from another galaxy in a flying saucer and had a look at this solar system. And they looked it over and shrugged their shoulders and said, just a bunch of rocks. And they went away. Later on, maybe 2 million years later, they came around and they looked at it again. And they said, "Excuse me, we thought it was a bunch of rocks, but it's peopling. And it's alive. After all, it has done something intelligent." Because you see, we grow out of this world in exactly the same way that the apples grow on the apple tree. If evolution means anything, it means that. But you see, we curiously twist it. We say, well, first of all, in the beginning, there was nothing but gas and rock. And then intelligence happened to arise in it, like a sort of fungus or slime on the top of the whole thing. But we're thinking in a way, you see, that disconnects the intelligence from the rocks. Where there are rocks, watch out. Watch out, because the rocks are going eventually to come alive, and they're going to have people crawling over them. It's only a matter of time. Just in the same way as the seed, the acorn, is eventually going to turn into the oak, because it has the potentiality of that within it. Rocks are not dead. You see, it depends on what kind of attitude you want to take to the world. If you want to put the world down, you say, oh, well, fundamentally it's only just a lot of geology. It's a stupidity. And it so happens that a kind of a freak comes up in it which we call consciousness. And that's an attitude that you take when you want to prove to people that you're a tough guy, that you're realistic, that you face facts, and that you don't indulge in wishful thinking. It's just a matter of role-playing. And you must be aware of these things. They are fashions in the intellectual world. On the other hand, if you feel warm-hearted towards the universe, you put it up instead of putting it down, and you say about rocks, they're really conscious, but a very primitive form of consciousness. Because after all, when I take even this crystal here, which is glass, and go, well, it makes a noise. And that response, that resonance, is an extremely primitive form of consciousness. Our consciousness is much more subtle than that. But when you hit a bell and it rings, you touch a crystal and it responds, inside itself, it has a very simple reaction. It goes jangle inside, whereas we go jangle with all sorts of colors and lights and intelligence, ideas and thoughts. It's more complicated. But both are equally conscious, but conscious in different degrees. That is a perfectly acceptable idea. It's just the opposite of the idea. See, all I'm saying is that minerals are a rudimentary form of consciousness, whereas the other people are saying that consciousness is a complicated form of minerals. You see? And what they want to do is to say everything is kind of bleh. Whereas what I want to say is, hooray, life is a good show.
This is the world of the Deva. And this is the same root from which we get both divine and devil. But Deva means angel. The highest and most successful beings in the universe. And so opposite, this is the world of Naraka, who are the most unsuccessful. These are the purgatorial worlds of extreme suffering. This is the world of Ashura. They are also angels, but they're angry angels, representing the wrath potential of energy. This is the world of animals. This is the world of Preta, for which we have no English equivalent. They are hungry or frustrated spirits who have enormous stomachs but mouths only the size of needles.